Going live, and we're live. Oh, hello, folks. Good. There we go. Look. I thought that was looking very dark for a moment there. I just popped on a wee moment early, just to make sure everything's working okay, and that I've got some green for my speaking machine, and our microphones are all good, and that the camera looks to be okay. So that's jolly good. We've about a minute to go before we start. So, as usual, I just like to pop on, make sure everything's okay. Say hello if anybody's out there already, eagerly awaiting is what Ryan the Scar has said. So yeah, I'll just wait till we get to 9 o'clock officially before we kick off. As I said, if anybody's there, say hello. We're in the doghouse as usual. I've got Noodles in with me tonight. She's fast asleep in the corner, and I hope she stays that way. There's Joseph Smith saying, I've got to get to work. I'll catch a replay later tonight. Have a great show. Much love. Thank you very much, Joseph. I hope work goes speedily for you. And who knows, this one's going to be quite long. We might just still be here when you get back. I don't know. Fingers crossed all goes well, but thanks very much. I have put aside, if we get to the end of this chapter, okay, without any problems, I have put aside a Ferrero Rocher for the for the occasion, a little treat, so to speak. Food of the gods, that kind of stuff. And there we are, folks. So it's 9 o'clock. I think we're a wee bit jittery on YouTube tonight, but we'll hopefully keep working at this, and hopefully we'll not go down. So I'll say hello and welcome to Doc Sloan's Science Fiction Station. This is our Dune book club, and we've reached chapter 48. And yeah, we're at the end of the story, if you like, but we're not at the end of the book. So say anybody who's joining us tonight, say hello. We've got a lot to get through. This is an enormous chapter. Joseph saying, I love those candles. Candles? What candles are you talking? You've got me, Joseph. Oh, there are candles behind me. Anyway, I'm not sure what you mean, Joseph. Context. Oh, is that something to do with your work, perhaps? Not too sure. I love those. Candies. Sorry, candies. I thought that said candles. Sorry, Joseph. I love those candies. That makes perfect sense, Joseph. Apologies. That's not a good font, is it? That totally makes sense, and I'm no longer baffled. Yes, I love them too. They are nice. The ambassador there spoiling us, aren't they, with these? Well, as I said, if anybody's out there joining us tonight, this is chapter 48. We've done an episode per chapter. This is the last chapter in the story of Dune, but it's not technically the last chapter in the book. So we'll not be finished when we get to the end of this. Of course, a lot of people will finish reading the book here, and they'll completely miss out on what's to follow. And in particular, I don't know what you'd like to call it, but Appendix 1, following this chapter, the ecology of Dune, is a prologue to the story. It's a little chapter all in itself. Yeah, you can consider it an epilogue. It's Frank playing with structure a bit, I think, where we've basically outside of the story. Some people will stop reading at the end of this chapter, and if you do that, I think you lose out in a big way. So our next episode will be on Appendix 1 or Chapter 49 or the epilogue or the prologue, depending on what you would like to call it. But it is this little section on the ecology of Dune. And we'll note that it has a different narrator. Or sorry, not a different narrator in that sense that its epigraph has a different author than the rest of the book. And it's by Pardo Kynes himself. So that'll be interesting to get to. So there we are. So we'll just make a wee start with the epigraph. And as I said, if anybody's out there, say hello. And I'll just get these big paper weights down here so I can manage the book a wee bit. So I have made a wee note before we begin with the chapter. Just in terms of Paul, I have put from mouse to fox to lion. And I kind of have that in the sense of Aesop's fables, that kind of thing. But I've also written in massive big letters at the top of this chapter before I start 3 words, and they are the psychotic family novel. And I think it's worth considering before we get into this. So I'll quickly tear through this epigraph. He was warrior and mystic, ogre and saint, the fox and the innocent, chivalrous, ruthless, less than a god, more than a man. There is no measuring Muad'Dib's motives by ordinary standards. In the moment of his triumph, he saw the death prepared for him, yet he accepted the treachery. Can you say he did this out of a sense of justice? Whose justice then? Remember, we speak now of the Muad'Dib who ordered battle drums made from his enemies' skins, the Muad'Dib who denied the conventions of his ducal past with a wave of the hand, saying merely, I am the Kwisatz Haderach. That is reason enough. And that's taken from Arrakis Awakening by the Princess Irulan, which will be, I suppose, the last entry in the story by the princess, and we're going to meet her in person here in this chapter. So there we go. Sorry, everybody, I was getting a bit confused by Joseph's saying, I love those candies, and I thought he said candles, because we'd held up a wee Ferrero Rocher. I said that we're going to have that at the end of the episode tonight. So I'll just there's Cynthia saying, hello Doc, hello all. Hi Cynthia, thanks very much for joining us. Sootpot, hello Sootpot. My leg hurts said, I'm just popping in to say I was really inspired by your Dune PhD series, and I'm now writing my MA dissertation on Dune and its Cold War influences. Excellent, my leg hurts. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. If you ever want somebody to, I'm big into putting academic work up on YouTube for people to get access to, rather than kind of keeping it away. So if you ever want me to sort of read it and put it online or do that yourself, let us know. My leg hurts, and we can add it in with the body of work that we've got on Dune here. Well, thank you very much. That's very kind. I've scribbled a few things down on the back page of the previous chapter in my notebook before we get going, I suppose, and I've just written down sort of things to pay attention to within this chapter, and I've written eyes, vision, blindness, the inner eye, change, the sexual rhythms of war, violence in young men, the homosexual nature of the military, structures of power. What's that say? Structure of power and motivations. And I've also written Hamlet here as well. I think the scene has a lot in similarity to the scene in Hamlet, where we have Hamlet and Laertes dueling and the poison and so on and so forth. And it kind of does bookend Dune in a funny way, because I think if we go all the way back to the first chapter, I've said that, Castle Caladan, there's a hint of Gormenghast about it, but also I always thought there was a hint of Elsinore about it as well. So there we go. So just a few things to to pay attention to as we get along. And as always, folks, if anybody's joining us, just do say hello. And anybody's got any questions about this chapter or comments, I'm sure I'd love to hear them, and we'll do our best to sort of try and figure them out, if you like. There's my leg hurts saying, thanks Doc, won't be finished for the best part of a year yet, but I'll remember to send it to you once it's done. Really appreciate the kind words. Oh, no worries at all, my leg hurts. That all things science fiction is what we're about here, so be delighted. And yeah, if that interests you, we can always do an audio kind of thing, put some images in. That's what I did with my own work, and get it up there for people to see, which I'm sure the Dune community would really like. There's Sam Dune saying, hello Doc. Hi Sam, how's it going? Thanks for joining us. Goodness, I don't know how long this is going to take tonight, folks, by the way. It's a big chapter. It's about 27 pages, so we're about 3 times the normal length of the chapters within this book, and I'll do my best to pile through it. I think where we have dialogue, it'll move a bit quicker. And as I said, we've got a few wee things to point out tonight, and I think maybe the one thing in particular is I'd suggest what I think towards the back of the book is really important is having a look at Paul's behavior. I think I'm talking about this great hero that's been imprinted upon us by Frank, but again, partly to do with this argument that we shouldn't get it, that it's only whenever we get to Dune Messiah that we'll see this, and I've always said I disagree with this. I think there are a lot of clues to Paul and what he's about, and in Dune itself, as opposed to having to wait to Dune Messiah, and I think we get a few of them in this chapter. So let's get cracking. I'll have some fluids. And straight off with a bit of we'll get our location here. is going to be the Arrakeen governor's mansion. So it was to the Arrakeen governor's mansion, the old residency, that the Atreides had first occupied on Dune, that they escorted Paul Muad'Dib on the evening of his victory. Oh, here, I suppose I better hold on a wee second. I've torn through that epilogue without really sort of pausing to comment on it, haven't I? Just very briefly, I suppose we get many different aspects of the character of Paul Atreides within the epilogue, or sorry, the epigraph. And he's presented as warrior, mystic, ogre, kind of monster, saint, the fox, again, that the desert fox, this kind of animal associated with cunning, the innocent, chivalrous, ruthless, less than a god, more than a man. And of course, he is going to be the prophet ultimately, isn't he? No measuring Muad'Dib's motives by ordinary standards. Okay, so that's an interesting thing. In the moment of his triumph, I suppose, is what we're talking about in the epigraph. Excuse me, looking back on it, and we're going to go to his moment of triumph within the story. So he saw the death prepared for him, yet he accepted the treachery. And that's kind of how we've left the previous chapter, this sense of treachery from the Emperor Mohim and Count Fenring. Can you say he did this out of a sense of justice? Whose justice then? And then it says, remember that we speak now of Muad'Dib, who ordered battle drums made from his enemies' skins, the Muad'Dib who denied the conventions of his ducal past, with a wave of his hand saying merely, I am the Kwisatz Haderach. That's reason enough. So that there's a suggestion of a tyrant right there. And the two things that really, it's asking us, in the moment of triumph, he saw death. He accepted the treasure, but can you say he did this out of a sense of justice? We're being asked to question his motivations here in Arrakis Awakening by the Princess Irulan, and whose justice? And we'll have a wee look at this whenever we get to the fight between Paul and Feyd. So I think that there's the reasoning of it, and I think if we can have a wee look at it as well and mirror it with the fight between Paul and Jamis, I think it's going to be a wee bit interesting, just in terms of Paul's character. So sorry, we've got a food for thought there with the epigraph. I think it's a really good one, and I think it's worth pondering over a little bit. But whenever we see the action proceed, I think we can think about it in this way. Why does Paul do this at this point? What's going on? What's his motivations? Is it a sense of justice? Is it revenge? Is it whimsy? Is it a sense of ennui? There's things that he said already for kind of some of his behavior, or is it just because he's the Kwisatz Haderach and that's reason enough? So sorry, on we go. Just to cover the epigraph before we tour on there. So we're off to the Arrakeen governor's mansion for our location, and again, it's a setting that we're familiar with from earlier in the book. So the building, we're told, stood as Ravan had restored it, virtually untouched by the fighting, although there had been some looting by the townspeople. Some of the furnishings in the main hall had been overturned and smashed. So we're going to get a wee bit of setting up the scene here, a bit of banter between some of the characters before we kind of move on with the serious stuff. We're told that Paul strode through the main entrance, Gurney Halleck and Stilgar a pace behind. So always, I suppose, how people enter rooms is quite how they actually walk is always of note in this book. We're told their escort found out into the Great Hall, straightening the place and clearing an area for Muad'Dib. And one squad began investigating that no sly trap had been planted here. So Gurney then says, I remember the day we first came here with your father. And he glances around at the beams and the high slitted windows. I didn't like this place then, and I like it less now. One of our caves would be safer. And I think the use of the pronoun there, are in use of in terms of the caves, kind of has Gurney very much in terms of Fremen thinking, I think, at this point. And of course, we get that backed up by what Stilgar says next, spoken like a true Fremen. And he marked the cold smile the words brought to Muad'Dib's lips. Will you reconsider, Muad'Dib? Excuse me. So this reconsideration that Stilgar wants is basically this location. They'd rather do, I think from the Fremen point of view, they'd rather do this somewhere else. But Paul explains his reasons here. So this place is a symbol. Raban lived here. By occupying this place, I seal my victory for all to understand. Send men through the building, touch nothing. Just be certain of no Harkonnen people or toys remain. Okay, so no Harkonnen people or toys remain. So what do we do? The question, I suppose, begets here, what do they do with the Harkonnen people? And I have put kill them or remove them is basically what I can figure there. And of course, Stilgar, as you command, and reluctance heavy in his tone as he turned to obey. And next we have the communication men, which I think are quite funny. We saw them in the chapter with Paul and the atomics, basically, and their attitude to equipment, etc. And it's this very equipment that Paul was so dismissive of, I think, in the previous chapter. And we actually saw that the Fremen disobeyed him in this matter, that they preserved their equipment. And we're told these communications men again hurried into the room with their equipment and began setting up near the massive fireplace. The Fremen guard that augmented the surviving Feyd-Rautha took up stations around the room. There was muttering among them and much darting of suspicious glances. This had been too long a place of the enemy for them to accept their presence in it casually. So that the Fremen are being very wary here. But in fact, I do like this to be touched, by the way, with these communications men, is that they're pretty important in the whole sort of general story, and their actual presence here is kind of absolutely necessary for what's going on. There's Frank Red saying, "Hi all, joining the sketchy internet on a train. Hope to follow as much as possible. Very excited for this chapter. Obviously, read it for the first time yesterday. Wanted to save it for the book club. Excellent, Frank. I hope you managed to keep a connection up. And thanks very much for joining us. Yeah, it's a very interesting story where I suppose quite a lot of things come together. Some things don't, and then we're presented with new wonders and mysteries, I think. And very much, I suppose, if we understand that Frank conceived all three of the first three books of the Dune series all together, then there's a lot of he really is prepping you for more. I think certainly if a lot of us whenever we get through Dune, I think we'll be very thirsty for more of this universe, and certainly how the series sells. I think that's proven it, So we can imagine this place again. We've seen it before. It's all been looted. There's a bit of rubble. It's taking a bit of a hammering, and they're setting up here just because of the symbol of it. It's a place of power. So we have Gurney here saying, Paul saying, Gurney, have an escort bring my mother and Chani. And does Chani know yet about our son? So here's a bit of a hard topic here for Paul, I think. And the message was sent, my lord, is what Gurney says. So first part of business, I think, really, my son and my partner. Next question, are the makers being taken out of the basin yet? Gurney responds, yes, my lord, the storm's almost spent. And Paul's asking, what's the extent of the storm damage? So Gurney's reply here is, in the direct path on the landing field and across the spice storage yards of the plane, extensive damage, as much from the battle as from the storm. And Paul's response here, I think, is our first big concern about this man here. Nothing money won't repair, I presume. And when he says this in my notes, I've just put a wee sort of dollar sign. Where are we? Over here, next to it. And Gurney's response is kind of bang on here, except for the lives, my lord. And we're told a tone of reproach in his voice, as if to say, when did an Atreides worry first about things when people were at stake? Now, I've made a couple of wee notes here on this, except for the lives, my lord. Money won't repair that, is what Gurney's basically saying here. A tone of reproach in his voice, quite rightly, I think. And again, Paul's attitude here, we have to question it. We really do have to question it. It's going to go on a bit, and we have to question it. Is this what is it about him that's making him behave like this at this point? And is it becoming the Kwisatz Haderach, I suppose? Is that the reason? And always in mind, I think that the questions that were being asked in the epigraph are: can you say he, after we're told about death and treachery, we're being asked to question his actions in the epigraph? Can you say he did this out of a sense of justice? And then the question that's asked is, if you answer yes, then the question would become, whose justice then? And we're reminded that this man skins his enemies alive. Or sorry, well, he skins them whether they're alive or not, and makes drums from their skins, you know. So the other thing that's really important to remember here, a tone of reproach in his voice, as if to say, when did Atreides worry first about things when people were at stake? Now, it's quite important to note that Gurney doesn't actually say this out loud. This is our third-person omniscient narrator here. And yeah, I've put basically to say that it's a simile by the omniscient narrator, as if to say, you know, so, but that's not, the character's not saying that out loud. That's the suggestion we're getting there. But it's, except for the lives, and we're told that Paul could only focus his attention on the inner eye, and the gaps visible to him in the time wall that still lay across his path. And I don't know if, again, you'll probably not see this very well, but I've managed to sort of diagram this kind of thing here. Oddly enough, just for my own benefit, I thought we have his path, and then basically a brick wall with the words jihad written all through it, and a little thing of time in the middle, and on the other side is the time wall. So the lives that are lost, he can't focus his attention on this. It's only on the inner eye and the gaps visible in the time wall that still lay across his path. Through each gap, we're told, the jihad raged away down the corridors of the future. And I suppose we need to focus a wee bit on the jihad within this chapter as well, and what really happens within Paul's mind, I think, you know. Excuse me. And Cynthia saying Gurney doesn't mention the damage from the atomics. That's a good point, I suppose. The one thing I think we noticed, Cynthia, really, is that nobody seems to talk about radiation at all. The side effects of using atomics, and the long-term side effects of using atomics on living things, you know, it's not really discussed. And again, maybe it's because the natural part of the natural formation, the natural part of the world that they have destroyed with these nuclear weapons doesn't really matter to them. Ultimately, Paul's not a Fremen, and neither is Gurney, I think. But yeah, it's a worth noting for its absence, Cynthia. So through each gap, the jihad raged away, and we have to remember he's been trying to do, I suppose, his motivations are to avoid this, aren't they? Somewhere within him, up until now, that this jihad is not desirable for Paul. So Paul's side, we're told, crossed the hall, seeing a chair against the wall. The chair had once stood in the dining hall and might even have held his own father. At the moment, though, it was only an object to rest his weariness and conceal it from the men. So I made a wee note that very much thinking about appearances here. He sat down, pulling his robes around his legs, loosening his stillsuit at the neck. So Gurney, again at his side, the Emperor is still holed up in the remains of his ship, we're told. And Paul says, for now, contain him there. Have they found the Harkonnens yet? And Gurney says, they're still examining the dead. What reply from the ships up there? And he jerked his chin up towards the ceiling. No reply yet, my lord. and Paul sighed, resting against the back of the chair, and presently he said, "Bring me a captive Sardaukar. We must send a message to our emperor. It's time to discuss terms." So Gurney says, "Yes, my lord," and turns away, drops a hand signal to one of the Feyd King, who takes up a close guard position beside Paul. So Paul whispered, "Gurney, since we've rejoined..." Sorry, let me just read that again. "Gurney, since we've rejoined, I've yet to hear you produce the proper quotation for the event." I've just put next this, why does he do this? He turned and saw Gurney swallow and saw the sudden grim hardening of the man's jaw. So Gurney has a penchant for producing a quote on demand from the Atreides, and generally he presents them himself, I think, but he's asked for. And so here's Paul actually, don't you have a quotation for, for the event, as he calls it? And again, he turned, saw Gurney swallow, saw the sudden grim hardening of the man's jaw. And I've just written next to this, Gurney has a problem with Paul here. So here it is. "As you wish, my lord." He cleared his throat and rasped. "And the victory that day was turned into mourning until all the people, for the people heard say that day how the king was grieved for his son." And oh goodness. Right, let's have a wee chat about this one. That's not a nice quotation here. I've written next this, "Burn," if you like. Just Gurney not a happy bunny, basically. This would be a quote from the Orange Catholic Bible. This is, in fact, word for word from the King James version of the Bible, Old Testament, sorry, and is 2 Samuel 19:2. Word for word I've written here. And just in relation to what that's got to do with, there's various bits around this. Let me see. I have 19:2, that one there, and then we have 2 Samuel 19:5. Joab tells off David over the death of Absalom, quite specifically. And just very briefly, also, if you want to look at 2 Samuel 18 and 19, 2 Samuel 19, verses 1 to 8 in particular. Chapters 1 to 8, verses 1 to 8, sorry. Just to run through this is to do with Joab, who's a commander of David's forces when David's son rebelled against him. So that son is Absalom. And let me see, Absalom, where did I write this down? I think he's the third son of David. Is that right? Somewhere. Hang on. Yeah, I've got it here. So Joab tells off David over the death of Absalom. He's the third son of David. So Joab is the commander of David's forces when Absalom rebels against his father. And David ordered none of his men, sent out a set of orders that none of his men could harm him. So my understanding is that Joab found him alive and in a tree by his hair, hanging by his hair or something like that. And so Joab and his men killed him. I think bringing about the end of the rebellion, and then basically because of his death, I suppose Joab goes on to admonish David over his grief for the death of Absalom. Sorry, it's a bit clumsy of me putting all that together. Haven't looked at some of this Bible stuff in a long time, but that's word for word, pretty much from 2 Samuel 19. Have a wee nosy if you're interested. And the I suppose the admonishment of Gurney, it's a very similar thing. You could say that Gurney here is in the role of Joab and Paul is David here. But it's the victory that day is turned into mourning unto all the people. The king heard say that day how the king was grieved for his son. Have you got the proper quotation for me on this day, Gurney? Yes, you've lost your son. Here's a reminder. It's quite a brutal thing, I think, to put in front of Paul here at this point. But he doesn't seem to be interested in lives at all. If you put it and we're going to fight. It begins with him asking about, bring my mother and Chani here, but nothing money won't repair, I presume. That includes his son. What is the cost of this day? All these lives, all of these people are dead, including your son. Have you got a quote for me? Yeah, here's a good one. So I think it's a very good, Joab telling off David over the death of Absalom, weeping for the son who's caused so much trouble, I suppose. This kind of thing. I suppose it could be an inversion of that, isn't it? That Paul's not weeping at all for Leto II. Or all the people, just equipment, nothing that can't be, nothing that money can't fix. So we're told that Paul closed his eyes, forcing grief out of his mind. So there's grief there, letting it wait as he had once waited to mourn his father. Now he gave his thoughts over to the day's accumulated discoveries, the mixed futures, and this is something very interesting, the hidden presence of Alia within his awareness. And I've just made a wee note here, the uses of time vision. So of all the uses of time vision, we're told this was the strangest. Alia had said, I have breasted the future to place my words where only you can hear them. Even you cannot do that, my brother. I find it an interesting play. And, oh yes, I've killed our grandfather, the demented old baron. He had very little pain. And I've put why. But that's what a very interesting speech from Alia. And as much as Alia is, I think it's this kind of super enigmatic stuff that we get from Alia that kind of makes her one of my favorite characters, pretty much probably my favorite character in this book. And and it really does make us consider the power that Alia has. And as much as Paul is the Kwisatz Haderach, what is Alia? And generally with the way these books go, she's something more. Paul is the Kwisatz Haderach and something more. And I think so is Alia, but very interesting speech. So she's breasted the future to place words. So she's from the past sent a message to this point in time where only he can see it. And she's kind of even you can't do that, my brother. That's whoa, okay, wow. And if we go back to the little speech about there's something if we go back a little bit about why Paul takes the water of life. And it's because others have done it, isn't it? If others can do it, I have to be able to do it. Here's something he can't do. And it's the female aspect of the two, isn't it, really? Alia and Paul, Artemis and Apollo. I find it an interesting play. Again, this language, and as almost an aside, oh yes, I've killed our grandfather. And again, all of this from this young child, the demented old baron, he had very little pain. And I wondered, why did she give him little pain? And I just asked the question, was it a mercy killing? Because he died very quickly, didn't he? And then we're told silence, his time sense had seen her withdraw. And Stilgar kind of brings him out of this, Muad'Dib. So Paul opened his eyes to see Stilgar's black, bearded visage above him, dark eyes glaring with battle light. You found the body of the old baron, says Paul. And it's interesting, the hush of the person settled over Stilgar. And Stilgar whispered, how could you know? We just found the body in that great pile of metal the Emperor built. So very interesting that, I suppose, the timing of what Alia does here, this appearance of her within Paul's time vision at this exact moment, she leaves a message that gives him information that allows him to appear, super prescient to Stilgar here, a godlike almost. It has a profound, this bit of knowledge, of all the things that she could say, this is what she lets him know, and it allows him to kind of create this incredible effect of awe over Stilgar. And again, I suppose we're going to have to what happens to Stilgar here is very interesting, and we must look at him as a a snapshot of the Fremen in general, I suppose. But the hush of the person settled over Stilgar and is whispered, "How could you know? We just found the body in that great pile of metal the Emperor built." I always like the David Lynch version. I like the fact that there's a kind of explosion and the Baron kind of flies out the Emperor's hutman and into the worm's mouth as steered by. I think that was brilliant, and obviously not in the book, but one of those nice little sort of one of those nice little twists in the film. I think that was quite good. The Baron getting his own, but he's been given quite a merciful killing, I think, here by Alia. So this, how could you know? Paul ignores this question, we're told, and he sees Gurney return, accompanied by two Fremen who are supporting a captive Sardaukar. So Gurney says, "Here's one of them, my lord," and he signed to the guard to hold the captive 5 paces in front of Paul. All right, sorry, I just got to flick over the book here a wee bit. There we are. Catch up. Bosh. Right, there we go. So the Sardaukar's eyes, Paul noted. I was sort of saying to pay attention to eyes throughout this chapter. I've every time it happens, by the way, just to show you, I've kind of drawn little sets of papers anytime there's and I've drawn an awful lot of set of eyes throughout this when we're dealing with Paul's vision or etc. etc. So the Sardaukar's eyes, Paul noted, carried a glazed expression of shock. Blue bruise stretched from the bridge of the nose to the corner of his mouth. The blonde, chiseled featured cased. The look seemed synonymous with rank among the Sardaukar, yet no insignia on his uniform except gold buttons with the imperial crest and the tattered braid of his trousers. Now, I thought that is kind of interesting the way that's presented there in relation to the Sardaukar. I'm sure we kind of all have a rough idea of who they're modelled on, really, but he was of the blonde, chiseled, featured cast. I think the idea is that it's a look and a cast look, apparently we're told, that's synonymous with rank amongst the Sardaukar, not synonymous with the Sardaukar, but synonymous with rank amongst them. And it is kind of that master race, kind of, Hitler's idea of the Aryan masterman kind of thing that we're being presented with there, albeit briefly. Gurney. So again, Paul gets all of this through the Sardaukar's eyes and his look, and of course we're kind of told from Gurney, I think this one's an officer, my lord. Paul nods. I'm the Duke, Paul Atreides. Do you understand that, man? And the Sardaukar stared at him with unmoving eyes. Speak up, or your emperor may die. And the Sardaukar blinked and swallowed. And I put a gulp there. Who am I? Paul demanded. You're the Duke, Paul Atreides. The Sardaukar replies in a hushed voice. So we get Paul's thoughts on the Sardaukar here. He seemed too submissive to Paul. But then the Sardaukar had never prepared for such happenings as this day. They'd never known anything but victory, which Paul realized could be a weakness in itself. I've written next to this, it is. He put that thought aside for later consideration in his own training program. Interesting. I wonder who he's going to be training and why. So Paul says, I have a message for you to carry to the Emperor. And he couched his words in the ancient formula. Couched means to kind of lay something down, if you like. So to put it down in this form. I am a Duke of great house, an imperial kinsman. Give my word of bond under the convention. If the Emperor and his people lay down their arms and come to me here, I will guard their lives with my own. So there's I suppose one other thing before we're going to encounter it very shortly, but Paul is positively schizophrenic in this chapter, and as much as pay attention to the idea of the psychotic family novel, because all of these people are pretty much related, aren't they? Yeah. Paul Atreides behaves differently to Muad'Dib who we could also suggest behaves differently to Usul. But we're about to see Paul become emperor here. So he's a duke of a great house. Give you my word of bond under convention. Lay your arms down, come to me here. I will guard their lives with my own. So that's Paul Atreides saying that, just to point out. So he held up his left hand with the ducal signet for the Sardaukar to see. I swear it by this. The Sardaukar wet his lips and glanced at Gurney. And Paul says, yes, who but an Atreides could command the allegiance of Gurney Halleck? So Sardaukar says, I will carry the message. It's interesting because I thought, yeah, the smugglers kind of had his allegiance for a while, didn't they? But the presence of Gurney here is satisfactory for the Sardaukar. So I will carry the message. And Paul says, take him to our forward command post and send him out. Gurney says, yes, my lord, and motions for the guards to obey and let him out. Exit. Out he goes. So Paul turns back to Stilgar now. Stilgar says that Chani and your mother have arrived. Chani has asked time to be alone with her grief, and the Reverend Mother sought a moment in the weirding room. I know not why. So there's possibly a message for Jessica. You never know. In the weirding room, it's possible that she's just wants to go there and relax for a moment. I think that's what Paul would suggest here next. So Chani and the mother here. My mother's sick with longing for a planet she may never see, where water falls from the sky and plants grow so thickly you cannot walk between them. And Stilgar whispered, water from the sky? And this is that moment, isn't it? So here it's almost, I should draw a little skull here in a funny way, the death of Stilgar, but it's not quite, I think. I think Stilgar, if I can remember correctly, remains himself later on. I think he regains himself in a way. I'm not 100% sure about that. I'll have to think about it. Paul, in that instant, saw how Stilgar had been transformed from Fremen Naib to a creature of the Lisan al-Gaib, a receptacle for awe and obedience. It was a lessening of the man. And Paul felt the ghost wind of the jihad in it. And his thoughts here, I have seen a friend become a worshipper. And Stilgar is a really interesting character. It's what happens to the Fremen is if we follow these books ultimately, particularly when we get to the epilogue or the prologue or appendix 1, whatever you want to call it, we're really going to see the impact of what these imperialists, if you like, these people from the Imperium have upon the Fremen, how they manipulate them, and ultimately it will destroy them, I think, as a people. He's become a creature, something created, a creature of the Lisan al-Gaib, a creature of the voice from the outer world, a receptacle for awe and obedience, a slave, basically. A lessening of the man, absolutely. Simply put, Stilgar now believes, and I suppose it's with these two events, really, isn't it? Well, it's being able to say that the Baron is dead, knowing what's happened, predicting it, saying it out loud before Stilgar gives him the information, and this water falls from the sky. His mother, the whole, all of it, the whole thing that Paul and his mother have been so happy to imprint upon the Fremen, using the missionary protective, and it's worked. And he's lost a friend here. He's lost a Fremen Naib. He's now got a follower, a creature, a lessening of the man. And Paul felt the ghost wind of the jihad in it. And if Stilgar is the strongest of them, then surely this will happen to the rest of the Fremen. I have seen a friend become a worshipper. Pardon me, he'll watch his entire people become worshippers, fanatics, won't he? Oh, let me catch some comments, folks. Different forms of military weakness here. Excellent, something. Let's have a look. Always being victorious, Sardaukar, and always playing it safe, the guild. Very good point. And mourning the traitor. Ooh, what's that? Sorry, thought something. Thought I was having a red dwarf moment there where I thought something was crawling up my leg. Let me just read that again. Different forms of military weakness here. Always being victorious, Sardaukar, and always playing it safe, guild. And mourning the traitor overly much, David and 2 Samuel. Yes. Yeah, the Romans have a word for it, don't they? If you're never undefeated, is invictus, unconquered. It's not necessarily a good thing to be, is it? You learn from your mistakes. Yeah, clearly to never suffer defeat. You get the sense that the Sardaukar never really fight anybody on their level. I always got the sense it was a bit sort of British Empire kind of thing, rifles against spears, this kind of thing. Oh, dear. Frank said, yes, indeed, different forms of military weakness. And the guild are playing it absolutely safe. This is, we'll see this here. It's what wrecks them. Frank Red says, Gurney, Stilgar, and Chani all undergo transformations in this chapter, and Paul Muad'Dib is in a state of transcendent flux. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. He's moving between different things within this chapter. At any point, you could say that Paul is Paul. He's Muad'Dib. He's let me see. He's Usul. You could say he's the Lisan al Gaib. He's the Kwisatz Haderach. He's the leader of these people at this point as a guerrilla warfare, and he's about to become the emperor. And he is. He's flux. It's a good way of putting it. He's not. It almost seems that he can't settle into one persona almost in a sense here. It's weird. Is it schizophrenic psychotic? Frank goes on to say, a liminal ephemeral might is bestowed by the center of the storm and the time nexus. Paul Muad'Dib's dual identities seem to weave together into one identity with 2 faces. The Janus aspect. Very interesting, Frank. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. I suppose the question is, what one looking forward, one looking backwards with the Janus aspect, if you like. We might recall the discussions of Janus and Ali and Paul. Can we find a similar aspect in Duke Paul Atreides and Muad'Dib? I would think so, yeah. Well, we're going to get Jessica commenting on it as we go along here, but when I was talking about those words that we should pay attention to, change, it was the changed Paul. That we've been following somebody who's been sort of presented with different identities and has gone from being a teenage boy and this sort of Bildungsroman, this coming of age novel. He's grown into accepting certain mantles in the pursuit of another mantle, if you like. And it's also in that sense that's the 2 worlds, the world of the Imperium and the world of the Fremen. I got a sense that as Paul moves towards the throne, he's being pulled more back into the Imperium's world. And it's that I get the real sense, particularly, I think we'll talk about this with Chani, that he's dragging these people out of their world and into the world of the Imperium in a way. And that Arrakis is going to be both, in a sense, because the Imperium is coming full on to Arrakis, and it's the Fremen that are going to be running the show. They're going to be administrating the power of Muad'Dib. They're going to be the people with the awe and the obedience, and then they're going to be the ghost wind of the jihad as well, aren't they? Yes, indeed. I think they're honestly, Frank, in terms of the Janus aspect, I think there's tons of them, absolutely tons of them, all over the place. I consider Jessica and Leto one as well. Paul and Alia are one as well. Paul and his mother are one. I think Paul and his father are one. I think we could even say that to a degree. Yeah, I think there are tons of them. But yes, it's very good points, folks. Very, very good points indeed. And here we go, I suppose. The thoughts on this. How does it make him feel? We've not seen too much great emotion from him. He's trying to focus on things, we're being told, in a rush of loneliness. I really want us to focus on that word in particular because of the Count Fenring later. But in a rush of loneliness, he glanced around the room, noting how proper and on review his guards had become in his presence. He sensed the subtle, prideful competition amongst them, each hoping for notice from Muad'Dib. And Paul's thoughts are here, Muad'Dib, from whom all blessings flow. So absolutely, he's taking on this religious. The religious mantle is here. You know, let me see. And even I suppose that the we were just chatting about it. How would you put it? Again, it's ephemeral. It's transient. It's in flux. All of these different aspects of this man. We're kind of told that in the epigraph. We've been told that this guy, just going through them, he's a warrior, a mystic, an ogre, a saint, a fox, an innocent guy. He's chivalrous. He's ruthless. He's less than a god, more than a man. That's an awful lot of descriptors for an individual. And if you're introduced to somebody that this person is like this, it'd be very hard to put a finger on it, wouldn't it? What kind of individual is that? I'd probably not want to go near them. There's aspects of it that seem, yeah, and other aspects not so much, the skinning of the enemies, is for his drums. It's a very William Wallace thing, isn't it? I think. But he's seen a friend become a worshipper. I think they're all going to become his worshippers. And we're told it was the bittersweet thought of his life. Sorry, it was the bitterest. Sorry, I read that wrong. My handwriting. Apologize. It was the bitterest thought of his life. Muad'Dib, from all blessings flow. I've seen a friend become a worshipper. The sense that I must take the throne, but they cannot know I do it to prevent the jihad. And I've the bitterest thought of his life. And I've put next to this, is this hyperbole or truth? Again, from our narrator, it's hard to tell. The sense that I must take the throne, but they cannot know I do it to prevent the jihad. And I've just written no, question mark next to that. Again, that's worth pointing out. Paul has done all of this, followed these paths, these futures, if you like, that lead up to this point, this time nexus, because he's trying to, this is one of the justifications, he's going to try to prevent the jihad. Very shortly, we're going to realize that that's not going to happen. And he's yeah, okay, it's not, and he's kind of, yeah, it's not going to happen, is it? And it makes you question, again, Paul's motivations and his motivations in using a form of limited prescience, I suppose. And as much as his prescience is better than the next guy's that we're kind of told in this story, it still is limited, isn't it? Let's catch up. There's Bojack saying, hi all, working tonight, but stopping in on break. Looking forward to the replay. Hi Bojack, thanks for joining us. It's going to be a long one, I think. Frank saying, absolutely. He deploys the personas he has acquired like tools or as if dual-wielding weapons. He seems to be in full command of his mind here. And the centrality of this moment is highlighted by the Eye of the Storm and the Time Nexus imagery. Yes, hands are a big thing here as well. I should have written that down at the front. Did I not? No. The hands and the symbols of agency, etc. Yeah, I mean, he seems to know what he's doing up until a point, and then I think we have to. Yeah, there's lots to question, I think, but we'll get there. Muad'Dib, from whom all blessings flow. That's what they'll say. That's the bitterest thought of his life. They sense that I must take the throne. They know he's going for the throne, but they cannot know I do it to prevent this jihad that they seem to be baying for, if you like. Stilgar cleared his throat. Raban too is dead. And Paul nodded. And there we go, folks. There's the beast. Raban gets a nice wee skull. As they all do. So we're told that the guards to the right suddenly snapped aside, standing to attention to open an aisle for the lady Jessica. We're told that she wore her black abba and walked with a hint of striding across sand. But Paul noted how this house had restored to her something of what she had once been here. Concubine to a ruling duke, her presence carried some of its old assertiveness. Now, I've just put concubine to a ruling duke, as opposed to a sort of reverend mother to a people, a holy figure to a whole people. I think is a step down in the world. And it depends on how we look at the word concubine and that position within society. And I suppose what Paul's trying to say to us about that term, or sorry, Paul, sorry, what Frank is trying to say in relation to that term. And of course, we're going to get to it. We'll not chat about it too much because it's the very last thing in the book, isn't it? But I think, isn't it, there's some point like made to Chani, you know, isn't it? It's, yeah. What exactly do we think the position of concubinage is? But later on, Paul will say to Chani, is it that woman over there will be my wife, and you but a concubine, you know? And then, of course, that Jessica will also say that she'll live like less than a concubine. Yeah. But she's been restored, something of what she'd once been. That's what she once was. She was a concubine to a ruling duke. She's not the concubine to a ruling duke here at all. She's concubine to the deceased father of a ruling duke at this point, I suppose. But being back in this setting has kind of restored something to Jessica. Jessica will kind of be doing some of the kind of well, I suppose we're getting to look at Paul a lot through her eyes here, but some of the smarter thinking, I suppose, in this chapter, the political maneuvering comes from Jessica. Excuse me, and Chani, to a degree. So concubine to a ruling duke, her presence carried some of its old assertiveness. Jessica's point of view, we're told here, is that she stopped in front of Paul and looked down at him, saw his fatigue and how he hid it. Again, that about appearances, but found no compassion for him. And a question, as I write these notes, I just kind of scribble my thoughts, just why, I wondered. Excuse me. And we're told it was as though she'd been rendered incapable of any emotion for her son. So we're not seeing kind of much emotion from Paul. We've had loneliness. Oh, I'm so lonely. Bitterness. You know, negative emotions here. And seemingly no real feeling over the death of his son. Jessica here, we have again that mirroring that, maybe thinking of them as a Janice aspect. She found no compassion for him, and as though she'd been rendered incapable of any emotion for her son. And again, it's kind of why, I wonder, is it fear? Is it because of his behavior? Is it that I think it is that she's pretty much afraid of him at this point. Jessica had entered the Great Hall, wondering why the place refused to fit itself snugly into her memories. It remained a foreign room, as though she had never walked here with her beloved Leto, never confronted a drunken Duncan Idaho here. Never. And again, that sense of alienness, the whole, to Jessica, she's never liked Arrakis from the moment she got here. She's it's not Caladan, is it? You generally get the sense that her heart is there. So her thoughts here are interesting. The words here I've just put up at the top of this are hidden unity, kindness, and cruelty. So there should be a word tension directly opposite to Adab, the demanding memory. There should be a word for memories that deny themselves. The demanding memory, I was having a wee think about this. This is just her thoughts there. Well, that would be an undemanding forgetfulness, if you like. It kind of reminded me on drinking from the river Leith, something like that. And I was sure there was some poetic assertions that I was thinking on. What am I thinking on? Let me see. Bear with me a wee second. Is it Ode on a Grecian Urn or something? I'm thinking of. No, it's not. Is it Nightingale? Ode to a Nightingale. Bear with me a wee second. Yeah, there we go. Oh, what a great. If anybody doesn't know Keats, check him out. Keats is great. Ode to a Nightingale. My heart aches and a drowsy numbness pains my sense, as though of hemlock I had drunk, or emptied some dull opiate to the drains 1 minute past and leathwards had sunk. That's the way I was, if you want to forget. Head leathwards. She was looking for a term that would be the opposite of a dab. That's kind of where I went with that. I was pondering it. Sorry, that's my own whimsy. So Jessica asks, where is Alia? And Paul's response here is that she's out doing what any good Fremen child should be doing in such times. She's killing enemy wounded and marking their bodies for the water recovery teams. And Jessica's like, Paul! It's it's great. Alia's off slaughtering the wounded and marking their bodies for water recovery. She's busy. Not the best thing to hear what your arguably 4 years old, maybe 3, what your 3 or 4 year old daughter is up to. As a, I wouldn't be happy as a parent if that's what my 3 or 4 year old was up to. Jessica glared at her son. Oh, sorry, I missed a bit. Backing up, she goes, Paul. So Paul says that you must understand that she does this out of kindness. Isn't it odd how we misunderstand the hidden unity of kindness and cruelty? I'm not too sure if Paul talks about this here, but it's to do with the God Emperor. We'll talk about the cruelty of the husbandman, if you like. Easy to understand that they're the same thing, is what Paul's saying here, that kindness, they have a hidden unity, a hidden oneness of kindness and cruelty. You don't understand. She's not really being cruel. She's being kind, is what he's basically saying there. And Jessica glared at her son, shocked by the profound change in him. And her thoughts here, was it his child's death that did this? She wondered. And she said, the men tell strange stories of you, Paul. They say you've all the powers of the legend. Nothing can be hidden from you, that you see where others cannot see. And Paul says, a Bene Gesserit should ask about legends. In other words, you know all about this. We've manipulated these people with these legends. You're asking strange. You're asking why? And Jessica admits, I've had a hand in whatever you are, but you must expect me to. And he cuts her off. And as much as she's had a hand in what he is, I don't think she really has a clue. Here he gets gives her a bit of an explanation and an admission. How would you like to live billions upon billions of lives? There's a fabric of legends for you. Think of all those experiences, the wisdom they'd bring. But wisdom tempers love, doesn't it? And it puts a new shape on hate. How can you tell what's ruthless unless you've plumbed the depths of both cruelty and kindness? You should fear me, mother. I am the Kwisatz Haderach. And Jessica tried to swallow in a dry throat, and presently she said, once you denied to me that you were the Kwisatz Haderach. Paul shook his head. I can deny nothing anymore. And he looked up into her eyes. And the Emperor and his people, come now, they will be announced any moment. Stand beside me. I wish a clear view of them. My future bride will be among them. So let's just back up a wee bit there. Pretty powerful stuff. Jessica admits, I've, you should. Paul says you shouldn't, ask me about legends. You know what it's all about. Is basically what he's saying to her, and she says, I've had a hand in whatever you are, but you must expect me to. Well, we don't really know what she's going to say there, and she is wondering: is Paul's behavior because of the death of Leto the second here, the child? Is it has this profound change occurred here because of that, or is it something else? She doesn't know. But how would you like to live billions upon billions of lives? So this is what it is to be a Kwisatz Haderach. That's a fabric of legends for you. Think of all the experiences, the wisdom that they bring. Okay, surely they would bring the experiences of an awful lot of unwise people, I like to think. Some of these things, depending on how you think about it, you may or may not agree with. But he says, wisdom tempers love. And I've written next to that, no, it doesn't. It says it puts a new shape on hate. I put, yes, it does. But how can you tell what's ruthless unless you've plumbed those depths of both cruelty and kindness? You should fear me, mother. I am the Kwisatz Haderach. To understand what it is to be kind and to be cruel, to understand it properly, what he's saying is that you would have to plumb those depths. You would have to be very kind. You'd have to go to the fullest depths of your kindness and the fullest depths of your cruelty to understand those emotions, those states of being, if you like. I disagree. But experience of them is one thing, isn't it? Fear me, mother, I am the Kwisatz Haderach. And he can deny nothing anymore. Wisdom tempers his love. So, in other words, I think it's an excuse, isn't it, that all of these lives that I have lived, all of these billions of lives, all of that wisdom, it's tempered, maybe tempered love. Is that the love he had for Leto, his son, that he's not grieving that much? It's hard to get a take on it here. I'd like to know your thoughts on this bit, guys, actually. Let me just catch up on some of your comments. We're going along rightly, but we're still an awful long way to go. Let's see. Ryan the Scar saying, cheers, everybody. Hi, Ryan. Thanks very much for joining us. Frank says, I agree about the myriad articulations of the Janus aspect and feel it is much akin in terms of the narrative architecture and Frank's creative process to how interlocking mandalas appear. I agree there, Frank. I think it's also a lot to do with what we talked about before, about the way he positions characters on the wheel, if you like, on those mandalas, and goes for pairings and opposites. It's something I wish I'd been doing on the book, actually, since we started. We could have done that. I've done it a couple of times with some characters, and just how they connect up, and I end up just kind of having different versions of it. I keep finding, it's there's a high degree of reiteration, I think, within Frank's work, deliberately so. And in fact, actually, if we get to the appendix, we'll see a lot of it. So interesting is regarding hands and agency. I'm thinking how Fenring's power and agency dawns on Paul in this chapter, and how we might see him as hand to the king in relation to the emperor. Yes, I knew it was something with Hemlock. Hemlock. I think I've missed something here from you, Ryan, possibly. Maybe you could do something with Hemlock. Maybe you could give us a bit more, or I might have missed something there, Ryan. Hands and what they represent, agency. We had. I've got loads to get through, don't we? So much happens in this chapter, and it is kind of almost parading the different groups and individuals that we need to wrap things up in one at a time. Paul gets a little bit of time to himself with Gurney and Stilgar, and we kind of see how those relationships don't seem to be. They have changed. Everything's changing, as we say. It's all in flux. Stilgar is a fawning over Paul now, if you like. He's it's probably the wrong word to use, but he's a creature in his power. And Gurney seems to be, not liking what he sees here too much. We've had that two male characters, I suppose, with Paul. We're going to get the two female characters with Jessica and Chani with him in a And again, we're going to get that sense of that he's not quite right, and everybody is changed by this. And isn't that the point of a Kwisatz Haderach, I think? Paul is caught up in his loneliness. Jessica, as a reverend mother, does have some sense of the weight of experience, but Paul doesn't accept that. He persists in his uniqueness, his creatureliness. Excellent. Yeah, it's also a bit selfish, isn't it? I think that's kind of where I was going with it. That it's, and I'm not sure if that's the right term. I have my doubts about some of the things with Paul in this chapter, but he's focusing on certain things. And maybe ultimately what we know about Paul, maybe he's losing little aspects of his humanity here, or struggling to retain some of them. We ultimately know that Paul's ultimate struggle really with all of this is going to be over his humanity. Pardon me. So the emperor and his people come now. They will be announced any moment. Stand beside me. I wish a clear view of them. My future bride will be among them. And he's not talking about Chani. Jessica again, Paul, snap. Don't make the mistake your father made. And I've put next to that, which one? Because there are far too many I can think of. Jessica, the dialogue in this is kind of reminding me on is it the Jonathan thing in the Dungeons and Dragons film, which I thought was very funny. It's kind of almost a similar thing in this. That Jessica's the one, these are all exclamations. She's the one expressing shock. She snaps here. Don't make the same mistake your father made. Which one? So this is about marrying for love, really. Isn't that the mistake that we're talking about here? Paul says she's a princess. She's my key to the throne, and that's all she'll ever be. Mistake. You think because I'm what you made me that I cannot feel the need for revenge? And as usual, whenever Paul says things like this, I write, next to them. So, yeah, the princess is a key to the throne. That's all she'll ever be. So she's a tool to him. And it's a term that we're going to think of very much so when we get to the next chapter after this is finished. But to look at the people here, the Fremen in particular, as tools, not as people at all. And Paul's doing the same thing with Irulan here. She's a key to the throne, and that's all she'll ever be. And that's a kind of absolute in his mind. She'll never be anything else to him. And Jessica's remarks next. And he says, don't you think that what you made me, I cannot feel the need for revenge? Don't you think the Kwisatz Haderach doesn't want to have a bit of revenge? It's kind of what and Jessica's response is fearful here, even on the innocent. And she thought, he must not make the mistakes I made. And here's our other moment from Paul Atreides. There are no innocent anymore. And Jessica's response to him is quite harsh. I tell that to Chani. And she gestured towards the passage from the rear of the residency. Cue Chani, I suppose. I just put next to that, ouch, that's quite harsh. There are no innocent anymore. Your son, again, this is to do with his son who's dead. Tell that to Chani. Your son, the baby Leto, was innocent. He said, no, tell that to Chani. I think it's a very brutal. There's certainly something about first. I suppose there's admonishment really from Gurney. Now we're getting it from Jessica. And I suppose the admonishment's coming from the people of the Imperium, isn't it? It's Paul's behavior, and we've got Stilgar basically kind of mentally enslaved to his god, pretty much. He's awe and obedience, and we're going to see Chani transformed, I suppose, again to something that is ultimately just a concubine. And I think the more that, as much as we can look at the Paul Chani love story thing, the more and more that Chani's within Paul's influence within the book, the more and more she's diminished in terms of her own personal power, I think. And especially a couple of chapters back, we saw how powerful and impressive a character that she was. Excuse me. So Chani entered the great hall there, walking between the Fremen guards as though unaware of them, her hood and stillsuit cap thrown back, face mask fastened aside, walked with a fragile uncertainty, we're told, as she crossed the room to stand beside Jessica. And Paul saw the marks of tears on her cheeks, and his thoughts are, she gives water to the dead. At the top of this chapter here, this page of my notes, I've just written Paul's a bit of an arsehole here. I was chatting about it with my wife, and she wasn't too sure he was. But it says he felt a pang of grief, so another emotion for him. It strikes through him, but it was as though he could only feel this thing through Chani's presence. Is that like? Is it only? Can you only have these feelings through by proxy through Chani? I'm not too sure. Chani says, "He is dead, beloved. Our son is dead." Heartbreaking this must be for this character. Paul, holding himself under stiff control, got to his feet. He reached out, touched Chani's cheek, feeling the dampness of her tears. He cannot be replaced, but there will be other sons. It is Usul who promises this. And I've put wow, and then I've also put well, I don't know. Depending on what you think, is this a kind thing to say to her here? Is it a kindness? It's not Paul who's speaking to her. It's not Muad'Dib who's speaking to her here. It's Usul. Our son can't be replaced, but there'll be other sons. It's Usul who promises this. There will be another son and another daughter, won't there? But there will not be other sons, plural. So I've put that's really not true, is it? Gently then he moved her aside and gestured to Stilgar. And I've put in a kind of sledgehammery kind of way, enough warmth to business. And I thought it's very brief. He can't be replaced, but there are other sons. That's basically just saying he can be replaced, really. I kind of get that from him. I don't know. Let's catch up with your comments, folks. Right. Let's see. So interesting. Oh, yes, right. That was just Frank's comment about hands. Yes. Ryan the Scar says, I knew it was something with hemlock. Paul has caught something to do with hemlock. I'm not too sure still what you mean, Ryan, but not to worry. Paul is caught up in his loneliness. Jessica, as a reverend mother. So this is Cynthia. Paul is caught up in his loneliness. Jessica, as a reverend mother, does have some sense of the weight of experience, but Paul doesn't accept that. He persists in his uniqueness, his creatureliness. Yeah, I think I've read these before, folks. Sorry. Frank saying, rather than wisdom tempering love, is it instead that love and hate temper? That is amalgamate to produce wisdom. To plumb the depths of both is to gain them as ingredients in an alchemical process. Very interesting. I just ran with it my own thoughts about love and stuff like that. And it does what wisdom and sagacity, does it temper your ability to love? I genuinely don't think so. I think it would do the opposite. You okay, Noodles? Do you want out, Real? Sorry, folks, give us a wee second. Do you want out? Off you go. We'll say hello to Holly. There we go. There we go. Noodles feels the need to be somewhere else. Very good. She's just been sitting there sleeping away. Oh dear, oh dear. So the emotions, I suppose, that he has been experiencing have been pretty negative, haven't they? But there's not really much time spent on Chani here. She's brought out. She says he's dead, beloved. Our son is dead. Can't be replaced. There'll be other sons. It's Usul who promises this. Out the way. Gently, he moved her aside. And I suppose it's maybe just the circumstances here. There's not really enough time for this kind of thing here at this point. So Stilgar says, Muad'Dib. Paul says to him, they come from the ship, the emperor and his people. I will stand here. Assemble the captives in an open space in the center of the room. They will be kept at a distance of 10 meters from me unless I command otherwise. So again, through the characters, I suppose, and the rubble and the chair and everything, we're getting a nice little scene set up for us. almost as if we're wheeling everybody out on stage for the final act. And as you command, Muad'Dib, says Stilgar. Of course, as Stilgar turned to obey, Paul heard the odd mutterings of the Fremen guards. You see, he knew. No one told him, but he knew. So this is the building of this myth, this legend, this building of the awe, and I suppose ultimately obedience, that the Fremen are becoming Paul's creatures here. So here we get the Emperor's entourage, and it could be heard approaching now, his Sardaukar humming one of their marching tunes to keep up their spirits. There came a murmur of voices at the entrance, and Gurney Halleck passed through the guard, crossed to confer with Stilgar, and then moved to Paul's side, a strange look in his eyes. And Paul's thoughts are, will I lose Gurney too, the way I lost Stilgar? Losing a friend to gain a creature? Excuse me 1 wee second, folks. Tell you what, actually, I'm just going to pause a wee quick second and run to the loo, and my dog's scratching at the door looking back in. So I'll just take a quick loo break, and we'll be back in a wee second. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. Noodles needed a loo break too. She's outside at the moment. Oh, yes, indeed. There we go. Right, where are we at? Let's see. Still got sound. Okay. Yes, is he going to lose? I've lost. Will I lose Gurney too, the way I lost Stilgar? Losing a friend to gain a creature. Interesting way of putting it, but something I've created. So Gurney says they have no throwing weapons. I've made sure of that myself. And he glanced around the room, seeing Paul's preparations. Pardon me. So Gurney says, Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen is with them. Shall I cut him out? Paul says, leave him. Okay, so we've got the Harkonnen in the audience, if you like, the Emperor. We're getting the who's who here. There are some guild people, too, demanding special privileges, threatening an embargo against Arrakis. I told them I'd give you the message. Paul said, let them threaten. And again, Jessica's, Paul, she hissed behind him. He's talking about the guild. And Paul's response, I'll pull their fangs presently. Nothing to me. So again, the language there, though, that the guild are demanding special privileges, threatening an embargo to this guy, basically. So threatening behavior, if you like, they're trying to flex their power. But I'll pull their fangs presently. So we get Paul's thoughts about the guild here. And let's see, I think we've mentioned, I think, was it somebody, Cynthia might have mentioned a little bit about this earlier. The different forms of military weakness. We're going to come to the guild, because the guild aren't the military. But it's a totally valid point. Yeah, kind of the question begets why not. And he thought then about the guild, the force that had specialized for so long it had become a parasite, unable to exist independently of the life upon which it fed. They had never dared grasp the sword. That's interesting. Anybody's read the Shi Shen Lu's trilogy of the Remembrance of Earth's Past, isn't it? The concept of sword holders, isn't it? Never dared grasp the sword. They never took power. And now they could not grasp it. They might have taken Arrakis when they realized their error, and here is their error spelled out for us, of specializing on the melange awareness spectrum narcotic for their navigators. So it's specialization. If you're highly specialized in nature, it's a problem, isn't it? If you have to adapt and you can't. And so that's very much pointing towards this. The guild, of course, remember, are a school of thought, if you like, that deals with mathematics, higher mathematics, and represent, I suppose, a fundamental change in the society of the Imperium, to the fact that their calendar is named, uses the terms before the guild and after the guild. And of course, that's in light of, I suppose, their formation is in light of response out of the Butlerian Jihad. The guild in Dune don't move ships through wormholes or fold space or any of that. The ships have engines. And I think that the navigator's ability to mathematically predict better courses, I think, using melange, this kind of thing, is what allows them to travel so quickly. But space travel prior to the guild is possible, and space travel without melange addicted navigators is also possible. But everyone's become dependent on it. It's not just their dependency, as everybody else's as well. So the error of specializing on the melange awareness spectrum narcotic for their navigators. They could have done this, lived their glorious day, and died. Instead, they existed from moment to moment, hoping the seas in which they swam might produce a new host when the old one died. And I've put brackets. Is that the Emperor? Is that what they mean by that? Maybe it's the Kwisatz Haderach. I don't know. The new host for the guild. The guild navigators, gifted with limited prescience, had made the fatal decision. They'd chosen always the clear, safe course that leads ever downwards into stagnation. So it's kind of one of those things, there are easy things in life and there are difficult things in life, and some people always go with the easy thing. If I find out there's a hard way of doing something and an easy way of doing it, I like to go with the hard way. I'm one of those people. Generally, I think it's a bit more fun, isn't it? It depends on your attitude. But doing things the easy way, just it's too easy, isn't it? Life doesn't get very interesting. It's this kind of thing. They've always taken the clear, safe path, So, but like, I suppose if you think about, funny enough, we're talking about fairy tales and how they're supposed to work on kids, if you know what I mean, how they're meant to imprint important lessons on them that are generally for their safety, but don't leave the path in the forest, this kind of thing. But if you do leave the path, then if you don't ever leave the path, you don't get to explore the forest. That kind of thing. If you know what I mean. Goodness gracious. So safe and the clear, straight, safe way is what the guild are all about. They're conservative by nature. And they don't take risks. And that's their problem. Paul's thoughts are here. Let's let them look closely at their new host. So the new host is indeed him. the soon-to-be emperor, the Kwisatz Haderach. So the Guild are here. We're getting, I suppose, the opponents of the Atreides being lined up. We've got the Guild, we've got the Emperor, we've got a Harkonnen. Gurney's time for more. There's also a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother who says she's a, interesting word, friend of your mother. Prior to this was it Gaius Helen Mohim described Jessica as her serving wench, I believe, not as her friend. But Paul says, and he's speaking for his mother here, my mother has no Bene Gesserit friends. And of course, she is right next to him, but he speaks for her. Gurney again glances around the great hall, bent close to Paul's ears. Thufir Howit's with him, my lord. I had no chance to see him alone, but he used our old hand signs to say he's been working with the Harkonnens. Thought you were dead. Says he's to be left among them. And of course, initially Paul says, you left Thufir among these? Are those? And Gurney says he wanted it. And I thought it best, if there's something wrong, he's where we can control him. If not, we've an ear on the other side. So good thinking from Gurney there as a kind of reasoned approach to it. So we've got Thufir. We've also got the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother. Pardon me. Different groups, all these different groups, yeah. And Paul's thoughts then of prescient glimpses into possibilities of this moment. And one timeline where Thufir carried a poison needle, which the Emperor commanded he use against this upstart Duke. So here's another possible future. We're going to see a little bit of it in a moment or two. So the entrance guard stepped aside and formed a short corridor of lances, and there came a murmurous swish of garments, feet rasping on the sand that drifted into the residency. Some nice wee bits of writing from Frank here. The Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV led his people into the hall. His bursag helmet lost. His red hair stood out in disarray. Uniform's left sleeve ripped along the inner seam. He was beltless and without weapons. But his presence moved with him like a force shield bubble that kept his immediate area open. So this guy's got a powerful presence. A Fremen lance dropped across his path, stopped him where Paul ordered. Others bunched up behind, a montage of colour of shuffling and staring faces. And Paul swept his gaze across the group, saw women who had signs of weeping, saw the lackeys who'd come to enjoy the grandstand seats at a Sardaukar victory, now stood choked to silence by their defeat. He saw the bird-bright eyes of the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohim, glaring beneath her black hood, and beside her the narrow furtiveness of Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen. And again, Paul's thoughts were, there's a face time betrayed to me. And he looked beyond Feyd-Rautha then, attracted by a movement, seeing there a narrow weaselish face he'd never before encountered, not in time or out of it. It was a face he felt he should know, and feeling carried with it a marker of fear. I suppose from our point of view, Paul's little nexus of his death, the treachery, etc., it's coming from all angles, isn't it? And that potentially we've got the Sardaukar and the Emperor about here, but we've got Gurney. Oh, sorry, not Gurney. We've got Thufir potentially with a poison needle. We've got Feyd-Rautha ready to fight to the death, etc. We've got the Reverend Gaius Helen Mohim, who we should not consider as anything other than absolutely lethal. Just this little lady in a black robe is absolutely something to be reckoned with. And then we've got this man here. And of all of the things that this character again is fascinating, is quite interesting. I'll just quickly check your comments here before we get into him. But this is someone that Paul has not seen in time or out of it, was a face that he felt he should know, and feeling carried with it a marker of fear. Now, let's have a wee look. Frank Red saying, is Frank using the word creature to denote a sort of lessening of humanity in Gurney? Does he mean it as an animalistic as you said, Doc, we humans are prone to forgetting we are animals. Yeah, it's one of those terms. I think that if it's like some people would, when insulting people would say you're an animal, and of course I am. It's kind of to call someone an animal is not a particular insult to me. Um, a creature is something else. And a creature would suggest that something has made you that way. To me, that you goes with creation, created, if you like. Um, I don't think it's animalistic. To be honest with you, and I totally get what you're saying, Frank. But if you understand what I mean by a creature is something that's created, if you see what I mean, rather than I would use it as a term specifically to relate to animals. Are we prone to forgetting that we are animals? It's a lessening of being human. But I think I don't think that if we had, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Is it something that what Samuel Butler was trying to suggest, that our position around such, if machines like this had existed, that we would be like dogs, would be our best bet of survival, that we'd be happy in our servitude, we'd be in awe and we'd be obedient, this kind of thing. The changes Paul marks and Stilgar frames similarly. What differentiates human beings, animals, and creatures is a very good question. I don't think we've got an answer yet for it. And ultimately, Frank, I think that humanity puts itself up on a pedestal above all other animals. How does it Shakespeare put it? The paragon of animals. What a piece of work man is. Yeah. Sorry, you're speaking to a misanthrope, Frank. It's a good point, and it's a thing that goes throughout the book. This poison only kills animals. What differentiates between human beings, animals, and creatures? I think is a very good question that runs throughout this book, and I'm not sure we have an answer for it. Frank says, I read the Guild as parasites latching onto Paul Muad'Dib. Is it something he allows because he knows even in a parasitic symbiotic relationship he has total control over the Guild? Fenring, says Ryan. Yeah, Fenring's coming right up. And the apparatus the Guild enable is useful to his terrible purpose. We might say he permits the maintenance of the other systems of power, imperial, ducal, Landsrod, etc., for the same reason. My understanding is that the position of the Emperor, I think, pretty much comes that the two real powers behind that throne are the Guild and the Bene Gesserit. Everyone else is not involved within that. That's the structure, that's the triumvirate of the Imperium, if you like, of the how to put somebody on a throne. Is that the power, really, the ability to move the armies comes from the Guild. The ability for the wives and the how would you put it, lineage, if you like, comes from the Bene Gesserit. And each have their own deals to make to put somebody on the throne. We're going to be told in one of the appendices that basically the gentleman who we're about to look at is Count Hasimir Fenring, and it's suggested that he's the guy that killed Shaddam IV's father. And as much as we get the suggestion that he did it for the Emperor, I don't believe that. And I think that, well, let's have a wee chat about him in a second. But I believe that Fenring is a character who's similar to Miles Teg. I think Fenring is in the service of the Bene Gesserit. And I think as much as Fenring acts in a certain, he is the Emperor's friend, we're told. He stays with the Emperor after this. But there's something about him, and particularly his relationship to Margot Fenring and how they would leave this story is particularly interesting. In fact, he's fascinating, and I suppose we're going to have let's just do it. Let's have a look at him. I should be afraid of this guy. He's not in time or out of it. So narrow, weaselish face. The weasel. Why should I fear this man? Are in Paul's thoughts, and he leaned toward his mother and he whispered, "That man to the left of the Reverend Mother, the evil-looking one. Who is that?" And Jessica looked and recognized the face from her Duke's dossier. Jessica kind of acting as the Duke's secretary in a kind of way again here. This is Count Hasimir Fenring, and I've had the right. See, Book Club 1. Okay, so Jessica says Count Fenring, the one who was here immediately before us, a genetic eunuch and a killer. Paul's thoughts are the Emperor's errand boy. And the thought, that's not a great thought there, and the thought was a shock crashing across his consciousness because he had seen the Emperor in uncounted associations spread throughout the possible futures, but never once had Count Fenring appeared within those prescient visions. And Paul's thoughts are, it occurred to him then that he'd seen his own dead body along countless reaches of the time web, but never once had he seen his moment of death. I kind of put, why not? And he actually asks, have I been denied a glimpse of this man because he is the one who kills me? Now, the thought sent a pang of foreboding through him and us as readers and forced his attention away from Fenring. So we'll come back to that in a second. So very quickly, real threat, and that threat's going to come back in a bit, but he shifts his attention from something which is really scary to him, I think. So he's seen his dead body all the time, but never once has he seen this guy, and it's quite, the association is that it could well be this guy. Now, I've said to get my notes down on this guy from our book club and see how well our notes work. So let's go to Jim Book Club Chapter 1 for Count Fenring. We've looked at this guy before, and I've actually, I'll put my bookmark in just to tell you, I've got a bunch of stuff on this guy, so let's have a wee quick talk about him before we pile on. Count Hasimir Fenring, Lady Margot Fenring. Is Fenring a failed Kwisatz? This is from my previous notes in the first, for Chapter 10, I think. Fenrir the Wolf, Hasimir like Casimir, the back of the book. What have I got? Is he a failed Kwisatz Haderach? Is he a Bene Gesserit Bashar? And is he a spy? These are the questions a Bene Gesserit spy I asked way back in Chapter 10. He's based on 3 people as best as I can tell. Now, very quickly, in the etymology of the name, Hasimir Fenring is a version of Casimir. Now, so it's a Polish name. Casimir is the English from the Latin form of Kazimierz, which means proclaimer of, well, from the word Kazakh and mir. So the word Kazakh means proclaimer of peace, and mir to preach is peace. Oh, sorry, from proclaimer of peace, it means from Kazakh meaning to preach. I apologize. And the word mir, which of course means peace. I've got 3 candidates for this gentleman that he's based on, and he seems to be a hybrid of all 3, to be honest with you. We've got Casimir the Comte de Montron. His dates are 1768 to 1843. We have Count Casimir Felix Badeni. That's Badeni. His dates are 1846 to 1909. He was a minister and a president. And Casimir III the Great, who was the king of Poland. Very interestingly, his dates are 1310 to 1370, famous for only having daughters. Let's see, Fenrir then. Of course, it's Fenrir the Wolf you'll find from the Poetic and Prose Edda. He's one of the children of Loki and the giantess Angrboda. Now, let's see. Foretold to kill the god Odin during Ragnarok, will in turn be killed by Odin's son Vidar. And also, just by the way, we talk about hands that Fenrir, when roped, bit off the right hand of Tyr. So that's just the stuff that I had previously. Back in, if we go back to the video in Chapter 10, we had a wee natter about who he's based on. But of course, at this point in the book, we're kind of it's kind of almost like an end of the world scenario here, the end of the book. Fenrir, never once had Count Fenring appeared. Very much a nod to Fenrir from Old Norse, meaning fen dweller, and other versions of the name, here we go, are Fenrisulfur and Hrodvitmir, if I'm pronouncing those correctly. Fenrisulfur is the Old Norse for Fenris. Ulfur, sorry, is Fenris's wolf. Fenris's wolf. And Hrodvitmir is the Old Norse for Fame Wolf, if I've written that correctly. There's another name which is Valangander, which is the Old Norse for the monster of the Van, which is a river, by the way. Ulfur is the Old Norse for wolf, I've put here. So the children of Loki and the giantess Angrboda are Hel, who's a woman. Again, but like Hades is a person and a place. Fenrir the wolf, and of course the world serpent Jormungandr, if I'm saying those right, which is kind of an Ouroboros. So there's a lot of end of the world, Ragnarok and roll, that kind of thing, associations with this guy. Although Frank's kind of gone with weasel rather than wolf, I thought, but yeah, this incredibly dangerous chap who is and again, I suppose the questions we have to ask about him. The one he's a genetic eunuch and a killer, and we'll come to that. We need to sort of ask it in terms of what kind of eunuch he is, and is he a failed Kwisatz Haderach, and does the word failed mean anything? I think when it comes to this guy, but in particular, there's a phrase here that's really, really important to the whole series, I think. He's never encountered Fenring in his time vision, not in time or out of it. And where's the little bit? Let me see, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, very quickly, let me see if I can find this wee bit. Never ever seen him. Oh, maybe we haven't got to it yet. Maybe it's later on. Count Fenring is, I think, the first. As much as he may be a failed Kwisatz Haderach, I think Fenring is the origin of the no gene. It's his the way he can't be seen, the way he can't be found. And I think the big question is if we'd imagined. And we'll get there, but Count Fenring, Lady Margot, and the child of Feyd-Rautha at the end, and what's going on there, and ultimately, if we move that into if we've read forward in the Dune books and understand the concept of no technology, I think we're seeing the first example of it here with Fenring. But we'll come to him again later in the chapter, folks. So that was just a wee bit of a recap. Now, so basically, yeah. The thought of this guy sends a pang of foreboding through Paul. As it should sort of ring bells of alarm, and forced his attention away from Fenring, now looking at the remnants of the Sardaukar men and officers, bitterness on their faces and desperation. Here and there among the faces caught Paul's attention briefly. The Sardaukar officers measuring preparations within this room, scheming yet for a way to turn defeat into victory. And then Paul's attention came at last. So again, we're getting a kind of scan of who's here really, and finally we come to a tall blonde woman, green-eyed, with the face of patrician beauty. We're told classic in its hauteur, untouched by tears, completely undefeated, without being told that Paul knew her as the Princess Royal, Bene Gesserit trained, a face that time vision had shown him in many aspects. Irulan. Patrician beauty. Patricius is Latin for having a noble father, if you like. The terms that are used to describe Irulan are kind of haughty, posh, hauteur, this patrician beauty. She's something else, I suppose, isn't she? She's the idea of regal unearthliness almost, maybe. And Paul's thoughts immediately go, there's my key. Oh, let's have a wee look, catching up before we head on. The apparatus the guild enable is useful to this terrible purpose. We might say permits the maintenance of other systems of power, imperial, ducal, lands, etc. for the same reason. Yeah, and to a degree they're all interdependent, I think, because of the guild. They're all parasitic as well. Says Frank, the observation on creatures is very enlightening. The answer is hiding in plain sight. Those around Paul are created, born again in his victory. Yeah, and it's what is created around this individual. And we've already seen in the previous chapter, as I said, with the communications guys, I think are very funny. There's a point here where Fremen aren't doing what he's ordered them to do in the previous chapter. In the middle of a battle, they've refused his orders. It's people will start taking. I think Muad'Dib would want this. They'll start speaking for him. They'll start acting for him. And even ultimately, I suppose we'll find this out. But Gurney will do it later on in a different book, if you know what I mean. In relation to the Reverend Mother guy as Hel Mohiam, if I can remember correctly. But Frank says, but who creates Paul Muad'Dib? The House Atreides, and Harkonnen, the Bene Gesserit, the Fremen, the Spice Melange, all of these perhaps, and or something more. Ryan Scar says, not each oracle cancels each out. Ryan Scar says, but which bloodline does Fenring come? We have to get there, but I think the time to hit Fenring is later on. He's fascinating, but absolutely, that's a really good question. And the no gene origins from Siona, I get that. I think he's got it, Ryan, and I'll present my evidence in this chapter and tell me if you agree or not. It's to do with why Paul can't see him. Why have I never seen this guy? He's not in time or out of it. Never once appeared within prescient vision. We'll build up our evidence, Ryan, but I think Fenring has an OG. And yeah, we have to have a wee look. Yeah, we're going to investigate him because we also have him in the why is this character who's only on paper very briefly presented in the almanac at the end of the book? Distaff, cousin of House Carino. So females on the female side, everybody's related here. So that's what we're told at the back. He's a distaff cousin. Everybody's cousins here. This is the psychotic family novel in super action, I think. But the no gene origins from Siona, I would have said the same thing, Ryan, up until last night when I was reading through it. And then I thought I think it's in plain sight here, and I've not noticed it before. So I was kind of thinking it's a bit of a woohoo, see what you think moment. I'll present the evidence, but no, but you can't see this guy in time. Where are we? I'll jump. And it is this Weasley, never before encountered, not in time or out of it. Yeah. Face he should. It carries with it a marker of fear. Evil looking. And she's, again, his position as the previous person in charge of Arrakis. That's a position of real power. A genetic eunuch and a killer. Ooh. Excuse me, that's our noodles. But no, the information hasn't been presented here just yet. Have I been denied a glimpse of this man? Have I been denied a glimpse of this man? Because he is the one who kills me, Paul wonders. The question is, well, who denies it to, or what denies it to? Does that make sense? It's an odd way of putting it. But I think I've got. We'll present it and see what you think, guys. It's because they obstruct each other's foresight. Yeah, something that can hide from a person with prescience is basically if I can remember correctly, the point of the no gene. I think Hasimir Fenring has it. And we'll discuss the genetic eunuch thing in a wee bit here. Earlier in the chapter, Paul realizes that Alia can put herself into other people's time sense. He only realizes that because she tells him. Does she have a yes gene? Contra to Fenring's no gene? Just a thought. Quite possible. I'm kind of asking myself some new questions tonight on this, folks, but particularly about Fenring. I've always been fascinated by him, and how Frank uses minor characters is incredible. They're almost more almost all of them, I think, are more fascinating than the major characters. They're not on the page for very long, but it's what he does with them. But it's to do with that. I think we can present the evidence. And is Ali a person who can pop in and just go, aha? That's a good way of putting it. A yes gene to the no gene. Just the thought. There's Jude McFerrin. Hi, Jude. Said amazed at the quality of this chat. Thank you very much, Jude. Thank everybody else out here. Keep your comments and questions coming, folks. There's a lot here. I'm convinced that Fenring is a prototype or something in terms of what Frank's got planned ahead. The no gene is and as much as the thing I will say about it at this point is if Fenring is the whole point with Fenring is that he was meant to be a Kwisatz Haderach. He's described as a failed Kwisatz Haderach. He wasn't what they were after, but who's to say he wasn't something else? And the fact that nobody can see this guy, nobody, and is that what allows him to be quite an effective assassin for the Emperor? Is that no one can see this guy coming, and the whole he's lethal. But even to Paul Atreides, with all of these faculties available to him, to all the guild, nobody can see this guy, and it begs the question why. And the things are thrown in, and we get this guy mentioned just a couple of times, really, in the book. Here, there, a little pinch there, one big chunk in the appendices. And of course, we're all waiting for the big. Again, it's what you see and what you don't see. It's the obvious threat is going to be Feyd-Rautha, really, isn't it? But the very unobvious, very dangerous thing here is Hasimir Fenring, the Count. Excuse me a wee second, folks. I'm going to hit a quick pause because I really need to blow my nose. I think I need to close the door and bring in my doggy. So I'll be one wee second and straight back. Bang, there we go. Sorry about that, folks. Our Noodles is playing up a bit. My wife's telling me she's just walking around the house barking at things at random. But the navigator could interfere with Paul's sight too. Yeah, I think to a degree there's plenty of people with prescient ability in this universe. It's to what degrees. But the navigators have I think it's what Paul was saying about the guild. The thought process there about the guild that they refused. They never dared grasp the sword, and it's too late now. And I think as we've read it, we've got a sense from the guild that they're aware of something happening around this time nexus, but that if they interfered too much, that it would go really bad for them. And I think you kind of get the sense that the guild are trying to present in this chapter a certain way, but they're also being super cautious because they really just don't know what to do. There's too many variables. But yeah, the other wee thing I put, by the way, about Fenring, and whenever we get to it, is I've made a wee note here just to say, see Faramir in the Two Towers, Lord of the Rings. There's something about him that's a little bit similar, I thought, just in relation to the power game. But yeah, we're going to come back to him. The most dangerous thing in the room, Paul's decided, I don't want to deal with that. That's the way I kind of got that. It's just the foreboding, and turned his attention to something else other than this guy that he fears. So we've gone through the Sardaukar, Princess Irulan. There's my key. And he saw the movement and the clustered people, a face, and then a figure emerged, and it's Thufir Hawat. So the same old features with darkly stained lips, hunched shoulders, the look of fragile age about him. There's Thufir Hawat, says Paul. Let him stand free, Gurney. Gurney says, my lord, let him stand free, he repeats. Gurney nods. And so Hawat shambled forward as a Fremen lance lifted and replaced behind him. His rheumy eyes peered at Paul, measuring, seeking. So Paul stepped forward one pace, sensed the tense waiting movement of the Emperor and his people. And Hawat's gaze stabbed past Paul, and the old man said, Lady Jessica, I but learned this day how I've wronged you in my thoughts. You needn't forgive. And I like this bit because it says, Paul waited, but his mother remained silent. And I just wanted to say very quickly that Thufir's apology is, well, I wouldn't call it an apology. Thufir's apology, what have I written here? Not an apology, but an absolution of forgiveness he has no right to. Okay, must have been feeling wordy that day. I've just learned how I've wronged you in my thoughts and deeds, I would add. You needn't forgive. Don't forgive me. And I've written next to him that this is not. It's not up to him, really, is it? And it's not an apology. And Paul, it has Paul waiting, but his mother remains silent. She doesn't forgive him, I think, is the implication of that. And so it goes. So Paul says, Thufir, old friend, as you can see, my back is toward no door. So reiterating that famous lesson from earlier. And Thufir's rather enigmatic here. He says the universe is full of doors. Going about doors of perception, aren't we? Paul says, am I my father's son? How it rasped, more like your grandfather's. You've his manner and the look of him in your eyes. Now, well, very quickly, Paul's response is, yet I'm my father's son. For I say to you, Thufir, that in payment for your years of service to my family, you may now ask anything you wish of me, anything at all. Do you need my life now, Thufir? It is yours. So let's have a wee look at this. Am I my father's son? And the response from Howard is more like your grandfather's. You've his manner and the look of him in your eyes. Now, the question I've written next to that is, which grandfather does he mean? Is this Leto's father he's talking about? The Atreides grandfather, the one with all the bravura? Or is he talking about the Baron? And is it an insightful question from Howard? And I'm not sure what you guys think here, but I honestly think it's both. But more like your grandfather's, you've his manner and look of him in your eyes. It's almost faithful, I think, at this point. I think Howard's a bit curious about Paul here, but I've just written, does he mean the Baron? And I've written kind of yes, I think he does, but I've kind of gone yes for the other, for Leto's father, the one that died fighting the bull. And at this point, I can't tell. I genuinely thought when I asked myself this question, which grandfather does he mean? I genuinely can't tell. I can almost think of arguments for both. I would hope it would be tending towards Leto's father, but there's a strong suggestion that Howard's got to know the Baron a bit better, hasn't he, over the last couple of years? Am I my father's son? More like your grandfather's. You've his manner and the look of him in your eyes. Not quite sure what that means. And some of the conversations we're going to have here in a minute are kind of a little bit private. Some of them are very public. But he says, yet I'm my father's son, Leto. For I say to you, Thufir, that in payment for your many years of service to my family, you may ask us about. So, do you need my life now, Thufir? It is yours. This is all said quite loudly and publicly, and this is theatre. And I think, excuse me, my nose is tickling. I think that's what. If how it means you're more like your grandfather on the Atreides side, then the public theatre, the bravura, this kind of thing is what he means. It's very public. But Paul, we're told, step forward to place hands at his side, seeing the look of awareness grow in Howard's eyes. And Paul's thoughts are, he realizes that I know of the treachery. I've written at the top of this, treachery within treachery within treachery. And Paul pitches his voice to carry it in a half whisper for Howard's ears alone. So this is a private conversation now. And he says, I mean this, Thufir. If you're to strike me, do it now. And I've written next to this, is this private theatre? Or is this genuine? And of course, we're told that there's a moment of realization for Hawat that this future with the poison needle is here. I suppose one variation of it, and it's about to be put in use. But Thufir's had a moment of realization. Paul's made this public gesture to him, and then privately, I mean it, Thufir. If you want to do it, just kill me, basically. And then we get Hawat's this little private moment between them. I but wanted to stand before you once more, my Duke. And we're told that Paul became aware for the first time of the effort the old man exerted to keep from falling. Paul reached out and supported Hawat by the shoulders, feeling the muscle tremors beneath his hands. So he's kind of already done this, I think. And Paul says, "Is there pain, old friend?" And again, this is public again, rather than being private. And Hawat agrees, "There is pain, my Duke, but the pleasure is greater." And we're told he half turned in Paul's arms, extended his left hand, sinister I've written, palm up towards the emperor, in case exposing the tiny needle cupped against his fingers. "See, Majesty, see your traitor's needle. Do you think that I, who've given my life to service of the Atreides, would give them less than now?" And Paul, we're told, staggered as the old man sagged in his arms and felt the death there, the utter flaccidity. And gently, Paul lowered Hawat to the floor, straightened, and signed for the guardsmen to carry his body away. And their silence held the hall while his command was obeyed. So that's the end of old Thufir. Poor old Thufir Hawat. Didn't betray his master in the end, if you like. Yeah, Thufir's an interesting one. I think I've been quite I mock Thufir a fair bit as a character sometimes. It's more the dependency I think that other characters have on Thufir and how that character as a mentat is being manipulated. I also thought it was quite interesting that Jessica just says nothing, doesn't forgive him at all, just remains silent. It's an odd little thing from him, but it's once again one of these Atreides shooters, if you like, those that have taught lessons to Paul. It's almost a reuniting with House Atreides as well, and it's a sad wee moment. I much preferred. Again, going back to how Thufir is in the book, I find him to be bumbling, and it's an age thing. He's too old. This kind of thing. He's got problems that are obvious, I think, and he should be retired. To serve so many generations of these people. They really should have just let him go and have a nice life. And of course, he's a very dangerous man, and he's a dangerous weapon. And it's a weapon that this mentat has been used by the Harkonnens and turned upon his own people. So he's quite a tragic character, I think. Thufir. He's an interesting one. I really like what Freddie Jones did with him in the David Lynch version as well. He's an interesting character, and he made him. I thought he did a great job of making Thufir much more sympathetic and much more competent. I think in the David Lynch Dune film. I really like Thufir in that movie. But Freddie Jones is great, isn't he? Really good actor. So rest in peace, Thufir Hawat. Let's see, Frank saying another Janus aspect or ego shadow relation dynamic between Fenring and Feyd. Then do we think also Chani and Irulan? Yes, but we've got to go with Fenring and Paul. Is that they're going to have a moment, aren't they? It's all they really do have a moment in this book, and it's an unspoken thing that's incredibly powerful. Yeah, and again, failed Kwisatz Haderach, successful Kwisatz Haderach, young, old, furtive of manner, sort of almost maniacal in one case, I think, with Paul at this point. Some of them. So they're saying if Hawat knew that Paul's maternal grandfather was the Baron, that was the question, does he know? I think he would have tried to kill him rather than spare him in keeping with his loyalty to the Atreides, but I like the ambiguity here. Yeah, it is a question, does he know? And in fact, with you saying that, Cynthia, I suppose I don't think he would. Does he know? It's possible. Especially with the company they're all keeping at this point. I don't know. It is possible he could have found out. But yeah, maternal grandfather was the bar. I wonder, could he kill Paul? It's an interesting thought experiment, isn't it? Sorry. But his loyalty to the Atreides, and Jessica's a Harkonnen too, But they're just, again, the other thing is they're just names in a funny way. It's the interesting thing about how genes travel, I suppose, but particularly within monarchies and things like that. It's all through the male line, isn't it, really? It's about the name more than anything sometimes. All right, let's see. So poor old Thifers, that's him, passed away, and it's time to see the Emperor. So the Emperor, a look of deadly waiting held the Emperor's face now. Eyes that never admitted fear, admitted it at last. Paul says, Majesty, and noted the jerk of surprised attention in the tall Princess Royal. I think this is use of voice, isn't it? The words had been uttered with the Bene Gesserit-controlled atonals, carrying in it every shade of contempt and scorn that Paul could put there. And Paul's thoughts are Bene Gesserit trained indeed. So Irulan's given herself away, I suppose, by the fact that he's used the voice this way. It's the jerk of surprised attention in her that she's paid attention to it. He's got the voice. He's noted her training, probably resistant to it a little bit. The Emperor cleared his throat. Here we go. All this politeness, I suppose. Perhaps my respected kinsman believes he has things all his own way now. Nothing can be more remote from fact. You have violated the convention, used atomics against... Cut off. He's bluffing here, isn't he? I used atomics against a natural feature of the desert. It was in my way, and I was in a hurry to get to you, Majesty, to ask your explanation for some of your strange activities. Well, the euphemisms are great here, aren't they? Strange activities, respected kinsman, etc., etc. So a bit of political chess almost. You've used atomics. I can use them fine just against natural features. No problem. Next step. There's a massed armada of great houses in space over Arrakis right now. I've but to say the word and they'll... Excuse me. It's a bit of the Emperor's character, this, isn't it? The hyperbolic threats and stuff. He's cut off again. Oh, yes, says Paul. I almost forgot about them. He searched through the Emperor's suite until he saw the faces of the two guildsmen, spoke aside to Gurney. Are those the guild agents, Gurney? The two fat ones dressed in grey over there? Again, a little bit of theatre. Gurney goes, yes, my lord. You two, get out of there immediately and dispatch messages that will get that fleet on its way home. After this, you'll ask my permission before. And quite interestingly, and here's, I suppose, a measure of the guild's power up until now. They cut him off. Paul Atreides is cut off by the tall guildsman. The guild doesn't take your orders. He barked. He and his companion pushed their way through to the barrier lances, we're told. They were raised with a nod from Paul. The two men stepped out, and the taller leveled an arm at Paul. You may very well be under embargo for your... and he's cut off here. Just prior to we went with this, I just went, is he brave, stupid, or is this the status quo at work here? If I was in this position, surrounded by the Fremen and Paul Atreides and all of what had just happened, I wouldn't be mouthing off at Paul Atreides. I would be polite, if you see what I mean. There's a bit of nerve here from the guild. If I hear any more nonsense from either of you, I'll give the order that will destroy all spice production on Arrakis forever. Of course, guildsman, are you mad? He demanded and fell back half a step. And so I've written next, that's a bloody good question, isn't it? Is he mad? And Paul asks the question. He says, you grant that I have the power to do this thing then? And the guildsman seemed to stare into space for a moment. Yes, you could do it, but you must not. Ah, as Paul nodded to himself. Guild navigators, both of you, eh? Mm-hmm. So, here we have actually two navigators in the room. Yes, says the tall guildsman. There's been a hint of the disguise, etc., hasn't there, with the eyes and so on. The short guildsman says to Paul, you would blind yourself too and condemn us all to slow death. Have you any idea what it means to be deprived of the spice liquor once you're addicted? I've made a wee note on addiction there. And yeah, we do know it's lethal, isn't it? If you're addicted to spice and you withdraw, your withdrawal is death. So Paul says the eye that looks ahead to the safe course is closed forever. The guild is crippled. Humans become little isolated clusters on their isolated planets. You know, I might do this thing out of pure spite or out of ennui. And I've written, next to that. I might just, again, we should be asking some questions about Paul here. I can blow this thing up. Oh, you shouldn't do that. That's really bad, is what the guild are saying here. You know what this will be like. Yeah, see, of course, yeah, that's not good. I might just do this out of spite. I might just blow it all up right now, just to piss you off, is what he's saying here. Or out of ennui, out of boredom. You know, that's where, this is the front, this is the public face that Paul's putting up at the minute. I could do it tactically, I could do it strategically, I could do it militarily, but right now I'm telling you, I might just do it out of spite. Or for the sheer fun of it, because I'm bored. Which, he sounds like an emperor already, doesn't he? The tall guildsman again tries to maneuver here a bit politically. Let us talk this over privately. I'm sure we can come to some compromise. That is, again, he's cut off. Powers being sort of established here. Send the message to your people over Arrakis, says Paul. I grow tired of this argument. If that fleet over us doesn't leave soon, there'll be no need for us to talk. Nodded towards his communications man at the side of the hall. You may use our equipment. And again, that was the bit that I thought was quite funny. The previous chapter about Paul just wanting to dump the equipment. These communications guy, this equipment's really essential. And can you imagine what would be going on here if nobody had anything to talk with anybody else with? It'd be quite funny. Again, the guildsmen are trying to still keep at this. First, we must discuss this. We cannot just... And of course, Paul barks at him here. Do it! The power to destroy a thing is the absolute control of it. You've agreed I have that power. We are not here to discuss or to negotiate or to compromise. You will obey my orders or suffer the immediate consequences. And of course, we get the short guildsman here going, he means it. So these guys have a limited degree of have prescience, a fair amount of it. I would say it is limited, but they're able to. They're kind of he could do this, and then at this point, the short guildsman goes, yeah, he means it. And Paul saw the fear grip them. You know, politics. This the whole idea of destroying something so to control it, is kind of silly. You can destroy a thing so that nobody can control it, but once it's destroyed, it's outside of anybody's power. The power to destroy it is, as we pointed out, a bit of a mindless philosophy, isn't it? But fear is also a thing. I think that fear is the thing that rules, particularly with the economic aspect of this, with Chom and the guild. The how would we put it? I suppose the hydraulic despotism. We're seeing it. You know, it's going on aplenty in Europe from Russia at the minute. Hydraulic despotism with the gas supply. And of course, if anybody's seen the PhD videos, if you look back all those years ago, you'll see me in the ecology chapter talking about it and talking about Russia and Gazprom as being the big example of that. So there you go. Oh, my predictive soul. I'll just catch up with your comments there if we've got... what was this Cynthia saying about the maternal grandfather was the bird? I think you're right about that, by the way, Cynthia. I think he doesn't know. And I think he's comparing Paul to Leto's father here. And I think we could, it's fair enough to say Was there something that the Baron kind of saw, or that Thufir saw there that we didn't? In Paul, but Paul's behavior here is going to be that level of public display of theatre and of bravura is going to be very similar to Leto's father, isn't it? Taunting the bull, so to speak. And Frank says, if Irulan is the key, is the Emperor the lock on which she acts? Interesting reversal on how the feminine is often portrayed as the receptive rather than the active manipulation of the symbol. I think the Emperor's ship, the lock, yes, the throne, absolutely. We're going to get it here shortly, but we're seeing ultimately this is a power play here, and Paul, there's potential for Paul to lose it. Goodness gracious. In real life, let me see. If anybody knows the Xenophon's Anabasis, which is the Persian expedition, as it's known, the 10,000, the whole premise of the thing, it's a real story, true story, is that the 10,000 who are a professional mercenary army made up of Athenians and Spartans are down in Babylon to support one guy, their guy, versus his opponent, his brother, I believe. I can't remember his name right now. But the whole point is they tell him, do not fight single combat. And he goes and does it and gets killed. And they've now got nobody to support for the throne. And the whole point of that story is they now have to run home, basically being pursued for about 2,000 miles by their enemies. And that's the story of the Anabasis, the Persian expedition. But the guy that they're supporting for the throne dies, and it all goes badly wrong because... And they tell him not to do this, but because he fights one-on-one combat, we've got that sort of thing going on here. Where you did not, even as much as Paul is holding all the kind of all the chips, if you like, in terms of the power play here, things can go wrong. He could be just killed and not be in that position. You could see an absolute shift in the power of the empire here to any number of different parties, I think. And I think such a thing would be opportune at this point. We'll see it with Feyd, that he can see an opportunity here. The Bene Gesserit's opportunity is here via Irulan, because the Bene Gesserit want a Bene Gesserit on the throne. And it's going to be her. So there's a lot of, yes, it's all going on here, and the real power where it lies isn't where it appears, I think. The various aspects of within the feminine aspect power here. Alia has been incredibly powerful. Jessica's got power here. The Reverend Mother too. And it's the men. I suppose the Emperor seems to have power, but he's absolutely powerless in the light of these different women and what they bring to the table, the different aspects of it, I suppose, Paul politics, very good. Cynthia's saying, just Jude saying Paul politics, yeah. Politics being the science of the happiness of man, as we always like to point out. Paul labels the guild's perception in a religious sense here. Their safe vision is now obedience. The unsafe is now disobedience. He has made them his creatures with fear of withdrawal, not awe. Yeah, I suppose, and who's going to become his creatures here? It's almost everyone. The Bene Gesserit, I think, are going to be resistant to that in a way, because he won't let them have any control over him, even though Irulan's going to be there. It's an interesting thing the way the Bene Gesserit move throughout this, and that they'll move back into the background. I think the Bene Gesserit are too close to the throne at this point. That they get almost giving themselves some. I think they're, yes, particularly with the Reverend Mother. I think she was giving herself away in some aspects. Saying that, I'm not even sure if we've got to that yet. Where am I at? I'm up to 8 notes. How many? Are you mad? You grant that part? Yeah, I'm up to 80. Note number 82. And how many have I done? I've done 179. I think we're about halfway, folks, in terms of what we've got to work through. But yeah, spite and ennui. He means it's another childish aspect to Paul that's I think we can see. Well, I wouldn't say childish. I don't know. It's almost something malevolent or something a bit evil about that statement. I could just do it out of spite or because I'm bored. You know, goodness, in a universe of 1,000 worlds, surely there's things to do if you're bored. So Gurney, of course, we're getting into the hydraulic despotism. Ask the question: will they obey? As Cynthia was saying here, they have a narrow vision of time. They can see ahead to a blank wall, marking the consequences of disobedience. Every guild navigator on every ship over us can look ahead to that same wall. They'll obey. So all the navigators kind of, I suppose, with the number of ships that are in place at the minute, each one would have a navigator. They're all seeing this vision at the minute. And if it confirms that, what can they see but nothing but a blank wall? They can't see, they can't navigate to the future, they can't see anything. That they'll acquiesce, they'll obey. Yeah. Their safe vision is obedience now because they've got nothing else to do. The blank wall marks the consequences of disobedience. Every guild, and they'll obey. Yeah, they don't. They can look ahead to that same wall. That's it. There's no other future for them except this wall if they disobey. So that's it. They're obedient. And from this point, that's the guild. Yeah, they're his creatures now too. Paul turned back to look at the emperor. When they permitted you to mount your father's throne, we've got to ask, who is they? It was only on the assurance that you'd keep the spice flowing. They is the guild. You failed them, Majesty. Do you know the consequences? And I don't know, is the emperor that naive, or is the emperor that stupid at this point? Because surely he should know really where the real power does lie. He believes it's within his Sardaukar troops. He can't move a Sardaukar troop off world anywhere without a guild ship to make it happen. So is he being stupid here? Nobody permitted me to. And this is I've written here, this is the hydraulic despotism speech. And I've done a wee kind of diagram with it just to show you the Atreides Dam, the guild village, and the river Spice. There we are. I've done a wee kind of, just for my own benefit. Here's what Paul says. Stop playing the fool. That's another bark, isn't it? The guild is like a village beside a river. They need the water, but can only dip out what they require. They cannot dam the river and control it because that focuses attention on what they take. It brings down eventual destruction. The spice flow, that's their river, and I have built a dam. But my dam is such that you cannot destroy it without destroying the river. So in an interesting way, I suppose he's saying they didn't want to really take the throne because that draws all the attention, all the power to you. It's kind of the same with what ultimately has destroyed. Oh, goodness. Excuse me. Not spelt something here. What has destroyed the current emperor? Really? I think the idea with the Bene Gesserit being the power behind the throne is that the throne is always the target, isn't it? It's better to be the person behind it and stay there. But that's it. Stop playing the fool. When they permitted you to mount your father's throne, that is the guild, and I've put who as the guild and the Bene Gesserit, those two organizations. That's that he's talking about there. You know, it's on the assurance. That means that it's guaranteed to happen that you keep the spice flowing. Those two groups depend on it a lot, don't they? The emperor brushed a hand through his red hair, glanced at the backs of the two guildsmen, and Paul says to him, even your Bene Gesserit truthsayer is trembling. There are other poisons that the Reverend Mothers can use for their tricks, but once they've used the spice liquor, the others no longer work. So we've known that before, that the Bene Gesserit do have other drugs that they can use to create the Reverend Mothers, but once they use spice, once they use melange, all the others cease working. They become useless. That's not total dependency, I suppose, but it's a choice on their part. We're told Gaius Wilhelm, the old woman pulled her shapeless black robes around her, pressed forward out of the crowd to stand at the barrier lances. And Paul says, Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam, it has been a long time since Caladan, hasn't it? And she looks past him at his mother. Basically ignores him here. I think that some of this is quite funny. Well, Jessica, she says, I see that your son is indeed the one. For that you can be forgiven even the abomination of your daughter. So, again, language here is a bit, your son is the Kwisatz Haderach. For that you can be forgiven even the crime that is Alia, this abomination. Paul doesn't like this. Let me see. Oh, sorry. My handwriting has failed me here. Stilled. Oh, no, it's stilled, isn't it? He stilled the cold-piercing anger. There we go. You've never had the right or cause to forgive my mother anything. I think that's interesting, just in the lines of what we had with Thufir. You can be forgiven for the abomination of your daughter. Lovely. And we had Thufir saying, no forgiveness needed. You've never had the right or course to forgive my mother anything. And the old woman locked eyes with him. What their schemes required. Try your tricks on me, old witch. Where's your gun, Jabbar? Try looking into that place where you dare not look. You'll find me there staring out at you. And the old woman dropped her gaze. Subservient here. Submissive. Have you nothing to say? Says Paul. And Mohiam, again, I suppose this trying to sort of butter up a bit to him, I suppose is the way I would put it. I welcomed you to the ranks of humans. Don't besmirch that. It kind of echoes what the Sardaukar said previously, when he was captain. Oh, I did this for you. There's an attempt to at least remember that I did something good for you. Which is kind of funny. I remember I welcomed you to the ranks of humans. Don't besmirch that. You put my hand through intense pain and stuck a poison needle at my throat. I quite like Paul's response here. I'll just run through it and we'll have a look at any wee comments or questions. But Paul says, observe her, comrades. This is a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, patient in a patient cause. She could wait with her sisters 90 generations, that's about 2,000 years, for the proper combination of genes and environment to produce the one person their schemes required. Observe her. She knows that the 90 generations have produced that person. Here I stand, but I will never do her bidding. Lots of little dots and one big exclamation mark there from Paul. And this solicits another, I suppose, Jessica from the Reverend Mother Mohiam. She screamed, silence him. And I think it's quite interesting that Mohiam probably believes at this point that maybe Jessica could. But she says, silence him yourself. And I suppose there's a question that it begs about this weird word that Jessica Oroshnor, we'll come to it later. Is there such a word for Paul? And has it been, possibly at this point, has it been Jessica's job to put that word in there? That's why I was wondering, why would Mohiam say this? Silence him. Is Jessica supposed to have put one of these trigger words that the Bene Gesserit use? We'll see her present one to Paul shortly. But she says, silence him yourself. And Paul glared at the old woman. And he says to her, for your part in all of this, I could gladly have you strangled. You couldn't prevent it. And he snapped as she stiffened in rage. But I think it better punishment that you live out your years never able to touch me or bend me to a single thing your scheming desires. So here I am, and you can't have any of it. That kind of thing. The thing that you've worked your entire life towards, here it is, and you're not getting it. You're not getting a single piece of the action. You're out. And that will be the worst thing I could do to you, though I could have you strangled. Again, Mohiam says, Jessica, what have you done? And Paul says, I'll give you only one thing. You saw part of what the race needs. but how poorly you saw it. You think to control human breeding and intermix a select few according to your master plan. How little you understand of what. And Mohiam interrupts him here and says, "You mustn't speak of these things." And Paul goes, "Silence!" He roars this word like a lion. The words seemed to take substance as it twisted through the air between them under Paul's control. And we're told the old woman reeled back into the arms of those behind her, face blank with shock at the power with which he had seized her psyche. "Jessica," she whispered, "Jessica. I remember your gum, Jabbar. You remember mine. I can kill you with a word." And the Fremen start mumbling again with all of this around the hall, glance knowingly at each other. Did they not know the legend say? Did not the legend say? And his word shall carry death eternal to those who stand against righteousness. So the language is going very religious here. I think that's one of the greatest bits in the David Lynch film that I absolutely love. It's just the whole between the Reverend Mother and Paul, and her going with her silver teeth, and oh goodness, I'm appalling. Is it Shan Phillips? Is it Shan? I can never remember that actress's name. She's brilliant. Really good. Absolutely brilliant. Reverend Mother. Guess who am I thinking on? Shan Phillips, yes, indeed. Absolutely. I think her as Gaius Helen Mohiam is one of the outstanding performances by an actress ever. Absolutely spellbinding on the screen, and the whole knowing the character from this, I think she nailed it absolutely perfectly. And made her, I think, made her slightly sympathetic, I think, as well. Which I'm not sure the other actresses have done with that role, I think. But Shan Phillips is this bit in the film, I think, and David Lynch's Dune is amazing. And the bit with silence. She kind of does it almost like, she almost recoils from him, but she's kind of purring or something like that, isn't it? It's really good. Let me see. Oh, Paul, let's see. Internet came back, says Ryan. I thought I might lose it a wee bit here tonight. We've had a bit. Weather's not been great here. Would we include Chani in that array of female agents who have power over a relatively weak emperor? Yes, but not in this book, I think. I think we'll have to look at it. As much as we go on about the concubine thing in that position, Chani does it. She is the power behind the throne, really, in the next book, to a degree. And so as much as it's the whole comment about wives and concubines, but where's the real power at in that sense? It's arguably it's with whoever shares Paul's bed. Ultimately, I think in terms of that, and that's the thing, that Irulan's the wife. She won't be sharing the bed. It's a name only. We might say, let's see. Cynthia says, Paul use of the word comrades is an attempt to isolate the Reverend Mother Mohiam and her sisterhood. For an instant, Paul is not alone, but gathers others around him. No, it's a good point. We might say, Frank Red says, we might say the Bene Gesserit and Jessica have shadow, hidden power. Chani, especially given the final line from Jessica, is suggested to be developing as part or an evolution of this lineage. Well, all the same, she strikes me as different to Jessica and the Bene Gesserit, says Frank. Of course, she is Fremen and the lover of Paul Muad'Dib, but I wonder if there is more to it than this. Well, it's Chani's DNA, ultimately, isn't it, that's going to give us the God Emperor. You know, this powerful young Fremen woman. It's not Jessica that gives birth to the god. It's Chani, ultimately, and I still think that Chani is very powerful. there's aspects where she's put away by other characters, hide her, protect her, this kind of thing. And it's only when Paul's in real danger that it's Chani who's able to come out and sort out everything and really does take control of the situation, but is a lot more astute, I think, politically than we would give her credit for at this point, being this simple Fremen girl, which she's clearly not. I often wonder about why she's not the planetologist. But that has to be a male-female thing. It's a caste thing, isn't it? But she is, I think ultimately though she's got to be tragic, Johnny, because she's not, and she's she's not going to live very long. But and as I suppose it's part of that kind of tragic love story that they have within the two characters. But Johnny's fate is kind of the same as all the Fremens. I look at it that way. But this is the thing. Stilgar is no. When Stilgar is made into Paul's creature, Stilgar is no weakling. He's no person who's easily swayed, or coerced. And neither is Chani. These people are powerful, each in their own right, I think. But ultimately, followers of Muad'Dib, followers of Paul Atreides, I do think she is different to Jessica. I would agree very much so. I think Jessica is a much more complicated character, but I think Chani is there's a Jessica's kind of I don't know how still has that Machiavellian aspect here. Put it that way, in the political intrigue, etc. There's a level of that Chani, but it's more to do with I don't know how would you put it, negotiation, things like that. But Chani and Jessica are quite different, I think. And even the Reverend Mother. And I think the Reverend Mother is looking for a friend here, as you were saying. Somebody's saying there about the comrades is isolating her, as Cynthia put it. Oh, I'm kind of also wondering if this is so important. Why aren't there more Bene Gesserit here? Even the Guild have got a couple of representatives. Excuse me. Let's see. All the same, she strikes me as different than the Bene. Of course, she is Fremen. And the lover of Paul Muad'Dib. But I wonder if there's more to it than this. There is, I think. It's worth looking at. We'll get to see a lot more of her in the next book. But the criticism that the God Emperor will always present to us about Paul, etc., is that he's not a Fremen. And neither here is Gurney, and I suppose neither is Jessica. So we can look at, I suppose, the consequences of this chapter to the people of the Imperium, the Atreides and their entourage who've ended up on Arrakis, and the people who've lived there for a long time, the Fremens. We can't call the Fremens Fremen natives because they're not. But they've been there for quite some time. I suppose the real difference in the cultures is how they interact with the world around them. Yes, indeed. Oh, Imperador Grimdark says Leto II being half Fremen is important. Yep. As Jules said, yes, you're back. Hi, Jules. Still going to prove loyal as a regent after Paul goes off to wander in the desert. Yeah, there's a lot. We're going to have. It's a big part of the relationship, isn't it, between the Atreides and Stilgar in the next two books. And they're particularly with Paul, isn't it? Paul's particularly determined to show Stilgar that he's not a god. And I think this is is a thing that carries on with Leto and Alia, isn't it? Or sorry, Leto and Ganima. But yes, indeed, silence him. What have you done, Jessica? But yeah, there you go. You saw part of what the race needs, is what he's saying. You missed some of it. And I kind of think that's to do with what we were talking about, the no gene before. I'll present my evidence when we get there, folks. But ultimately, how important the no gene is to the whole story. What bit of the breeding program, what part of it did they not see? How poorly they saw it, as he puts it. And of course, there's the thing in the appendix about the about the Bene Gesserit breeding program not being their breeding program. It's one of the biggest, to me, it's the biggest mystery of Dune. I can't wait till we actually get there together and we can have a proper read at it in context. But according to this book that we're reading, the Bene Gesserit breeding program is not their breeding program. And it's not even, we're not even told this in the story. We will get there, but it's not even in the story. It's at the one of the appendices. It's a very sneaky thing that Frank puts in the book, I think. Bohem, you mustn't speak of such things. Silence. And of course, Jessica just whispered. I remember your Gom Jabbar, you remember mine. I can kill you with a word. And of course, we get this from the Fremen all being religious about it and all. And his word shall carry death eternal to those who stand against righteousness. So Paul turns his attention now to the tall Princess Royal, his key, standing beside her emperor father, keeping his eyes focused on her. He said, Majesty, we both know the way out of our difficulty. And the emperor glanced at his daughter, back to Paul, and has a little rant again. You dare, you, an adventurer without family and nobody from... And it's quite funny what he says. An adventurer, yes, without family, no. And he's a nobody, no. He's and again, Paul points out, the emperor's arguments are pretty poor, aren't they? You've already admitted who I am, royal kinsman. You said, let's stop this nonsense. And the emperor says, I am your ruler. It sounds almost comical, doesn't it? Paul glanced at the guildsman, standing now at the communications equipment and facing him. And one of them nodded. And I've put, this is really important here. This is the power shift here. They're nodding to Paul. And Paul says, following that nod, I could force it. So he's got the backing of the guild here at this point. The emperor, you will not dare, is grated. And Paul merely stared at him. It's like a child having a wee huff. Just stares at him. So we get Irulan coming into the situation here. The Princess Royal put a hand on her father's arm. Father, her voice, silky, soft, soothing. She's using the voice on the emperor, isn't she? The emperor says, don't try your tricks on me. And he looked at her. You don't need to do this, daughter. We've other resources that... And she cuts him off. But here's a man fit to be your son. And it's an interesting sentence. If we remember all the way back in the books, we have a sort of look at the emperor's thoughts about Leto Atreides and about Paul and being a person that might be admirable, that might be a person worthy to be his son-in-law, this kind of thing. So it's interesting that she puts that forward. Here's a man fit to be your son. And seems eminently more grown up about this than her father, who's in quite a bit of a bind, I suppose. The Emperor's done at this point politically, I think. Unless he can manage to kill everybody in the room. I think he's done. The old Reverend Mother, we're told, her composure regained, forced her way to the Emperor's side, leaned close to his ear and whispered. Again, these are the powers behind the throne in action. The guild has given a nod. She's moved forward to convince him. Jessica picks this up and says, she pleads your case. Paul, we're told, continues to look at the golden-haired princess and aside to his mother said, that's Irulan, the oldest, isn't it? Yes, says Jessica. So Chani moves up on Paul's side at this point and says, do you wish me to leave Muad'Dib? And he glanced at her and says, leave? You'll never again leave my side. And Chani says, there is nothing binding between us. In other words, our son is dead, is what she's telling him here. Chani's language seems quite subdued and formal here. What he says to her is, you'll never again leave my side. That's creepy, isn't it? But very possessive, and it's an absolute. We don't like absolutes in this book, do we? There's nothing binding between us. And Paul looked down at her for a silent moment, and he says to her, speak only truth with me, my Sahaya. And as she started to reply, he silenced her with a finger to her lips. That which binds us cannot be loosed. Now, watch these matters closely, for I wish to see this room later through your wisdom. Speak only the truth. Do you wish me to leave? There's nothing binding between us. That's the thing that he says is not true, that there is more to the relationship than that. And it's probably the most warmth that he's shown her at this point, I think. But he does silence her a bit there, doesn't he? The Emperor and his truthsayer were told carry on a heated, low-voiced argument. And Paul at this point speaks to his mother. This is the Bene Gesserit on the throne bit in this. She reminds him, here we are, she reminds him that it's part of their agreement to place a Bene Gesserit on the throne. And Irulan is the one that they've groomed for it. So there we go. Now, this next little exchange is kind of funny. Oh, excuse me, I got something in my eye. Jessica says, was that their plan? Paul, isn't it obvious? And then it's this little bit. Jessica snaps at him. I see the signs. My question was meant to remind you that you should not try to teach me those matters in which I instructed you. And I put, oh, snap, or burn, if you like. Again, a little bit of a telling off. She's well aware of it, basically. You don't need to teach me about the Bene Gesserit. I am a Bene Gesserit. I know what's going on here. The question is not meant to remind you that there are things that I've taught you that you think you can instruct me in. So what is the question meant to provoke him into remembering is what we should ask, I suppose. But it's a bit of a snap, but it's humorous. And Paul glanced at her and he caught a cold smile on her lips. So it's a gentle poke, basically. It's funny. And Gurney Halleck leaned between them. I think that bit's kind of amusing as well. So I remind you, my lord, that there's a Harkonnen in that bunch. It's almost, there's business at matter. And of course, we're going to get the fact that Gurney is really seething for blood, isn't he? He nodded towards the dark-haired Feyd-Rautha pressed against the barrier lance on the left. The one with the squinting eyes there on the left, as evil a face as I ever saw. You promised me once that... And here we go. Feyd-Rautha, by the way. Oh, yeah. So thank you, Gurney, says Paul. Hang on. Did I miss a page? No, I didn't. Right. Gurney says, it's the nay Baron. Baron. Now that the old man's dead. He'll do for what I've in... And of course, what I have in mind is what he's going to say. He wants to kill by proxy here, doesn't he? Can you take him, Gurney? My lord jests. This argument between the Emperor and his witch has gone on long enough, don't you think, Mother? And Jessica nods, indeed. And Paul raised his voice, called out to the Emperor, Majesty, is there a Harkonnen among you? The royal disdain revealed itself in the way that the Emperor turned and looked at Paul. And he says, I believe my entourage has been placed under the protection of your ducal word. And Paul again says, my question was for information only. I wish to know if a Harkonnen is officially a part of your entourage, or if a Harkonnen is merely hiding behind a technicality out of cowardice. Now, I thought the provocation here that he gives, my question was for information only, is very similar to Jessica a wee moment ago going, my question was meant to remind you. Kind of mirrors that. And I've put the provocation very similar to Jessica's reaction here. And of course, the Emperor's smile was calculating. Anyone accepted into the Imperial Company as a member of my entourage? So he's seeing a solution here to his problem. Now, here's where Paul goes a wee bit schizophrenic here, and I think we have been warned about this. Back to the epigraph very quickly. Why does he do this? Why does he accept? He saw the death prepared for him, yet he accepted the treachery. Can you say he did this out of a sense of justice? Whose justice then? That's what we're talking about. Why is he doing this? You have the word of a duke, but Muad'Dib is another matter. He may not recognize your definition of what constitutes an entourage. My friend Gurley Hannock wishes to kill a Harkonnen if he. And of course, we have Feyd-Rautha shouting out Canley here at this point. That wasn't even quite the bit. The other bit I just wanted to point out was, why is Paul doing this? I'm the Kwisatz Haderach, and that's reason enough. That's what I get from this. Gurney baying for blood here is kind of all right. We can maybe understand it. All the vengeance that he's built up over the years. We also kind of get Paul's, but you'd think cooler heads would prevail at this point, considering the political situation. Poor Feyd-Rautha is going to get nailed to something basically here by someone, whether it be Gurney, Paul, whatever. It's the whole point of wanting this man dead. And I suppose in some ways we shouldn't be sympathetic to Feyd-Rautha at all. But in many other ways, he's an exact mirror to Paul, and his circumstances aren't that good, if we want to think about it that way. He's not the all-out villain that we've been presented, perhaps in the Baron. He is the new Baron at this point. But the whole point of killing Feyd here is kind of pointless. It's I don't know. See what you think. So Feyd in this position shouts for Canley, which is probably a means of protection at this point. That there are forms that must be obeyed, that they can't just murder him. So Canley, he shouted, pressed against the barrier lance. Your father named this vendetta, Atreides. You call me coward while you hide amongst your women and offer to send a lackey against me, which is pretty much what's just happened. And it is one of these things that, regardless of how we look at Dune, we've got to really consider that this is a book that really does present, particularly with the Atreides family, that name. Everybody's related to everybody here pretty much. This familial violence that keeps going. And I suppose it might be the thing, but the sins of the father are the sins of the son in Dune, I think. Though I wouldn't agree with that statement in real life. But the whole, basically, they're begging for blood, but and of course they've been given the Duke's word, but Muad'Dib is another matter, and we have this almost schizophrenic attitude from Paul. If Paul Atreides says one thing, there's no way you can take this man's word anymore, because Muad'Dib says something else, and that's what's happening here, There's Imperator Grimdark says, I put a pot of message in there with a mess of pottage, as Frank said himself. Very good. And there's Lord Kronk saying, I'm so late. Hey, Lord Kronk, thanks for joining us. Thanks, everybody, for being here tonight. We're getting there, aren't we? Goodness, we're coming up to the 3-hour mark. We've plenty to go yet. But we are going to attempt to get all this done in one evening. And oddly enough, I'm going up to the hospital again on Monday to get injections into my right hand this time. So I've got most of the work done on Appendix 1 already. Just saying to my wife, we're going to make sure I get all the writing done before Monday, if I've any left, to make sure I can go with that. So hopefully we'll be, all things going well, we'll be running with the Appendix 1 next week on Thursday. There's Carlos Crescerius saying, I've often wondered about the ultimate fate of the offspring of Feyd and the Countess Fenring. It's a biggie, isn't it, Carlos? Especially when we go forward a wee bit. And interestingly enough, that with the Count Fenring, it seems that he doesn't accompany them more, whatever happens to them. That he goes into retirement with the Emperor, and I think that's to be there at his side, I suppose, just to keep an eye. But yeah, it's a very interesting question. In fact, they could be anybody in future books. It's and some things with Frank are just left open. And the whole no gene, I think, I think we get a massive clue to it in this chapter. And of course, the no technology is not something. Excuse me. that we really encounter till the God Emperor, isn't it? I think. Not sure if it's in Children of Dune or not. But yes, indeed. Once we deal with Feyd, we're going to come to the Count, aren't we? So Feyd is now the Baron Harkonnen. And of course, he'll do for what I have in mind is what Gurney's really saying. Can you take him? And Gurney's like, my lord, jest. It's kind of funny, isn't it? This argument between, again, just shifts the topic here. This argument between the Emperor and his witch has gone on long enough, don't you think, Mother? Indeed. We've got oh, sorry, I've jumped back far too much there. So Canley, that's where we were at. The Old Truth, right. Mohiam, the Old Truth Sayer, that's where we're at, folks, whispered fiercely into the Emperor's ear, but he pushed her aside and said, Canley is it? There are strict rules for Canley. And Jessica, put a stop to this. And I think the behavior of certain individuals here, I'm going to say Jessica and the Reverend Mother in particular, I don't think they want this to happen. In fact, I strongly get that a lot of people don't want this to happen, but particularly Jessica, put a stop to this. Gurney wants it to happen, okay. My lord, you promised me my day against the Harkonnens. And I've just put next, this is his bloodlust. Now, and my wee note here is it seems that Jessica and the Reverend Mother don't want this to happen. And I put preserve Feyd-Rautha. Pardon me. Now, Paul says, you've had your day against them. And he felt a harlequin abandon take over his emotions. He slipped the robe and hood from his shoulders, handed them to his mother with his belt and crysknife, and began unstrapping his still suit. He sensed now that the universe focused on this moment. Okay, we're sort of, we're giving that kind of fallacy, that was it, this personification of the universe is paying attention. So he's taking off the still suit, the significance, he's stripping off here. Jessica says there's no need for this, there are easier ways, Paul. Now, backing up a wee bit there, he says, we're told he felt a harlequin abandoned. Now, harlequin's an interesting term here. Take it as a mischievous devil, if you like. Harlequins from the old French, harlequin. And there's also a person, you can look this up, I've wrote see Wikipedia here, Harlequining. See Wikipedia, focus, was the harlequin of Boulogne. As I said, is a kind of mischievous devil figure. Quite interesting if you want to look up harlequins. Not the Harley Quinn type thing from the whichever American comic book series it is, at DC Comics. It would be, wouldn't it? So just in particular, he felt a harlequin abandoned. Let's just take that as a kind of mischievous devil, if you like. I kind of was wondering with the harlequin's colors, red and black, in relation to Paul, the Red Hawk, etc. But harlequin abandon take over his emotions, and he's stripping off here. So there's no need for this. Again, Jessica saying there are easier ways. Take the easy way, take the hard way, this kind of thing. Paul's going to take the hard way. He stepped out of his still suit, slipped the crysknife from its sheath in his mother's hand. And at this point, I have written next this bravura, revenge, and then I've written Jamis. And there's no, just like Jamis in some ways, there's no dissuading Paul from this act of violence. And again, what real need has he got to take revenge against this youth, who's very much his other, an alternative to him, if you like, his other half, his alter ego, if you like, within the Harkonnens. And of course, Gurney, you promised me a Harkonnen. Yes. Sorry, I missed a bit there. I apologize. He slipped the crysknife from its sheath in his mother's hands. Paul says, I know. Poison, an assassin, all the old familiar ways. And I'll just put it as a funny kind of nostalgia. Gurney, of course, you promised me a Harkonnen. And Paul marked the rage in the man's face. That's what's governing Gurney here at the moment. The way the ink vine scar stood out dark and ridged, you owe it to me, my lord. And Paul then says, have you suffered more from them than I? And so we get a bit of a game of suffering top trumps here, if you like. It's kind of juvenile, I think. Gurney's rasped, my sister, my years in the slave pits, scar, all that stuff. And Paul goes, my father, my good friends and companions, Thufir Hawat, Duncan, Idaho, my years as a fugitive without rank or succor. And one more thing. It is now Canley, and you know as well as I, the rules must prevail. And yet the rules are, I don't know, there's something of a bit of a stick up Paul's backside here in pertaining to the rules. And I think that is it the old idea that how would we put it? In revolutions, once the rebellious side takes part, almost always becomes conservative by nature. This kind of thing. For such a rule breaker, Paul's using these rules to sort of involve himself personally in this matter. And it's bloodlust. I don't see the need for it. The only thing would be that I suppose the old idea, for those who know their lone wolf and cub, is that the child of a wolf is still a wolf, and that potentially this Harkonnen could come to avenge himself later. So it might be better just to remove him. But the bloodlust of it all, we've got words like rage here, etc. It's an unnecessary act of violence, I suppose. And what we'll get a bit of Feyd and what he's about in a minute or two. But it's really he's in a pretty bad position, and I suppose his bravura, etc., comes from that. But this is created by Paul and Gurney, this situation, and. Jessica put a stop to it. They don't want it, and certainly the Reverend Mother Gaius Helmoheim doesn't want it either. But yeah, have you suffered more than it? It's But now it's canon. It's too late, Gurney. Somebody said a magic word, and that means that there are rules involved. I'll just catch up with your credits here or comments. Sorry, folks. Carlos was saying I often wondered about the ultimate fate of the offspring of Feyd and the Countess Fenring. D. Viller says there is a Brian Herbert sequel. Not very good, says D. Viller. I think we know about that. I wonder, has he... something I don't know is, I suppose, what Carlos was wondering. Has Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson done anything with Margot Fenring and the offspring of Margot and Feyd? Who knows? I suppose they probably will get there eventually, won't they? Well, thanks for joining us, D, by the way. Cynthia says, Gurney's interruption seems out of place time, like he is regressing into the Atreides mentor advisor he was in the Great Hall. Perhaps this is his struggle to manage his own memories. I visualize Gurney with a craze looking a bit of a drool here. Yeah, imagine the Harkonnens, I suppose Ravan's dead, isn't it? It must be a bit anticlimactic and the Baron's dead. Ali has taken out the Baron. Ravan, I think, has been killed by the mob, hasn't he? He's probably feeling a wee bit hard done by, but they simply assume that everybody, the Atreides tend to give you this book tends to give you the idea that everybody who lives on Giri Prime is a Harkonnen, and everybody who lives on Caladan is an Atreides. Well, I imagine it's probably not the case. And Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen is again, we'll get his genealogy in the back of the book. He's the Baron's nephew, isn't he? All these cousins, etc. Everybody's related to everybody. There are little clues about hair color and eye color within this chapter as well. But yeah, there is something that's a bit regressive, isn't it? And I don't know. Gurney just seems like somebody who, a person who bays for blood like that's generally not in control, rage, etc. And I don't know. It strikes a bit out of character. I would imagine that Gurney, to be such an efficient killer, would be someone who would be able to keep a bit of a control over his emotions in situations like this. But yeah, I'm a bit crazed with this the drool here, the scar. Really just miffed off. I don't think Patrick Stewart conveyed quite that level of bloodlust in the David Lynch version. Um, but yeah, that's the who suffered more. Gurney's response, his shoulders sag. He's just it's defeated. But it's if again, I suppose the point is Gurney you promised me. His word's no good. He's not getting it. Not getting what I promised you. My lord, if that swine, he's no more than a beast. You'd spurn with your foot and discard the shoe because it had been contaminated. Call in an executioner if you must, or let me do it, but don't offer yourself to. Don't lower yourself. And then Chani is the other voice of reason here. Muad'Dib need not do this thing. Need not do it. And he glanced at her and saw the fear for him in her eyes. And here we go. Here's this. I've just written next to this schizophrenic, multiple personality, whatever you like. But the Duke Paul must. So he's spoken to his Ursula. She says Muad'Dib need not do this thing. But Duke Paul must. The Duke Paul must. It's three distinct personalities coming out of Paul Atreides at the minute. You could almost consider those personalities past, present, and future in a way, couldn't you? But the Duke must. And I think it would be very hard for anybody to trust Paul at this point. It probably would take Chani's love to conquer this kind of behavior, I think. So Gurney says there is a Harkonnen animal. And as somebody pointed out there earlier, human, animal, beast, we've had creature. It was a beast a second ago, creature, now he's an animal. And of course, I've written immediately underneath this, as much as Gurney said that, so is Paul and Jessica. They're Harkonnen animals, according to Gurney's definition. Yeah, it's a very good point. Somebody made it earlier. What is Frank trying to say about the differences between humans and animals? And as we've all pointed out, humans are animals. They're and the behavior of some animals, I think, is quite interesting. Oh, you're kidding. D. Viller says, yes, they did. It is about a weird revenge plot, almost like the movie Hannah, where they tried to train her to kill Paul. Oh, that's weird. I don't know. They've churned out another. They really do churn them out. I'm amazed at how many books they've written. How many? Yeah, mass produced. The Dune series is a franchise now, isn't it? It's no other way to sort of accept. That's kind of sad. I keep trying to come up with weird ideas of what could be the next of Dune book. Mobile libraries of Dune. It's just anything absurd. They are going to milk that planet for every grit of sand that's on it. I think it's interesting though. It's people endure, and you can look at it in two ways. You can some people look at it as though it's incredibly disrespectful what they've done. I don't think it was that the case. I think it's the more that they backtrack into a work like this, the more they create paradoxes and problems with the story. That the more they add to it, the worse those problems will get, I think. But it is a testimony, I think, the sheer number of books that they've published, etc. I'm sure there'll be many more to come in the Dune universe of how popular Frank Herbert's vision is and remains. At the very least, you always have to give them that they're selling these books en masse. People must love this stuff a lot. I've read a few of them and they're not too bad. But how many have I read? I think I've read about 4 or 5 of them. I think I've read 5 of them. That would be honest. Yeah, I think. The House Atreides, House Harkonnen, House Carino, Sandworms of Dune, and Hunters of Dune. A couple of other books that are kind of more collections of stuff, the Road to Dune, etc. But yeah, that's do you know something? I'd rather speculate. I as I said, as a classicist, one of the hats that I wear, reading stuff from the ancient world, I'm fine with things that are unfinished or fragmented, and kind of enjoy them more. Um, I wonder what would have happened. It's nice when someone gives you an answer and it's not the original. It's not it's simply one person's answer. It tends to frame it a certain way. And often I don't, tend to not think of things like that. Oh, cursor. Sorry, my lighter's not working very well. Almost like the movie Hannah where they trained to kill Paul. Yeah, I suppose you get a bit of that assassination kind of thing going on with Paul and Ganima and Children of Dune, don't you? That's a shame. I think there's a bit of a mystery here in this. Some of the great mysteries of Dune are what makes it fun. And occasionally I think it's a bit sad where somebody goes, "Oh, quick! There's a mystery in Dune. How do we solve it? We'll make that up, and that'll do. And we'll throw it out." And it seems that level of care goes into it, I think. But the books that I read weren't that badly written. But my problem was that they as I've always said, it's something I keep saying, they don't have the authorial voice. And it's interesting. I was thinking about that because when I was reading ahead into the first appendix with Pardo kinds, and I actually think this is meant to be a different writer, different framing, different narrator, if you like. But the authorial voice in Appendix 1 you'll find is exactly the same as the authorial voice in the rest of Dune. And it's that I find jarring with their work, is that it's not, it just doesn't sound right. And it's funny, if you read certain speeches from different books out loud, you'll kind of really get the gist that that's Frank talking, Frank Herbert, Fully agree, our imaginations fill in the gaps so much better. It's interesting how, particularly you think of certain characters. Some books and characters were never put on screen until we've a certain age, or we've seen them only in artwork, that kind of thing. But not everybody always looks how I imagine them. I'd read Starship Troopers before I saw the film. Anybody who's read Starship Troopers will know that Johnny Rico, looks nothing like Johnny Rico in the book at all. But yeah, I tend to go with descriptions. I'm picturing Christopher Walken with red hair at the minute for Dune Part 2. He's not going to have red hair, and he's not young looking either, but kind of thing, again, things in your head. But yeah, your imagination is a good thing. There's a wonderful speech from online on YouTube somewhere, and it's who is it talking about the imagination in children? Rod Serling, isn't it? The creator of the Twilight Zone. If you type his name in and type in imagination, you'll find it. It's like and they've done a wee animation. I think it's about him talking about imagination. It's a great speech. I think imagination's of all the different traits you can have as a human being, to have a good imagination is the best one, I think. There are plenty of good ones, but if you've got a good imagination in spades, I think it works a lot for you. Right. So the Duke must Harkonnen animal. Paul, we're told, hesitated on the point of revealing his own Harkonnen ancestry, stopped at a sharp look from his mother, and said merely, "But this being has a human shape, Gurney, and deserves human doubt." Pardon me. So the consideration that this might not be an animal, and if that's the case, what Paul's saying, this being has a human shape and deserves human doubt. Why is Paul saying that at this point in the book? And I think we should also consider that. Remember that Feyd is a human being and deserves human consideration, if you like. Gurney again, if he so much as Paul, please stand aside. He hefted the crysknife, pushed Gurney gently aside. And Jessica's Gurney touched Gurney's arm. He's like his grandfather in this mood. And I've put next to that, that's the bravura, isn't it? And if we are wondering about who did we think Thufir was talking about when he said that Paul was like the grandfather, and I think it was that Cynthia pointed out, we don't think he knows the Harkonnen connection. This is what he means then. Thufir really did mean he's like the Atreides grandfather, the paternal grandfather. Here's Jessica backing this up. Gurney, he's like his grandfather in this mood. Don't distract him. It's the only thing you can do for him now. So he's got a mono focus going on, basically. And Jessica's thoughts are, great mother, what irony. And you have to ask ourselves, what is the irony? And the possibility that occurred to me is that the Bene Gesserit have gone through, 90 generations of this breeding program, lined it all up, kind of got Jessica with Leto. She should have had a girl, but has a boy. And you just think, oh, the irony of... the way I took it is the irony of, here's the Kwisatz Haderach. And what if it's this, just as much as that means X, Y, and Z, what if it's his family bravura that just gets him killed right here? Wouldn't that just be really stupid? And it's quite possible. So we're told the Emperor, studying Feyd-Rautha, seeing the heavy shoulders, the thick muscles, turned to look at Paul, a stringy whipcord of a youth, not as desiccated as Arakeen natives, but with ribs there to count, and sunken in the flanks so the ripple and gather of muscles could be followed under the skin. It's a lovely wee bit of writing from Frank there, I think. And so he's sizing Paul up here. Thanks, he's skinny, not much, that kind of thing. Jessica leaned close to Paul and pitched her voice for his ears alone. So it's a private conversation here. One thing, son. Sometimes a dangerous person is prepared by the Bene Gesserit, a word implanted into the deepest recesses by the old pleasure-pain methods. The word sound most frequently used is Oroshnor. If this one's been prepared, as I strongly suspect, that word uttered in his ear will render his muscles flaccid and she's cut off by Paul. I want no special advantage for this one. Step back out of my way. Interesting what she says here. I had a wee bit, I think I've forgotten to write it down. Sorry, it's appalling English. I'm just going to quickly, let me see if I can find it again. The idea is that Orosh Nor. Oh, what's that doing over there? Right. I did find something. Urosh Nor, Urosh, from Serbian Cyrillic, is the South Slavic given or last name primarily spread amongst Serbs or Slovenians. The noun has been interpreted as lords because it usually appears in conjunction with, that looks like Velmoshi, if I'm pronouncing that correct, which is magnets, as in the phrase magnets and lords. The noun was probably borrowed from the Hungarian word ur, which is master or lord. The suffix urosh is found in a number of Slavic given or last names, particularly those of Croats, Serbs, Czechs, and Poles. So I thought it was kind of a combination of that and the word nor, which is, of course, the negative choice of or, isn't it? Hang on a second. I've clicked that there. There we go. So it's meant to be a word that isn't a word, if that makes sense. A word sound that will cause someone to freeze up. Now, we're kind of wondering why, and I suppose it falls into a whole sort of questions that we've asked before, which is why is the Reverend Gaius Helen Mohiam, way back at the start of the book, taking 15 years to go see Paul, when it was such an important part of this program? And Jessica, was there a word implanted? Is the Reverend Mother's plea to Jessica to silence Paul an indication that Jessica should have put a word like this into her son? That's kind of what I got. Otherwise, how could she possibly silence her son? And if certainly it wouldn't be the Reverend Mother that's done it, because never bothered to visit Paul. So the old pleasure pain methods, again, that makes me think maybe not. The word that's been implanted into Feyd-Rautha's consciousness, into the deepest recesses of his mind, etc., done so by old pleasure pain methods. So we're basically talking about a sort of BDSM sex, if you like, is the way that kind of thing runs. This is going to get a lot weirder and way down in the Bene Gesserit books, but the idea of sexual imprinting. Frank goes, I often wondered, I thought I better try my best to keep all this stuff out of the PhD or nobody would take me seriously. We've got terms like vaginal pulsing and penile pulsing and all sorts of things. Some very strange descriptive writing by Frank later on. But this is what this kind of word was. So kind of what I got for Uros, like a lord and a nor, was like the negative of choices, if you like, is the best that I could do etymologically speaking with that. It's a tricky one. If anybody has got any, but I think it's maybe break the word up into syllables a bit. If anybody's got any other ideas about that word from any other cultures, I'd love to hear them. But that's the best I could do, I'm afraid. So there's a key word that Paul can say at any point. Uroshnor. Jessica said it out loud, so he's heard it at this point. But he says, I want no special advantage. So he does have this word, and he's forearmed with it, if you like. But again, he doesn't want any crutch, any advantage. He doesn't want the easy way here at all, does he? Excuse me. Carlos is just saying there, I was hoping that we'd eventually find out who originally brought the sandworms to Arrakis. Frank hinted at alien origins, who I thought would be involved in Kralazek. Carlos, my best get on that, my best guess on that one, is let me see. I'm pretty sure that the sandworms come from Earth. That's my gist on it. There are clues, but it's that they're created. They're an animal-plant hybrid. Is one of the clues. The other one is that they're most likely created in a lab, and that they're transplanted to this planet. So that's what we do know. There aren't any really kind of alien beings in Dune at all. And what the sandworms are, based on my research, is kind of the animal that most closely resembles their life cycle and how they look, and is the sea lamprey. Again, if I have a wee look at my work on this, guys, you'll see that there's a lot of similarities, particularly to the life cycle of the animal. And so I would argue it's probably a combination of the lamprey and some kind of plant, which makes it come from Earth, as far as I'm concerned. And we don't know what happened to Earth in Dune, and I don't know what Brian and Kevin J. Anderson have said, but to me, I get the impression that Earth is destroyed in some kind of ecological disaster, possibly involving these worms. And I still find it quite funny that there's that little quotation that we talked about in The Star's My Destination the other week about these creatures at Canopus. It is interesting. Lord Crunk says the great Padishah Emperor approaches and he's wearing a dressing. I'm referring to Walken in the trailer. Yeah, I was at least expecting him. I don't know. The Padishah Emperor should look young, I think. I don't mind that he's old. They're getting an older actor to play it, but I was kind of expecting to see something. I don't know, maybe the red hair. But the whole clues with the hair and the jeans and stuff have kind of been wiped out, haven't they? They've made all the Harkonnens bald for some reason. Yeah, it's a bit strange. But I like. Part of me thinks that they've got Christopher Walken because of the Fat Boy Slim. If you walk, the pop video and all, because he does have he's kind of got a bit of Dune form, doesn't he? But he's great in everything that he does, Christopher Walken. I think it's just if you're looking for this film to be cast properly, I don't think it's been done so. But just in terms of how characters look, how they appear in the book is not really how they appear on screen. So here's this little speech, I suppose. Gurney to Jessica, why is he doing this? Does he think to get himself killed and achieve martyrdom? This Fremen religious prattle, is that what clouds his reason? And it's very interesting to hear Gurney say this out loud. What's he doing this for? Is he trying to become a martyr? That's a possibility, I would say. This is Fremen religious prattle. Is this why he's doing this? And the answer is probably yes. I think there's but bravura as well, but yes, there's a reason for this. And I think as he's still at this point operating under the pretense that he can avoid the jihad, I don't think I think his actions here are unusual. Jessica hid her face in her hands. Oh, for goodness sake. Realizing she did not fully know why Paul took this course. She could feel death in the room and knew that there's that term here, knew that the changed Paul was capable of such a thing as Gurney suggested. In other words, deliberate martyrdom. And we're going to see again. This isn't the last chapter, June. Whenever we get to the next chapter, or epilogue, prologue, appendix 1, whatever you want to call that, we are going to see an example of a Fremen martyring themselves for seemingly no reason whatsoever. And it's one of the strangest things in the book is the death of Uliet, the older Liet, isn't it? The changed Paul was capable of such a thing. Every talent within her focused on the need to protect her son, but there's nothing she could do. I think Gurney's in here again with this. Is it this religious prattle? He insisted. And Jessica's, be silent, she whispered, and pray. And I've just put next to it, yeah, probably is. So the Emperor, face touched by an abrupt smile, sees opportunity. If Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen of my entourage so wishes, I relieve him of all restraint and give him freedom to choose his own course in this. The language is quite formal, isn't it? It sounds a bit legal. Ryan the Sky, what a bummer. Internet makes me miss the most. You having problems with your connection tonight, Ryan? Happens to us all, doesn't it? Oh, sure. Hopefully the whole thing will be put together. But chirp in whenever you can, Ryan. I hope it's not too much of a pain. Where are we? So the Emperor waved a hand towards Paul's Feyd-Rautha guards. One of your rabble has my belt and short blade. If Feyd-Rautha wishes it, he may meet you with my blade in his hand. Feyd says, I wish it. So Paul saw the elation on the man's face. I think this is kind of the bit where part of me thinks I'm not, I think the death of Feyd's kind of unnecessary. Part of me feels a little bit of sympathy for him in some ways. But then whenever we get into this bit where there's a part of him that enjoys the killing, I think that tempers it for us a bit. Paul sees the elation on the man's face, and Paul's thoughts are, he's overconfident. There's a natural advantage I can accept. And I've put down, I think that's kind of interesting. It's a natural advantage I can accept, unlike the other advantages that I've been offered here. Is the comment that I've made. I've been offered a way to paralyze the guy. That's an advantage. And I've got a trained killer like Gurney who's been killing people for a lot longer than I have. That's an advantage. I can have him do it. Not interested in those. But, it's kind of doing things for himself here, I suppose. He sees the elation. The guy's happy. He's overconfident. I'll take that advantage. And Paul says, get the Emperor's blade. And he watched as his command was obeyed. Put it on the floor there. Indicated a place with his foot. Clear the Imperial rabble back against the wall and let the Harkonnen stand clear. And I quite like that. That's using the Emperor's own words back at him. One of your rabble. There's one of your rabble. Everybody's got a rabble here. And we hear a flurry of robes, the scraping of feet, low-voiced commands and protests accompanied obedience to Paul's command. The guildsmen remained standing near the communications equipment, and they frowned at Paul in obvious indecision. Now, folks, I'm going to run to the loo very quickly. We'll take a wee pause before we get into the fight. And we're pushing our way onwards. We're getting there. So excuse me a wee second, and we'll get back in just a wee moment. Hello, folks. Sorry about that. Oh, we're getting a wee bit cold here. Let's crank the heating on. Half our house has been knocked down behind us there at the moment. We're getting a bit of work done. Hopefully getting it finished tomorrow. New doors and windows and things. Ryan says, did I miss your hypothesis for Fenring? Not yet. It'll be after this fight, Ryan. I think Fenring's got the no gene. And I think there's enough little clues here to prove it. And that he's a failed Kwisatz Haderach. Not saying that it's passed on or anything, but I think he has it. And it's the way he's described, both in that previous paragraph there. And then Paul turns away. But whenever he comes into things in a minute or two, after this fight with Feyd, basically we'll see him again. And I think it's within the language. If we pay close attention, I think it's a clue. But especially to that, something that Frank will develop later on, you know. Now we got Paul's thoughts here. The guild frowned. We're told that Paul, in an obvious indecision, so they're not happy. There's a group of people here that do not want them to do this fighting. So Paul's thoughts here are they're accustomed to seeing the future. In this place and time, they're blind, even as I am. And we have to wonder, is that what's attractive to Paul at this point? Why is he doing this? You know, and we've always been told that this is everything he does really in this sense is to avoid the jihad. We're going to find this out shortly. It's not quite the same. Excuse me. So we're told, and he sampled the time winds, sensing the turmoil, the storm nexus that now focused on this moment place. Even faint gaps close now. Pardon me. Oh, that's this lemonade makes me burpy. And here it is. Here was the unborn jihad. He knew. Here was the race consciousness that he had known once as his own terrible purpose. So I think we've mentioned it before, but just for anybody who's not sure, when Paul talks about his terrible purpose, this is what it really is, the race consciousness. That's what he refers to it prior to this, I suppose. But that's what it is. Here was reason enough for a Kwisatz Haderach, or a Lisan al-Gaib, or even the halting schemes of the Bene Gesserit. This moment in time. The unborn jihad, here it is, here's the race consciousness. The whole point of being I suppose, a Kwisatz Haderach. The race of humans had felt its own dormancy, sensed itself grown stale, and knew now only the need to experience turmoil, in which the genes would mingle and the strong new mixtures survive. All humans were alive as an unconscious single organism in this moment, experiencing a kind of sexual heat that could override any barrier. Okay, and we're told Paul saw how futile were any efforts of his to change any smallest bit of this. He had thought to oppose the jihad within himself, but the jihad would be. Now, this little bit that we've just had prior to this, all humans were alive as an unconscious single organism in the moment, experiencing a kind of sexual heat that could override any barrier. This is from one of the books, I suppose, that would have informed Frank Herbert's ideas. The book is The Sexual Cycle of Human Warfare by Norman Walter, published, I think, in 1950. I might be wrong on that. I'll just type it out for you, actually. The Sexual Cycle. It's an odd one. I think people go having a wee look for it. And its ideas informed Dune. Informed Frank, anyway. Yeah, they informed Dune. That's not a wrong thing to say. Human Warfare. If anybody's interested, by there we are. Sexual Cycle of Human Warfare by Norman Walter. Pretty much discredited as interesting, I suppose, enough ideas. And basically, yeah, that's the ideas that violence, war, and all of this kind of thing is a result of a sexual urge that periodically overtakes humanity. Frank kind of runs with that in the sense that the messianic impulse that this impulse that periodically overtakes humanity is, and I think he ties the two of them in well. But that's the book, and that particular little page, that particular paragraph, I think is very obviously referencing that to me anyway. So yeah, Dune is known for its cookie weird sex ideas, I suppose, as it does explore sex, gender, all sorts of things in many, many different ways. So tension, turmoil, sexual tension, this kind of thing. And this is Paul's failure, isn't it? He saw how futile at this point were any effort of his to change any of the smallest bit of this. He had thought to oppose the jihad within himself, but the jihad would be. His legions would rage out from Arrakis even without him. They needed only the legend. Hang on, I've my notes spell. Even without him, I've written this down. That's my. Hang on, looks like I've written out the same thing twice. Let me just read this properly, folks. It's quite important. Where are you? Here's my paperweights. He thought to oppose his legions would rage out. There we are, from Arrakis even without him. They needed only the legend he had already become. He had shown them the way, given them mastery, even over the guild which must have the spice to exist. So even if he's not in the picture, the Fremen are going to do the thing here. They're going to take a jihad out into the universe, and they know how to control the guild, which means even if he's gone, simply put, we can control the guild with spice, and they now know how to do this. So everything that he's been working to in this sense, it's failed, hasn't it? This is the point. The jihad, he realizes he can't prevent it. It's going to happen. And we're told a sense of failure pervaded him. And he saw through it that Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen slipped out of the torn uniform, stripped down to a fighting girdle with a male core. So again, as language here, if we think about terms in this chapter that we've heard, sexual terms, I suppose the term irrational is meant to turn Feyd's muscles flaccid. As the poison that Thufir took all did the same thing, I think. Where are we? And then Paul's thoughts here. This is the climax. Again, sexual terms. Both men stripping off, holding their knives, and we really can go in. And again, I suppose Paul, within Herbert's ideas of I suppose that we'll get to them in particular when we get to the God Emperor. But he has the ideas of the homosexual nature of the army. This kind of sexual rhythmic heat this is all going to get a bit homoerotic, I think. Over the next thing, but both of these men stripping off, and of course the sexual tension, the young men kind of thing, the idea of violence in young men, and that they're excited by this. I don't know. This is the climax. From here, the future will open, the clouds part onto a kind of glory, and if I die here, they'll say I sacrificed myself that my spirit might lead them, and if I live, they'll say nothing can oppose Muad'Dib. And Feyd speaks here. Is the Atreides ready? Using words we're told of canny ritual. And Paul chose to answer him in the Fremen way that we all know, of course. May thy knife chip and shatter. He pointed to the Emperor's blade on the floor, indicated that Feyd-Rautha should advance and take it. So Feyd, we're told, keeping his attention on Paul, picked up the knife, balancing it a moment in his hand to get the feel of it. Excitement kindled in him. This was a fight he had dreamed about. Man against man, skill against skill, no shields intervening. He could see a way to power opening before him. Because the Emperor would surely reward whoever killed this troublesome Duke. The reward might even be that haughty daughter and a share of the throne. Pardon me. This yokel Duke, this backworld adventure, could not possibly be a match for a Harkonnen. trained in every device and every treachery by 1,000 arena combats, and the yokel had no way of knowing he faced more weapons than a knife here. So we've got a wee bit of treachery going on, as of course we've been warned about. Excuse me. Feyd's been looking forward to this for a long time. He's been dreaming about it. Mano against mano, this kind of thing. Yeah. I don't know. I think this, particularly, I don't know, when we get some comments about Frank and his attitudes, I think this is kind of interesting. There's also a little bit here where, as much as we've got Feyd trying to dehumanize Paul, he's doing it in a kind of class way, isn't he? He's a Harkonnen, isn't he? The Emperor would surely reward whoever killed this troublesome Duke. The term yokel, is a yokel, country yokel, back world adventure. Yokel's used twice, isn't it? There, and compares to, I suppose, the haughty daughter in the Share of the Throne. He's a bit of a snob, isn't he? And his, I suppose, in how he's putting down Paul. Saying that as much as this is all in his own mind, isn't it? It's possibly to give him a bit of confidence. But we can certainly get an idea of him here. I've put the fight begins here at the top of my page, and I've put the town mouse versus the country mouse. The other thing I've made a wee note here, by the way, is that this is called in the classical world we call this Aristia. This is where we take two major characters, if you like, pair them off into combat. It's a thing that would feature heavily, for example, in the Iliad. So whenever we get two characters, just like Paul and Feyd put together, this is an example of Aristia. And of course, this is the cousin versus cousin again. Feyd's thoughts are, let's see if you're proof against poison. And I put next, that's a good question. And he saluted Paul with the Emperor's blade. The question I've asked is he? I think we should all be asking that. Can Paul sort poison out because he's taken the water of life? Is the poison any real threat to him? And Feyd goes, meet your death, fool. So again, there's that fool archetype popping up. And of course, Paul responds, shall we fight, cousin? And I think that's kind of a way of him deflecting. Well, no, it wouldn't be actually, because those things are in his mind. And it's again showing the relation. He cat-footed forward, eyes on the waiting blade, his body crouched low with his own milk-white crisp knife, pointing out as though an extension of his arm. They circled each other, bare feet grating in the floor, watching with eyes intent for the slightest opening. How beautifully you dance, says Feyd. And Paul's thinking, he's a talker. There's another weakness. He grows uneasy in the face of silence. Have you been shriven? And again, still Paul circled in the silence. Have you taken your penance, gotten ready for death? This kind of thing. So we get a different viewpoint here now, and it's from the Bene Gesserit. And again, everybody's kind of represented here. This is the old Reverend Mother Gaius Helmoheim observing the fight, watching it from the press of the Emperor's seat. And she felt herself trembling, we're told. This is the Bene Gesserit fear. We've had the guild's fear. We've got Paul's fear. There's all sorts of fear going on here. And of course, we know it's the mind killer, don't we? But this is her fear, the Bene Gesserit fear. The Atreides youth had called the Harkonnen cousin. It could only mean he knew the ancestry they shared. So Mohiam thinks that he's done this because he knows of the shared ancestry. And she goes, well, of course, that's easy to understand because he was the Kwisatz Haderach. Why wouldn't he know this? But the words forced her to focus on the only thing that mattered to her here. This could be a major catastrophe for the Bene Gesserit breeding scheme. And that's her fear right here and now. We kind of get these fears explained, and I suppose there's different aspects to it. But Mohiam had seen something, we're told, of what Paul had seen here. A question about how much is she blind, but she's seen something of it. Feyd might kill him, but not be victorious. That's one path. Another thought, though, almost overwhelmed her here. And this is how she describes these two men, not as people. They're two end products of a long and costly program. They faced each other in a fight to the death. That might easily claim them both. So the problem is that, yeah, it's possible that Feyd might kill Paul, but not actually be victorious. They could kill each other. If both of them die here, that would only leave, and here we go. This is the little point here. Feyd-Rautha's bastard daughter, still a baby, an unknown. This girl, of course, is the daughter of Margot Fenring and Feyd-Rautha. Whenever we last saw Feyd doing all his stuff in the arena back on Giri Prime, this was kind of the real purpose of Margot Fenring being there. Of course, her husband was doing a certain amount of work for the Emperor, but possibly the Bene Gesserit. But that's what she was there for, is to get impregnated by Feyd-Rautha. A baby, an unknown, and we're told it's a daughter. And we also wonder, has Margot been given the instruction to bear only daughters? And if that's the case, she has. So we have an unmeasured factor here. There's a duality of what we call the Bene Gesserit's only hope. There's also Alia, the abomination. So if something goes wrong with the two males here who are fighting to the death in a kind of way, then if both of these men die, then what we have is that the Bene Gesserit's hope for their breeding scheme, the Bene Gesserit breeding scheme is Alia, an abomination, and this unknown, this baby, who is the bastard daughter of Feyd-Rautha and the lady Margot Fenring. Interesting little aside, isn't it? And of course, it's back to the fight after this. Ryan the Scar saying, is Helen the Mother Superior at this point in time? I'm not sure. It's an interesting. I think she's the Emperor's truth here. I got the. Hang on. I thought she was. Goodness. I was just trying to think. What's the term? Yes, she's the Proctor. I was wondering where it was in Appendix 3. The Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohim, Bene Gesserit Proctor, who tested Paul's humanity when he was 15, deposes that he surmounted more agony. Yeah, it's to do with her quotation. Proctor at this point. Just looking up the definition of proctor. Let's see. From British, it says an officer, procurator. From an officer, usually one or two of two at certain universities, appointed annually and having mainly disciplinary functions. North America, been an invigilator at a university or college church. Historically, a qualified practitioner of law and ecclesiastical and certain other courts. I'll say closely, yeah. Possibly. I don't know. That's what it says, but what we actually mean by that, I think, is a bit vague when it comes to it. But I get the sense that she's not the Mother Superior. If that makes, yeah. Well, according to this, it doesn't. It says she's a proctor. She could well be, though. It's a question of, maybe that there's possibly the ranks that are hiding, but I think that the Bene Gesserit have a very obvious Mother Superior in later books. So I think she's the proctor at this point, whatever that means. In charge of acquirements, that kind of thing. Possibly this person in charge of who acquires the Bene Gesserit sisters for marriage, this kind of thing. And so very knowledgeable and quite powerful, as you say, Ryan. If that's the case, then the Bene Gesserit breeding scheme seems to be almost everything to them. And if she's the proctor in charge of that kind of thing, then that would be a position of great power within it. Probably like only second or third to maybe a Mother Superior. Cursors. Excuse me. Flame on. Right. So back to the fight is what I've written here. Feyd says, perhaps you have only pagan rights here. Would you like the Emperor's truthsayer to prepare your spirit for its journey? I always think that's a good one. Pagan's an interesting word. I've put down here, my favorite one, of course, is from anybody who knows Dragnet. Pagan stands for people against goodness and normalcy. But pagan's Latin, of course, and it's one of those funny words. It's in terms of what Feyd-Rautha is suggesting here. If we back up to the terms that he's thinking about Paul, that he's a yokel, this kind of thing, backworld. Pagan kind of refers to the countryside in Latin. Pagus would be like a paganus is a villager, rustic, this kind of thing. In Christian Latin, it means a heathen. It's a different version of Latin, if you like. The way I always used to take it was that pagans would be something that the Romans would refer to people in the countryside who didn't worship the gods the way they did. That's the way I used to get it. So I've just put give Roman understanding here. But pagan comes from the word pagus, which is from paganus. Paganus. Pagus is like a country or a district. Paganus would be a villager on the countryside, a rustic person, that kind of thing, a country folk, if you like. But also people against goodness and normalcy. I do love that. He's basically calling them a savage. Yeah, there's a class thing going on here. It's looking down on him, isn't he? And it's funny that we're, that both of these guys are meant to be kind of one set away from the universe's ultimate being. That their lineage and the fact that they're cousins. As I said to you guys, I kind of get a thing, town mouse and country mouse between these two. And it's the town mouse insulting the country mouse here quite a bit. Remember, Paul's a mouse. Think of him as Muad'Dib. And Paul's a joke, and they're not both jokes. Paul's a joke, and Feyd's a baron at this point. So a baron is not ranked as high as a joke. Certainly not in the feudal bits of pieces that I know about Britain and so on. I think a baron's a wee bit below, but a duke is pretty high ranked, I think. Yeah, but I mean, beneath your king, your princes will be dukes, won't they? Basically, you'll have a crown prince, and then the rest of them are all dukes. We've the Duke of York, Duke of what was it? Was it Prince of Wales? The Duke of York. I don't know, Duke of York. Who's that? Well, that's Prince Andrew, isn't it? And Duke of, is it Cambridge or maybe something like that, or Winch? Oh, I'm not interested that much in the royal family here, I'm afraid. But there we go. But yeah, it's another pagan rights, country yokel, as I suppose. Again, he's kind of degrading Paul in his mind, isn't he? It's dehumanizing, or just putting. But it's a class. It seems to be a class-based thing with Feyd, and it doesn't really seem to make any sense. If Paul is an Atreides, it would seem that he'd almost have better blood, if you like, in terms of the way he would see it. And they're all cousins, I suppose, to the Emperor. So Paul smiled, we're told, circling to the right. We alert here, his black thoughts suppressed by the needs of the moment. I've put next to this, what are they? What's going on here? What are these? He's in kill mode, so what are his black thoughts? So Feyd-Rautha, we're told, leaped, feinting with the right hand, but with the knife shifted in a blur to his left hand. And we're told Paul dodged easily, noting the shield-conditioned hesitation in Feyd's thrust. Still not as great as shield conditioning as some Paul had seen, and he sensed Feyd had fought unshielded foes before. So another slight advantage, that he has a bit of a delay, because he's not used to fighting with shields. And if Feyd, Feyd says, doesn't Atreides run or stand and fight? And again, that's our slightly oddly phrased question, but it's presenting a kind of fight or flight idea there, isn't it? All this tension building as well. And of course, I suppose here we have this kind of moment, don't we, that some people who compare Star Wars to Dune might say this is the kind of Obi-Wan moment, isn't it? But Paul resumed his silent circling And we're told that Idaho's words came back to him, words of training from the long ago practice floor on Caladan. And Duncan Idaho is, use the first moments in study. You may miss an opportunity. Sorry, I was trying to use the force here. You get it. Use the first moments in study. You may miss an opportunity for quick victory this way. But the moments of study are insurance of success. Take your time and be sure. Insurance isn't assurance, as I like to point out to people. So suddenly this memory of Duncan Idaho has popped into his head with the right words here. Use these moments of time to study your opponent. They're insurance of success. Take your time rather than rush into things. Feyd is sort of jumping about and leaping a bit, isn't he? He seems very animated compared to Paul. And again, he says, perhaps you think this dance prolongs your life. Perhaps you think this dance prolongs your life a few moments. Well and good. And he stopped circling and straightened. And we're told at this point that Paul had seen enough for a first approximation. So he's got this guy and he's running the thought. Feyd-Rautha led to his left side, presenting the right hip as though the mailed fighting girdle could protect his entire side. It was the action of a man trained to the shield and with a knife in both hands. Or the girdle was not as it seemed, as I put. This is Paul, and Paul hesitated. The girdle was more than it seemed. The Harkonnen appeared too confident against a man who this day led the forces of victory against Sardaukar legions. Overconfidence is the name of the game here with Feyd. Of course, it's the reason for isn't it the Empire being rubbish at everything in Star Wars, is that they're overconfident. Their overconfidence will be their downfall. This kind of thing. It's become a cliche, hasn't it? I think. In fact, I would actually, yeah, I think it has become a cliche. Sorry, just moving my paperweights about here, folks. I'll tell you what, let's see if we've got any more comments there. Both of you behold the jealous one's envy, says Ryan. Yeah. I don't know. It's a very odd little fight. And as I said, it's kind of pointless, but they're just going to bounce around each other. At this point, Feyd, they've stopped circling and he's straightened up. Paul thinks he's got the gist of him, I think. Too confident, etc. But Feyd notices the hesitation. And just that last wee bit, sorry, before we go on, the Harkonnen appeared too confident against the man who this day led the forces of victory against Sardaukar legions. Surely that's a wee bit of pot calling kettle black, isn't it? Surely that admission there from Paul is the way it's described. I have to wonder, is that actually the third person omniscient narrator or not? There's ego involved in that statement, isn't there? If too confident against the man who did all this, wow. There's maybe a bit of overconfidence there with Paul too. Again, I think the characters are, they're again, we talked about this Janus aspect to it, that they're very similar. And it's a thing that runs through it all of Dune. The Harkonnens are almost identical to the Atreides. It's only in their own minds that they see their differences, I think. Curses. Excuse me. So why prolong the inevitable? You but keep me from exercising my rights over this ball of dirt. And there you go. There's a bit of insight from Feyd as to what he thinks of Arrakis. And Paul's thoughts are here. It's a flip dart. It's a cunning one. The girdle shows no signs of tampering. Feyd again's not handling Paul's silence well here. Why don't you speak? And Paul resumed his probing circle, allowing himself a cold smile at the tone of unease in Feyd-Rautha's voice, evidence that the pressure of silence was building. And Feyd again, you smile, eh? He asked, and leaped in mid-sentence. So we get first blood to Feyd-Rautha here, don't we? Paul, expecting the slight hesitation, almost failed to evade the down flash of the blade. He felt its tip scratch his left arm. He silenced the sudden pain there. His mind flooded with realization. Earlier hesitation had been a trick, an overfeint. Here, more of an opponent. Here is more of an opponent than he expected. There would be tricks within tricks within tricks. Of course, we get that Frank's little motifs and so on. There's I don't know, tricks within tricks within tricks thing, just for a bit of a giggle. We'll get a whole lot more of that in the next chapter, by the way. That those triumvirate of ideas, if you like, that this repetitive thing. Plans within plans within plans, tricks within tricks within tricks, treachery within treachery within treachery. It's a continuing thing. And to expect that there would be tricks within tricks within tricks. And we get a wee admission from Feyd here. Your own Thufir Hawat taught me some of my skills. He gave me first blood. Too bad the old fool didn't live to see it. And indeed, his first blood is to Feyd. And we must be asking the question at this point, has he got poison on the blade? And does it do anything to Paul? Paul once again recalls that some words of Duncan Idaho, that he said, expect only what happens in the fight. That way you'll never be surprised. And we're told again, the two circled each other, crouched and cautious. So is poison a threat? Paul saw a return of elation to his opponent and wondered at it. Did a scratch signify too much? That much to the man. Did a scratch signify that much to the man? Is first blood that important to him? Unless there's poison. But how could there be? His own men had handled the weapon, snooped it before passing it. Too well trained to miss an obvious thing like that. That answers a question about the poison, and is an unobvious thing. That's what I've written here in my wee notes. I sort of scribble them as I go as well, Yes, Ryan saying, but quite the true cliche. I think it has become, hasn't it? This whole overconfidence thing. Here we get the whole teasing about the lady folk kind of thing. This is another cliche, isn't it? That woman you were talking to over there, the little one, is she something special to you? A pet, perhaps? Will she deserve my special attentions? Of course, he's talking about Chani, of course. Again, this is just to provoke Paul. A pet, something special to you. Will she deserve my special attention? It's trying to goad him here. So Paul remains silent, we're told, and probing with his inner senses, examining the blood from the wound. This is kind of what we would expect him to do, isn't it? Finding a trace of the soporific, from the Emperor's blade. Sopor is the Latin word to sleep. So it's something to make you drowsy. It's kind of funny, we talk about all medicines are poisons, haven't we? They've got a sniffer to detect poison. This is a medicine, and I think like anything like that in a large enough dose could be a poison, but why it's not picked up, I don't know. So we're told it's a soporific, something that would make you sleepy, basically. From the Emperor's blade, he realigned the molecules to match his threat and changed the molecules to soporific, but he felt the thrill of doubt, we're told. They'd been prepared with soporific on a blade. A soporific? Nothing to alert a poison sniffer, but strong enough to slow the muscles it touched. The fact that they've gone to this trouble gives him a wee bit of a thrill. There's a thrill of doubt to it. And I suppose later on, when we do get to the God Emperor, the thrill of the doubt here, we can understand that, can't we? That if you're seeing so much of the future, it's hard to be surprised, isn't it? Is that why Paul's doing this? It's a good question. His enemies have their own plans within plans, their own stacked treacheries. And Feyd, again, we're told, leaped, stabbing down. Paul with a smile frozen on his face, fainted with slowness as though inhibited by the drug, and at the last instant dodged to meet the down-flashing arm on the crysknife point. So that's Feyd is wounded here. Feyd ducked sideways and was out and away, and has the blade shifted to his left hand. And we're told the measure of him, that only a slight paleness of jaw betrayed the acid pain where Paul had cut him. So we have second blood to Paul Atreides there. And we kind of see the same thing being played back, I suppose, on each one. Let him know his own moment of doubt here. Let him suspect poison. And it's kind of funny because Feyd shouts, treachery! He's poisoned me. I do feel poison in my arm. And Paul breaks his silence, drops his cloak of silence, we're told. Only a little acid to counter the soporific of the Emperor's blade. So as much as the Emperor's knife's not very clean, neither is Paul's. It has only a little acid to counter the soporific on the Emperor's blade. This is theatre as well. Ryan saying poison should not really impair Paul. I pretty much went with that in my notes. The only thing I sort of says was, the only thing I kind of went with is it wouldn't impair him as long as he's aware of it. If he's unaware of a poison, then it could possibly act before it's too late for him to do the altering of the molecules, this kind of thing. Food for thought. And depends on how quick the poison acts. Feyd-Rautha, we're told, matched Paul's cold smile, lifted the blade in his left hand for a mock salute. His eyes glared rage behind the knife. Paul shifted his crysknife to his left hand, matching his opponent, and again they circled, probing. Feyd-Rautha, we're told, began closing the space between them, edging in, knife held high. Anger showing itself in the squint of the eye and the set of the jaw. He feinted right and under, and they were pressed against each other, knife hands gripped, straining. Paul, cautious of Feyd's right hip, where he suspected a poison, flipped out, forced the turn to right, almost failed to see the needle point flick out beneath the belt line. And there was a shift and a giving in Feyd's motion warned him. So that's my bad handwriting making me read that a wee bit falteringly. The tiny point missed Paul's flesh by the barest fraction. And that's the more treachery. Paul's thoughts on the left hip. Treachery within treachery within treachery, he reminded himself. If I was busy in the fight at this point, I would have just went treachery. I could have, one word would have done, I think, but we get it, don't we? It's Frank reiterating these motifs here, these themes. Using Bene Gesserit trained muscles, we're told, he sagged to catch a reflex in Feyd-Rautha, but the necessity of avoiding the tiny point jutting from his opponent's hip threw Paul off just enough that he missed his footing and found himself thrown hard to the floor, Feyd-Rautha on top. I'll just put a big tension next to that in my own wee notes there. And I've also written that this is all very sexual and homoerotic. Feyd says, "You see it there on my hip. You're deathful." And he began twisting himself around, forcing the poison needle closer and closer. And Feyd again says, "I'll stop your muscles and my knife will finish you. There'll be never a trace left to detect." And we go, Paul strained, hearing the silent screams in his mind. This bit's really interesting. Excuse me. His cell-stamped ancestors demanding he use the secret word to slow Feyd-Rautha, to save himself. And he goes, "I will not say it." He gasped. Now, I just written next this. What's going on here? And it's interesting, we're going to see an animal caught in its own trap in a moment here, this Feyd. But I've written, seriously, what's going on here? So we hear the silent screams in his mind, his cell-stamped ancestors demanding he use the secret word to slow Feyd-Rautha to save himself. The question is, okay, well, that's the whole other memory, ancestral memory, the male line, the female line, if he can see it as well, demanding that he use this word to save himself. And you I'm kind of curious why. And there are far too many questions for us to get into it today about we've got into it a fair bit, haven't we, about other memory, about race memory. And this is basically all these billions of people, his cell-stamped ancestors. It seems that they're acting with a sense of self-preservation, that they exist within his mind, if you like. Demanding he use the secret word. They are demanding the other memory, aren't they? And parts of it don't quite ever make sense, but this is them demanding that he use the word that Jessica has taught him, this Roshnor, to save himself. And I said, what's going on here? Is this a chorus? Is it a representative group? Is it some kind of semi-float? What is happening here? But they're shouting at him basically to use this word, and he responds, "I will not say it." And that's out loud, isn't it? Feyd-Rautha's gaped at him, caught in the merest fraction of hesitation. It was enough for Paul to find the weakness of balance in one of his opponent's leg muscles, and their positions were reversed. He flips. Feyd-Rautha lay partly underneath with his right hip high, unable to turn because of the tiny needle point caught against the floor beneath him. So his own treacheries pinned him there. Paul twisted his left hand free, aided by the lubrication of blood from his arm, thrust once hard up underneath Feyd-Rautha's jaw. The point slid home into the brain. Feyd-Rautha jerked and sagged back, still held partly on his side by the needle embedded in the floor. And if that's not all about homoerotic, I don't know what is. And I mean that quite sincerely, folks. There we go. Feyd's got himself a little skull at the bottom of the page there with a knife up through his jaw. And Paul is victorious. So that's the end of Feyd-Rautha. Particularly, I always find that in many ways, this chapter of Dune is kind of anticlimactic in some ways. And the whole necessity of it, I think, is a bit strange. And I don't know what you guys think about it. Words of power, slow. Or I think like Dungeons and Dragons, words of power. Yeah, it's an interesting. That's right. Sleep and things like that. Kill is one of them as well, isn't it? So that's the end of Feyd-Rautha. It's just this battle, and we're about to come to Fenring, aren't we? Paul is victorious. Our hero's done it again. Breathing deeply to restore his calm, he pushed himself away and got to his feet. Stood over the body, knife in hand. He raised his eyes with deliberate slowness to look across the room at the Emperor. This is all theatre again, isn't it? Paul says, "Majesty, your force is reduced by one more. Shall we now shed sham and pretense? Shall we now discuss what must be? Your daughter wed to me, and the way opened for an Atreides to sit on the throne." So there we go. And the Emperor turned, looked at Count Fenring, and the Count met his stare, grey eyes against green. The thought lay there clearly between them, their association so long that understanding could be achieved with a glance. And the Emperor's thought here is kind of represented for us. Kill this upstart for me. The Atreides is young and resourceful, yes, but he's also tired from long effort, and he'd be no match for you anyway. Call him out now. You know the way of it. Kill him. And then we get Fenring. So let's have a look at Fenring here. Here we go. Fenring slowly moved his head, a prolonged turning until he faced Paul, almost mirroring not the Emperor's movement here, but Paul's movement. Paul does this slow movement with the eyes and the turn. He does the same thing back. And the Emperor's, "Do it," he hissed. On Fenring, we're told the Count focused on Paul. Seeing with eyes his Lady Margot had trained in the Bene Gesserit way, aware of the mystery and the hidden grandeur about this Atreides youth. Not yokel, not backworld adventure, not savage, none of this nonsense. That's what Feyd sees when he looks at Paul. Probably what the Emperor sees too. What Fenring sees is something else. He looks at her with the eyes trained in the Bene Gesserit way, aware of the mystery and the hidden grandeur about this Atreides youth. And Fenring's thoughts here are presented to us. I could kill him. And he knew this for a truth. And there doesn't seem to be any ego behind that statement, if that makes sense. If this man is what he says he is, he's a killer. It's a matter of fact statement. There's no emotion with it. And I've written why, ? Is this the no gene? So we'll get to it. Fenring, we're told, here we are. Something in his own secret of depth stayed the Count then. And he glimpsed briefly, but the word is inadequately, the advantage that he held over Paul. A way of hiding from the youth, a furtiveness of person and motion that no eye could penetrate. That's my little clue, I think, there. We've had to the other part really it's in different parts here, really. But when we back up to Paul, seeing this guy and being afraid of him, let me see. Where did I just it was about why Paul can't. There we are. I'm gonna find it. So just backing up to how we'd encountered Fenring before. The narrow, there's a face time between. I was afraid. Where are we? Sorry. He's attracted by a movement, seeing there a narrow weaselish face he'd never before encountered, not in time or out of it. A face he felt he should know, and it carried a marker of fear. Why should I fear this man, etc., etc., etc.? Now, the one who, Count Fenring, the one who was here immediately before, was a genetic eunuch and a killer. And never once had Count Fenring, we're also told, he'd seen the thought was a shock crashing across his consciousness. He'd seen the Emperor in uncounted associations spread through possible futures, but never once had Count Fenring appeared within the prescient visions. So we had a wee chat about the people he was based on, but it's particularly why. Why can Fenring take Paul? Why hasn't Alia warned him about him? Is the other question I've got to ask. She's given him foresight in terms of the Baron's there. Why doesn't Alia see this guy either? Or does she? Maybe is a question. Something in his own secret of depth stayed the Count. He glimpsed briefly, inadequately, the advantage. He sees it. And is this a bit of prescience as well? He sees the advantage he has over Paul. Especially if we think about Paul taking time to look at the advantages in the previous fighting Feyd there. It's a way of hiding from the youth, a furtiveness of person and motion that no eye can penetrate. And we're not talking about hiding from anybody. We're talking about hiding from Paul Atreides, the Kwisatz Haderach. So I've written here, no person, ? Nemo, Otis, this kind of thing, nobody. He's a mule. In fact, I've got lots of things. We've got loads of things to ask about him. I've written, Fenring got the no gene that Leto II requires in Siona Atreides, which is really important because it seems to be the same thing. Now, he's not an Atreides, I suppose, but where is he in the breeding program? And we've got that he's a distaff cousin. So through the distaff is the female line, spear is the male line, isn't it? So at some point, regardless of how you look at this assemblage of families here, Fenring's related, and it means he must be closely related in terms of the genetic program. He's described as a genetic mule. So I've written it as a mule. And is this? I've also written it as this character, as much as Paul is meant to be, in some ways, a response. There's a character called the Mule in the Foundation series. If Paul's a response to the Mule in the Foundation series, so is Fenring, and ultimately so is really every Kwisatz Haderach in this. So it's the descriptions. He's got an advantage over Paul. He can't see him. And it's a furtiveness of person and motion, not just Paul. No eye can penetrate. We're talking about eyes. And I've written the question. I've actually was thinking about this and I went, why is this? And I just literally, I'll just show you. This is all just the other day. It occurred to me. I was just going, is this the no gene? And because I didn't notice this before. And I'm going, I think it is. And he's a failed Kwisatz Haderach, and the person that can be many places at once, that has access to the female line, which is what the Bene Gesserit want. If he's a failed Kwisatz Haderach, and that's not what happened, but he's something else. Let me just quickly see. We'll come to this again later. It's just in the back of the book, just while we're on him. It says Count Hasimir Fenring, 10,133 to 10,225, a distaff cousin of House Carino. He's a childhood companion of Shaddam IV. The frequently discredited pirate history of Carino related the curious story that Fenring was responsible for the Chaumercery, which disposed of Elrod the Ninth, which would have been Shaddam's father. All accounts agree that Fenring was the closest friend Shaddam IV possessed. The imperial chores carried out by Fenring included that of imperial agent on Arrakis during the Harkonnen regime there, and later Siridar Absendia of Caladan. He joined Shaddam IV in retirement on Seleucus Secundus. Interesting. He's a very interesting character. This all comes to, it's got to be, not for those who haven't got any further in the books, have no idea what we're talking about. It's too much of a coincidence, I think, and because this is this thing. He's as Carlos puts it there. He's invisible. Well, Ryan saying, here I'll just catch up with your comments there. Power words from Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, kill is the ultimate. So Ryan saying he does realize that Paul is the Kwisatz Haderach. I believe so. He also knows Paul can't read him. Yes, that's interesting. So he's invisible for prescience in general. Yeah, and Carlos going a precursor to Siona. Absolutely. I think that this is a thread that I think it's that subtle. It's maybe an idea that Frank's waiting for it to pay off later on, and how he did it. But the other questions I've asked, I suppose, we've got more to go here. Hang on, I'll keep going, folks. Wait a second. To do with right, yeah, we're getting all excited. Let me just reread this again. So Fenring, something in his own secretive depth stayed the Count then, and he glimpsed briefly, inadequately. That's interesting in itself, that bit, but not fully adequately, but enough, I think, the advantage he held over Paul. Briefly, inadequately, he doesn't fully understand it. I think there's more to it. A way of hiding from the furtiveness of person and motion that no eye could penetrate. I think that's a big clue. I said I kind of treating this as a kind of, how did I miss this? Have I missed it? Is it what I'm thinking of? I think it is. Paul aware. I've put up Paul Hart Fenring at the top of the page. Just me having a bit of fun. Paul aware of some of this from the way the time nexus boiled, understood at last why he had never seen Fenring along the webs of prescience. So why has he never been there? Fenring was one of the might-have-beens, an almost Kwisatz Haderach, crippled by a flaw in the genetic pattern, a eunuch. His talent concentrated into furtiveness and inner seclusion. Now, we'll get to it in a minute. What does that mean? One of the might-have-beens, an almost Kwisatz Haderach. So, simply put, part of the breeding program is what I can take for certain from that. Crippled by a flaw in the genetic pattern, something's been, and again, the breeding program's inbreeding, isn't it? There's a flaw in his genetic pattern. Jessica describes him as a genetic eunuch. Here it says crippled by a flaw in the genetic pattern, a eunuch, and I have written real or genetic ? His talent concentrated into furtiveness and inner seclusion. Odd enough, the word eunuch doesn't mean what you think it means, I bet you. Oh dear. A eunuch's like a bedroom guard, isn't it? So, a eunuch, from a couple of Greek words, eunuch meaning bed, and akin meaning kind of to hold, isn't it? Hang on. Yeah, like a guard, I suppose. So eunuchos is the Greek word for a bedroom guard. And it can also have a secondary meaning of being ineffectual. But essentially, the other meaning that we take from it, from a real eunuch, is that it's someone, a male who's had their testicles removed, is a eunuch. And the question is he, now, if he's born that way, if he's born a eunuch, then he's got no balls, testicles, can't pass on his genes. And we have to understand that the Dune universe is that the Bene Gesserit are very much adverse to using any other means of reproduction. So they could clone them, this kind of thing. So I've got questions. Basically, was he an attempt to make a Kwisatz Haderach? Paul sees this. Paul's understanding is that he's a might have been an almost Kwisatz Haderach, crippled by the flaw in the genetic pattern. I think it's whatever he is. It's not what the Bene Gesserit are looking for. They're looking for what ultimately, and therefore won't see him as the potential for what he is. I think. Does that make sense? I think that I personally think from what we read here that, and I don't know if you agree with me or not. And it's just running with it. And I could be completely wrong. But what's accidentally created the eunuch, the flaw, however we want to put it, in his genetic pattern is the no gene, and his talent, we're therefore told, is concentrated furtiveness, inner seclusion. Add that to the furtiveness of person again, and motion that no eye could penetrate, can't be seen in or out of time. I don't know. So the whole point is, whether he's a real eunuch or not. Pardon me. It's also, oh God, I hate this lighter. Yeah, look at that. Excuse me. I'll have to find it. One of these seconds not working at all. No gas. Sorry. It's. I think this guy who appears up hardly in this book at all. He's here very briefly. He's meant to be the real threat here to Paul. I just never got the sense that Feyd was that much of a threat to Paul in that sense. But Fenring was. Fenring is the absolute dangerous thing in the room here. I think it adds up that these abilities. What if we describe them later on in God Emperor of Dune? That's the no gene, isn't it? I think, and we get this little. Then this goes on. A deep compassion for the Count flowed through Paul. The first sense of brotherhood he'd ever experienced. And that's restraint coming in there. And Fenring reads Paul's emotions here and says, so these guys are kind of, there's a two-way kind of, Majesty, I must refuse. He refuses. What's he refusing? Kill this guy for me. Do it. No, I refuse. And certainly not through any reason of fear or intimidation. He sizes Paul up, figures, he can't see me, can he? I can move in a way that's blind to this guy. I can do this. I can kill him. No problem. Kill him? No, I refuse. I'm not going to do it. It's a two-way. It's a mutual thing, isn't it? He reads Paul's emotions here and says, that's what we're told. Of course, the Emperor rage overcame Shaddam IV. He took 2 short steps through the entourage, cuffed Fenring viciously across the jaw. But and Fenring, a dark flush spread up and over the Count's face. He looked directly at the Emperor, spoke with deliberate lack of emphasis. Fenring says this: "We have been friends, Majesty. What I do now is out of friendship. I shall forget that you struck me." I think it's very threatening. Excuse me. The implication is, I'm forgetting that you struck me so that I won't murder you right now. I'm going to forget it because otherwise I'll kill you. And the Emperor's not going to say jack about anything else to Fenring. In fact, again, worlds away, looks somewhere else. And it's kind of, that's it. That's our Fenring, isn't it? This, and again, the name should put us into end of the world, kind of the wolf, this kind of thing. He seems quite impressive, quite sinister. And at this point, all of this, no, I'm not going to do it. And his last words here: "We've been friends, Majesty. What I do now is out of friendship." I shall forget that you struck me. My actual, what I put next to it was very cold. And the implication is I'm not, be careful or I will kill you. And Paul cleared his throat, and that's it. That's what we have on Fenring. And of course, his wife has got, is off with the last remaining Harkonnen, a girl, in terms of the Bene Gesserit, is in the hands of a Bene Gesserit. And this guy, you kind of wonder, would he be reunited with his wife, etc. And there's a real love between. The other thing that's quite interesting about Fenring is that he loves his lady Margot, and that she loves him. And Margot's, is having a baby by Feyd-Rautha because she's doing her bit for the Bene Gesserit. So the other thing really comes into the matter is that here is a moment where it's got something to do with the Bene Gesserit. The Emperor's making a demands, and this man can make real change here. He has the ability to affect the outcome here, and he doesn't, and he acts in a way that's maybe not the Emperor saying it, but he acts in a way that's beneficial ultimately, at the very least, to the Bene Gesserit, though they won't see it. I think he's a Bene Gesserit agent. I think he's a Bene Gesserit Bashar or something like that, in a very similar way that Miles Tegg is. And who knows about his? He's a mystery, and he's a fascinating one. And that's it. It's all a bit anticlimactic, isn't it? I don't know what you guys think. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. But I think the description presents what essentially is the no gene. And we'll not really see such a thing for a few books down the story. The no devices, the whole idea of the no gene with Sion, is massive, isn't it? It's really important to the whole story. I'm just going to catch up with your comments here, folks, because I've been gushing on there for a bit. But I think a fascinating character, and again, probably one of my favorite characters in the book, because he makes me wonder, and he seems very interesting. So a precursor to Siona. Of course, the problem is that he, genetic eunuch or eunuch. Is it possible for him to pass those genes on? That's even a bit like Duncan. Duncan in Chapter House with his parts cut off just to make sure. Yes, he's. I'll just catch you up there. So I think he's invisible from prescience. Yeah. And again, why hasn't Ali? I suppose the other question is if we have got that kind of headset on at the minute, why doesn't Alia warn him? Why? I think it's because she can't see him either. Because especially if you get this deep compassion, sense of brotherhood, that affinity, surely if Alia was aware of Fenring, that she would feel something similar as well. Possibly. Zoran said maybe he's the kind of male Bene Gesserit with only access to the male line where Paul can tap into both. It could be that it's the language, and we're not too sure. Is that the flaw in the genetic pattern, that he can only see the male line instead of both? Just to make sure, Ryan guess he's infertile. That's kind of where I went with it. But at the same, as I said, we'll see in Dune Messiah, there are other ways to have babies in this universe. It's just that there are religious prescriptions against them, aren't there? But it's Paul offers the Bene Gesserit his semen at some point, his seed, for artificial insemination, but they absolutely refuse it, which is kind of interesting, if I can remember correctly. Or the invisibility is his power, like Paul's is presence. Yeah, it could be, but there's definitely something. Ryan saying, I think you're right with the no gene. Maybe somebody's flickering around God Emperor. They could have a wee notice. The language, I think, in particular, it should probably line up. But I think it's a good guess. Why else is Fenring here at all? Why would again? The other thing is that as much as we think Paul, Sorry, Frank Herbert is laying, as much as he takes threads, we're getting a lot of them wrapped up here, aren't we? But there's ones that he'll start sowing, the little seeds of things. And again, some things pay off in Dune, way down the book. It's my biggest concern for the Denis Villeneuve films is that whenever they mess with things that are so fundamental to the story early on, that will have quite bad ripples as the further he goes into the story. If you see what I mean, well, depending on what detail he goes into it, Excuse me. And the him being on Calvin makes room for the possibility. Lord Crunk says, and Paul only saw one of his children when Shani is pregnant. Yeah, and he's predicting even sons at this point. Plural is the way I would go with it. Yeah. Cynthia's saying, is it a good idea for any potential Kwisatz Haderach to meet each other? Is this moment of brotherhood dangerous? Fenring's choice has grave consequences. It does indeed. It's Fenring's decision here that we could see alters the nature of the universe, and it's a disobedience, isn't it? That mirrors Jessica's disobedience, in a funny way, which we find out about right at the beginning of the book. Here we have another act of disobedience, at a high political level, if you like, that's crucial. Yeah. Ryan Scar says, when you think that the no ships are also made by the Ixians, Leto II was the blind spot, says Lord Crunk. Ryan Scar, maybe with the knowledge they gained for cloning or expanding with Fenrir. Who knows? Yeah. It starts to make me think even about some other... But yeah, it makes me think, is there the obvious question, I suppose, in terms of evolution, all of these things within the story, is that we kind of hear that Fenring goes into exile with the Emperor, but the question is, why doesn't he go with his wife? Why doesn't he go and retire? Why doesn't he retire with his wife, whom he loves, and she loves him? And I think the idea is that again, I have no idea what Brian Herbert etc. have come up with, but I would get the idea that Margot Fenring would go into hiding here with the young Harkonnen daughter, and that I suppose they'd be off to a Bene Gesserit planet or something like that, to see how they could, to preserve that bloodline. And that would be interesting. Would they be able to hide the daughter of the Harkonnens? We're also told that that's isn't it that the Reverend Mother glimpses something of what Paul sees, and it's her that Paul should be aware of this child, especially if the Reverend Mother is. So yeah, it really does beg a lot of questions about Fenring, and of course how characters are brought back into this world. Golas and things like that. Yeah, loads of questions, and it might not be, simply put it, if the Bene Gesserit keep breeding records, it could be something as simple as that he's the person that gene, the no gene, was developed, and they just hadn't noticed. It's maybe something that maybe the God Emperor later on picks up upon. It's hard to say, but the whole thing, I kind of am at that point again where I want to go now straight to the God Emperor. And see how all this plays out. But the language, all of it, screams to me, this man has the no gene. And is that the failure in the breeding program? Is that the might have been bit, the almost Kwisatz Haderach, the crippled flaw, the genetic eunuch, the genetic pattern, the eunuch thing? I think that's it. But it says, the next sentence after that calls it a talent. Concentrated in furtiveness and inner seclusion. And as also, the Kwisatz Haderach is as much a combination of genes. Environment is a factor as well, isn't it? I suppose you always think about the boys from Brazil, isn't it? Got a copy up there where I want to go. Yeah, Ira Levin's book, with all the different Hitler clones. And would a clone of Hitler be like Hitler? This kind of thing. Environment, all nature and nurture. But I think just hitting this character, what makes him brilliant is, and I've come back to this guy I've so many times, but that's the first time I've noticed that, and I think it's a fair thing to say, and it makes me very happy. Just that I've gotten something more out of this character. I think he's brilliant. Particularly if if you're a bit of a pedant like me and you read a lot into sort of mythological associations and stuff, what we should be expecting from Fenring, as Fenrir, if you like, is kind of the end of the world kind of sort of stuff. This kind of thing. It's check out Fenrir the Wolf on Wikipedia. Norse mythology is quite interesting. But I'm sorry, he's really just slowed us up here because we're on the way to the back of the book. But for him to appear at this kill this man, it's a very strange little thing to have in the story. I wonder, maybe did Frank have other plans for him and just decided not to bring him back? But I think he's an incredible character, hardly on the page, but it's real attention to the words there. I think just something about Fenring. He's a great character. I think he's brilliant. And that's it. Really, the Emperor's not going to pay any more attention to him from here on. Really, and neither is anybody else. It's just dumb. And I think, is that the thing that we cease to notice him? By the way, that's it, isn't it? But from this point on, everything carries forward. But this incredibly, the most dangerous man in the room, we will not notice anything else about him as we read on. He's gone. God or Damarong, Ragnarok and roll, Ragnarok and roll, as I always like to put it. Twilight of the gods. Maybe he's brought back under new identity. Could end up being like a Gola or something. You never know. Hang on, I've missed a couple of comments, I think, folks. Let me just backtrack. Leader would know, and some cells of Fenric may suffice. Says Ryan. Here, backing up one. Sorry. Right. Maybe with the knowledge they gained for cloning or experimenting with Fenring, Leto should know, and some cells of Fenring may suffice as Ryan, or the Bene Gesserit were unaware of his part and saw him as a failure. I think it might possibly be that one, Ryan, because they couldn't sense him. Whenever we get into the appendices, we're going to discuss the failures of the Bene Gesserit in what's called the Arakeen matter. That's one of our appendices. So it would make sense that the Bene Gesserit would not initially recognize the potential of a trait that would limit the power of prescience. They want to control via prescience. Yeah, I think he's just not what they're looking for. And they, failure. The language, and again, it comes kind of from Paul and from Jessica, really, doesn't it? But they want to control via prescience. Yeah, he's the thing that can hide from it. Interestingly enough, the opposite, I suppose. Goddard Dameron, indeed, maybe is brought back, but this new identity, like Siona's father, could be. It could be that that Fenring's genes have been bred into the God Emperor's breeding program at some point, and ultimately result in Siona. This kind of thing, Food for thought, folks, eh? I'm going to have some fluids. Where are we? So, Paul clears his throat. We were speaking of the throne, Majesty. And the Emperor whirled and glanced at Paul and said, "We'll not see any more of Fenring. I sit on the throne," he barked. And Paul says, "You shall have a throne on Seleucus Secundus." The Emperor says, "I put down my arms and came here on your word of bond." He shouted, "You dare threaten?" And again, he's cut off. And here we go again. "Your person is safe in my presence." And Atreides promised it. Muad'Dib, however, sentences you to your prison planet. But have no fear, Majesty. I will ease the harshness of the place with all the powers at my disposal. It shall become a garden world full of gentle things. This is really important. Very, very important indeed. So you're going to have a throne. He's going to basically send him into exile, back on his prison planet, Seleucus Secundus, which we know is a bit of a nightmare world, quite similar to Arrakis is environmentally badly damaged. Your person's safe, and Atreides promised it, but Muad'Dib sentences you to your prison planet. Again, the slightly schizophrenic aspect to Paul. And of course, we're told that as the hidden import of Paul's words grew in the Emperor's mind, he glared across the room at Paul, and he says this out loud again, the Emperor's own theatre, now we see true motives. And Paul says, indeed, the true motives are simply this. Paul's going to make a garden world of Solus Secundus, and it will no longer be a training ground for those who can survive it, if you like, just like Arrakis. It will no longer be a training ground that creates these incredibly tough people. It will be a paradise. We're going to see some terraforming, ecological transformation, and it will result in a garden world full of gentle things. In other words, no more Sardaukar. And that's the true motive, because that's where the Emperor's power comes from. That's what the true motive, that the Emperor is talking about. Now we see true motives, and indeed, says Paul, Emperor says, and what of Arrakis? Another garden world full of gentle things. Now the point is, I suppose, is that the Emperor's shock troops, for want of a better word, are the Sardaukar. Paul's shock troops are going to become the Fremen. He's defanging the Emperor. The Emperor's power comes from his army. And really his wealth, I suppose, but not much else. But it's the army that really is the power there. His army is dependent on the guild to move it. And as of course, mobility is the key in warfare. If you can't move your army, you're doomed pretty much from the start. So I think this is the Emperor being slightly astute here, understanding that he's getting rid of the Emperor's power base, the Sardaukar, whittling it down. But there won't be any more. There'll be no more very difficult prison planet to train these people up. And so Paul says this: what of Arrakis, your garden world full of gentle things? And Paul's response is this: the Fremen have the word of Muad'Dib. There will be flowing water here, open to the sky, and green oases rich with good things. But we have the spice to think of too. Thus there will always be desert on Arrakis, and fierce winds, and trials to toughen a man. We Fremen have a saying: God created Arrakis to train the faithful. One cannot go against the word of God. That's a great one. So the Fremen have the word of Muad'Dib. There will be flowing water, oases, the open sky, good things. But we have the spice to think of. There will always be desert and fierce winds and trials to toughen a man. We Fremen have a saying: God created Arrakis to train the faithful. One cannot go against the word of God. Again, that's another great moment, isn't it? Very quotable, some of the stuff from the David Lynch Dune film. And Ryan saying, sounds like plans within plans within plans. Absolutely, always. You've got to take that with this book all the way. With these books, and how those iterations, those cyclical iterations, work within the books themselves. Is you like the 3 books within Dune, trilogy within 1 book, and then the first 2, Dune and Dune Messiah, kind of form a duology, and then the first 3 books also form a trilogy. You know, the God Emperor acts almost as then Children of Dune and God Emperor can go together, but you could actually argue that God Emperor separates the first 3 Dune books from the last 3, understanding that there is no book 7 that was never finished. You know, there's different ways of looking at how the books are grouped together. I like to think of them in pairs myself. Dune and Dune Messiah go together. Children, God Emperor go together, and Heretics and Chapter House go together, I think, but they overlap. It's very interesting. Yes, God created Arrakis to train the faithful. One cannot go against the word of God. The real religious mantle coming on board here. I have a good one about Northern Ireland. I always say that God created Northern Ireland to degrade the faithful. Or to degrade and denigrate the faithful, and one cannot go against the word of God. That's my wee joke about it. The old truthsayer, the Reverend Mother Gaius Helmohim, had her own view of the hidden meaning in Paul's words now. she glimpsed the jihad and said, "You cannot loose these people upon the universe." The hidden meaning in Paul's words is jihad, all right. Paul, again, he's given up on trying to prevent it now, hasn't he? He says, "You will think back to the gentle ways of the Sardaukar," he snapped. And that's a uh-oh. That's an uh-oh moment, isn't it? You're going to consider the Sardaukar gentle. You cannot, she whispered. Paul says to her, "You're a truth-sayer. Review your words." He glanced at Irulan, back to the Emperor. "Best done quickly, Majesty." So get on with it, times are running. So the Emperor turned a stricken look upon his daughter. She touched his arm, spoke soothingly. And again, I've just written next to that voice again. And she says, "For this I was trained, Father." The Emperor takes a deep breath. Mohim again says to him, "You cannot stay this thing, Mother." The Emperor straightened, standing stiffly with a look of remembered dignity. "Who will negotiate for you, kinsman?" And the throne is to be negotiated. And at that point, that's the last we hear from the Emperor. He won't speak again. And so we have Chani and Jessica to negotiate terms. So Paul turned and saw his mother, her eyes heavy-lidded, standing with Chani in a squad of Feyd-Rautha guards. He crossed them and stood looking down at Chani. And Chani says to him, "I know the reasons. If it must be, Usul." And Paul, hearing the secret tears in her voice, touched her cheek. And again he says, with the term of endearance for her, "My Sahaya need fear nothing, ever." And it's another little, and I put "that's not true" next to it, another little absolute. He whispered, dropped his arm, and faced his mother. Paul says this, "You will negotiate for me, Mother, with Chani by your side. She has wisdom and sharp eyes, and it is wisely said that no one bargains tougher than a Fremen. She will be looking through the eyes of her love for me, and with the thought of her sons to be what they will need. Listen to her." And Jessica sensed the harsh calculation in her son and put down a shudder. Let's just have a look at that. She sensed the harsh calculation in her son, put down a shudder. What is the harsh calculation? It's he's using Chani's love for him as a tool of statecraft, I think is the best way to put it. She will be looking through the eyes of her love for me, and with the thought of her sons to be what they will need. Listen to her. That's why she'll be wise. She'll have sharp eyes. It's just again, he's looking at her. It's an aspect to his relationship with his partner, if you want, Chani, that he's going to use here. And I think that's the harsh calculation that Jessica senses. It gives her a shudder. It's a bit harsh, isn't it? What are instructions, she asks him. The Emperor's entire Chom Company holdings is diary. I think. Hang on. I asked my wife about this. Do we need to explain diary to an international audience? I was thinking it's a very Irish thing, but I don't think it is. Let me have a wee quick look. Anyway, see what old Wikipedia says. Probably very wrong in that. I don't know what the etymology of it is. Anthropology of kingship. So diaries of payment such as property or money paid by the bride's family to the groom of his family at the time of marriage. Dowry contrasts with the related concepts of bride price and dowry. While bride price or bride services payment by the groom or his family to the bride or her family, dowry is the wealth transferred from the bride or her family to the groom or his family. It says similarly, dowry is the property settled on the bride herself by the groom at the time of marriage, and which remains under her ownership and control. For anybody who's into their films, let me just check here. Dowry is transfer of potential property to daughter at her marriage inter vivos rather than at the owner's death, which is Mortis calls that. Local dowry or troth is called. Okay, we've got loads of different Yahes and Urdu. If I'm pronouncing these, I'm sure I'm pronouncing them incorrectly. Yahizi in Persian and Arabic, Dahi in Hindi, Daz in Punjabi, Daijo in Nepali, Kayes in Turkish, if I'm probably murdering all of these, Jutuk in Bengali, Jaswang in Mandarin, Vardhashanai in Tamil, Katnam in Telugu, Streetanam in Malayalam, Miraz in Serbo-Croatian and various parts of Africa is known as Seratwana, Idana, Sadukat, or Muktaf. Okay, probably got nothing to do with Irish Ireland at all. Here, let's have a wee quick look. From medieval Latin, there we go, Dutarium. This is just another term for dower, denoting a widow's life interest in her husband's estate. There we go. So yeah, probably a lot of differences and minor differences in some countries and stuff, diaries and things. Quiet Man's a good film. I was about to say for Irish dower, but it's more of a dower, isn't it? I think. But the Quiet Man's a good laugh if anybody fancies it. I wonder how a modern audience would take the Quiet Man today. Probably not very well, I'd imagine. It's called Mitgift here. It is common enough. Yeah, I thought so much. Rand Scar saying that's common. It's called Mitgift here. Thought antiquated. Yes, same. It's antiquated here too. I don't think with my mum diaries and things like that. In this country, it used to be things like I think the bride would get a gift of linen and things like that. I've still got some linen here from, I don't know, possibly my granny's wedding. This kind of thing. But yeah, if a film that's quite good about diaries, that kind of thing, is The Quiet Man, which is a very weird kind of caricature of life in Ireland. I think but it's a good film. I think we're all quite fond of it over here. Now, let me see. Where do we get to? So the Emperor's entire Chom Company holdings is diary. Jessie is entire, and again she's shocked, almost speechless. A lot of these reactions come from Jessica in this chapter. He is to be stripped. I'll want an earldom and Chom directorship for Gurney Halleck and him in the fief of Caladan. There will be titles and attendant power for every surviving Atreides man, not accepting the lowliest trooper. I'd imagine that's not too many people. Yes, we're getting there. We're almost up to the last page here. Oh, plug that down. So titles and money, this is the thing to be distributed by somebody in power here. Jessica says, what of the Fremen? And here's an interesting response. The Fremen are mine. Very possessive. What they receive shall be dispensed by Muad'Dib. I'll begin with Stilgar as governor on Arrakis, but that can wait. So big title for Stilgar. And Jessica goes, and for me, is there something you wish? Perhaps Caladan, she says. And she looks at Gurney. I've become too much the Fremen and the Reverend Mother. I need a time of peace and stillness in which to think. And what you shall have, Paul says, and anything that Gurney or I can give you, which is interesting because he's speaking for Gurney there. But it looks like there's a bit of a relationship developing between Jessica and Gurney Halleck. Certainly implied there. Though he's basically just says, I want Gurney Halleck in the fief of Caladan, and she's kind of, I might want it. Those Atreides, you've got to watch them. That you shall have and anything that Gurney or I can give you. And Jessica nodded, feeling suddenly old and tired, and she looked at Chani. And Jessica says, and for the royal concubine? And my comment next to this is, does Chani know she is a concubine? Has she any idea? What she says next, Chani says, no title for me, nothing, I beg of you. Pardon me. And Paul, this is where we come to our conclusion. I suppose I'll run with this here, this bit, folks. See if I can get a bit quick. Right, here we go. So Paul stared down into her eyes, remembering her suddenly, as she had stood once with little Leto in her arms, their child now dead in this violence. And as they can only sort of maybe feel, oh goodness, I don't know if you can hear that, folks. The weather's just erupted here. Goodness gracious, that must be like hailstones or something. It's incredibly loud, but I don't. You probably can't hear it. Our weather's all over the place here at the minute, and yeah, northern. Well, I'll maybe mention it, but Northern Ireland's having some environmental disasters of its own at the moment. Anyway, on to the end. Let's see if we can pile on through. Paul stared down into her eyes, remembering suddenly as she had stood once with little Ito in her arms, their child now dead in this fence. So he's got a memory of her in the past with the baby. And Paul says, I swear to you now, it's whispered, that you'll need no title. That woman over there will be my wife, and you but a concubine. Because this is a political thing, and we must weld peace out of this moment, unless the great houses of the Landsrat. We must obey the forms. Yet that princess shall have no more of me than my name. No child of mine, nor touch, nor softness of glance, nor instant of desire. And Chani says, so you say now, and glanced across the room at the tall princess. And Jessica whispered, do you know so little of my son? See that princess standing there, so haughty and confident? They say she has pretensions of a literary nature. Let us hope she finds solace in such things. She'll have little else. And a bitter laugh, and the word bitter, I think, is quite important there. Bitter laugh escaped Jessica. Think on it, Chani. That princess will have the name, yet she'll live as less than a concubine. Less than a concubine. Never to know a moment of tenderness from the man to whom she's bound. While we, Chani, we who carry the name of concubine, history will call us wives. And we're at the end of June. Backing up a little bit. And for the royal concubine, as I was saying, I don't think concubinage is a thing that exists within the Fremen. No title for me. Concubine's a title. She doesn't want it. She's getting it whether she likes it or not. And I'm kind of in two minds about what happens to Chani here. Of course, the story's not finished, and Chani will be probably the second most powerful person in the universe. But you wouldn't get it from reading this. You but a concubine. And it says, because this is a political thing, and we'll weld peace out of it. This is what Paul says. You're going to be my concubine because it's the only way we're going to get peace. Has to work. We must obey the forms. And it's a bit like the Canley earlier on. We must obey the rules. And I think, is that just an excuse for him? He'll break them anytime he likes. And she says, so you say now. Of course, he's speaking the truth here, actually, if you understand the character. We know he is, and the point that Jessica makes, I suppose, from a historical perspective, can we look at particularly, women who are concubines, and do we see that they remain more powerful than, say, the wife of a king or something like this? I would say no. I would say a few of them are possibly notable, but no, the wives of the king were the ones that history will remember. It's not quite true. But of course, we've been reading, and that is a rather anticlimactic ending. I don't know what you think about it. I think it's also very satisfying to realize that what we've been reading all along at the beginning of each chapter are these pretensions of a literary nature that Jessica says that Irulan will have to find solace in. And we obey the forms. The princess shall have nothing than a name, not the genes, I suppose. And the bitter laugh escaping Jessica. Women like us, we live, concubines, but history will call us wives. And indeed, the majorly important characters here, aren't they? Chani is a concubine. Less than concubine. Irulan will be less than a concubine. Sorry. So at the end of this, Chani will be a concubine to Paul, and Irulan will be less than a concubine, but his wife. Although be it both in positions of power. We were talking about those little positionings and I kind of ended up with just Paul surrounded by the women here, really. And I kind of thought I kind of had a similar thing for the Emperor, I think, didn't I? So at the end of this, folks, we've done it. Sense of achievement. We've got to the end of chapter 48. I didn't think we'd make it, folks. Whew, goodness gracious, it's after 2 o'clock. 5 hours and 10 minutes. We've been going rightly. Thank you all so much. We're not finished, by the way. We've got more to go. There's more chapters to go. Appendix 1 is a part of the story. For those who, I've actually seen people reading this. I'm going to eat this Ferrero Rocher to celebrate. But for those who read Dune and turn the next page and see an appendix and they go, I don't know, couldn't be bothered with all that nonsense. You have not read the whole story. You're missing. And what follows, actually, to take a bit of a pun on it, as Shakespeare would say, what's past is prologue. Ferrero Rocher, excuse me. Now, thank you so much, everybody. Anybody got any comments or questions? Now's the time. Far away. Is Paul a hero? Yeah. Do you believe in him? Do you agree with his choices? What about all the little people who are dead? I've put, do you consider Leto, the Baron, Paul, and the Emperor to be the same thing, basically? I've written down, I think, see Paul as a warning. Paul owns the Fremen, ownership. And we've got jihad coming. Ultimately, spoilers ahead, the Fremen will become, if we want to go all the way down the Dune series, if anybody doesn't want to know what happens on down, plug your ears for a wee second now. But ultimately, the Fremen will become extinct. The planet will be destroyed. The spice will be gone. Billions will be dead. And Paul's golden path will be abandoned. Good question, Ryan. In the end, Paul is I thought it was a question in the statement. In the end, Paul is a coward. I think there's enough evidence in this to see that he's not quite. Paul. I suppose the difference between Paul and the God Emperor is that Paul continues to look like a human being. I don't see much difference in him than the God Emperor, except the God Emperor goes further. And I suppose a couple of things that we wanted to consider: is Paul a coward? It's a hard one to answer. I suppose that we have to ask, what would you do to retain your humanity if it was going to be lost? There's one other wee thing I wanted to mention about Count Fenring, was that a comparison to Faramir from the Lord of the Rings. Here's a moment of power for Fenring. No thanks. And he gets the gist of it. It's very easy for Fenring, I think, to, no, I'm not going to do this. Whatever it is, it's a very simple thing for him. And I always thought that it's something similar. I thought maybe to Faramir and Lord of the Rings, but Faramir is just seems to be the one person that just the ring holds no sway over. Rather strangely. I was also thinking in comparison to Lord of the Rings, Frodo fails, of course, doesn't he? Frodo does not succeed in his mission. Sorry, spoiler alert for anybody who's not read the Lord of the Rings. Frodo fails at the very last minute. Puts the ring on, he fails. It's Gollum, and that the ring ends up being destroyed in that way. Paul has failed here. Whatever is going to happen in the future of this book, depending on wherever we jump off it, he's been trying to avoid the jihad, this war that will stretch across the universe, bringing mankind to its knees. It's a very hyperbolic jihad, isn't it? It will bring Kralazek, the end of the universe, all of this kind of thing. Excuse me. And yeah, I don't know. It's I end up with more questions. Billions dead. How do you feel about Paul Atreides? Is he your hero? We've got a few people reading this for the first time, I think, wasn't it? Frank, was somebody saying there, Back up a bit. No, Frank Red, I think, was saying that he'd read this. Was this for the first time? A few of you. Here we are at the end of the Dune story. And I'm kind of wondering, do you find it anticlimactic? Do you find it a satisfying ending? I find it both, to be honest. And at the time of reading, I was, oh, there's more of this. Brilliant. I can't wait. Wonder where this goes. I suppose it depends on the time that you've read it and work available, even. I suppose that there's books about Dune and stuff these days, interviews with Frank and all, that we can get a bit more insight maybe than the poor reader who had to deal with this in 1965 and try to figure out what on earth was going on. Excuse me. Let me just catch up. We got hail storm today. That sounds sporty. It says, right, yeah, that's just full on. It came out of nowhere. Our heating's not working. We're getting some work done on the house at the minute. We're getting doors and windows replaced, and this is a conservatory behind us. It's getting knocked down. I'm trying to get a door and a window put in here, but I think we've had some radiators taken out from out there, and our heating's not 100%. Saying that, I'm not freezing tonight, but we haven't had the heating on much today. Let's just catch up with your comments a wee second, folks. Lord Crunk says, will be famous. Jessica's ego showing there, attempting to prompt Chani's ego. Yeah. History will remember us. It's interesting. Some people have commented about history and how it will look at them. And is it Churchill, is it? He said, history will be kind to me, for I intend to write it. Wrong. Anyone who thinks that they will write history is in for a well, long after they're dead, in for a big rude awakening. Historians write history, and I know there's this idea that that history is written by the victor. People aren't always fighting. History will call his wives is very interesting, because who's going to be writing that history? The pretensions of a literary nature, it's going to be Ireland. It does open up a lot of questions, doesn't it? Let me see. Famous, yeah. History will look at us, and again, that is a thing that the royalty tends to consider, is how history looks at it. Even things like we talk about the 19th century. We'll tend to, certainly within Britain, we'll talk about the Victorian era. And there's plenty else going on in the world apart from that. So, Lord Kronk, Jessica's ego showing, ego. Ego, I think it's a big thing here. And in the end, Paul, as a card, says around the brunt is on Leto. When they meet in the desert, Paul absolutely knows what's coming for Leto. Pardon me, and what happens if he does not. Lord Kronk says, people call Paul a savior, but he exploits the Fremen, their way of life bloated. And Ryan saying, Kralzek is what Leto dies for to avoid. I'm not sure about that one, Ryan. I maybe somebody could remind me. It's been a long time since I've read them, but I think Kralzek is unavoidable. I think the whole thing is to breed a set of humans that will survive it. And Kralzek is going to be synonymous with, we've talked about, but like Ragnarok and Götterdämmerung and all of these kind of things. These end of the, I don't like the word. We've talked about what the word apocryphal means, doesn't it? It's the end of the world type scenario. Is this kind of thing? Carl saying, was it Paul's love of Chani that kept him from abandoning his humanity to pursue the golden path? Ryan saying he could still after her death. And Carl saying, I think her death broke him. Yeah. It has, D. Viller saying, it has some baggage, but essentially Leto was an effective altruist, doing whatever for the long-term good of humanity. Yeah, there's an honesty. There's a difference to Leto the Second, isn't there? There's a real sort of pragmatic honesty with him and how he how he teaches us, if you like, about it, and including he teaches us about his father and tells us about his father's inadequacies. So one of the real ways that we can learn, I suppose, about the problems of Paul are through Leto II. Yeah, he commits, doesn't he? That's supposed just to slaughter billions of people, and then go, I shouldn't have done it. Should have. There's the struggle with Paul, I think, for all of us is that we can see that we're supposed to admire this kid. That this world is not of his creation. All of these things that have happened to him are not his fault, really. But as we always like to say, you play the hand that you're dealt in life, because there's no other hand to play, is there? And so he does that. And most of how he proceeds through this book has been admirable, and you kind of go, yeah, what's done to him is pretty bad, this young man. And even his upbringing, when we look at it, it's not the best. And it's a pretty bizarre, strange, feudal universe where, but yeah, here you are, sort of being presented with all the abilities, pretty much of a god. We're being let know that he's 5 miles later. We're being let know that he's not a god quite clearly in this part of the book, I think, and the real emphasis is on the fact that he is a prophet. But and that's to do with the relegation of a god, if you see what I mean. The minute somebody appears to be a god, the minute they're a bit fallible, they tend to be the prophet for the next guy. If you see what I mean. But I think in particular, if we've stopped reading Dune at this point, I mean, I've done a fair bit. We'll be going next Thursday, hopefully, for the next one. I've done a fair bit of it already, because I'm getting a wee injection into my hand on Monday, so I thought I'd pile on. And it's kind of one of the reasons why it took me 4 weeks to kind of get here with this chapter. Goodness, that's an awful lot of notes and so on, an awful lot of questions and pondering. And then I suppose really the big thing for me was the no gene thing. And it's funny how you can come to a book so many times and go, I really did not pick up on that at all. And I suppose it's probably, from my point of view, I've been looking at different things within the books as I read them. So I was quite amused about it. It's got me thinking about Fenring massively, and Alia as well. And I would almost come out, Alia, a big question mark at the end of the book. What about that, and Fenring? And I'd also go the missing Harkonnen daughter, all of what's going on with that lot. And we'll not get answers to two of those things at all. We'll see Alia explored quite well. But there we go. Goodness gracious, sense of achievement, folks. I'm really pleased, and I think I've got enough space in this last notebook. Hopefully, I hope I don't have to start another one to get our book club finished. And actually, today's been quite a useful thing in the notes that we've taken previously. We've been able to pop back and dig them up and present them to you very quickly and easily. So lots of things to ask about the last chapter, and really, what do we? And maybe again, all things considered, if we're reading it for the first time, what do we think of Paul? Because we can see that something's about to go on this, and we've been told all about these future histories of this emperor and so on. But he seems a bit dodgy, to say the least. And he really doesn't seem to care about people in this chapter of the book. How much of that is the Kwisatz Haderach thing? There's a schizophrenic nature to him. And if we think about everybody, as I said, the first thing I wrote on this way back at the start here, in blue there, you can see psychotic family novel. As much as this is a Bildungsroman, I think it's very fun to look at Dune as a psychotic family novel. Everybody's related to everybody here. The other thing is, I think, very quickly, that I think I did mention, I think there's a lot of similarity to the end of Hamlet here. With Paul being Hamlet, kind of Laertes being Feyd, if you like. Not totally, but I think there are similarities between. There is definitely a Shakespearean element to this, I think, and the poison as well. It's all a wee bit, But yeah, fascinating characters. It leaves me finishing the book going, wow, I'd like to know more. What about that Alia kid? Yeah, that's great. Wonder what she gets up to in the next book. What about this Fenring guy? Who's he? And what's Paul? That's just the joy of finishing a book and wondering what's going to happen next. And of course, Frank's going to dump on us quite badly here in the next chapter, because what we are going to walk into, Shakespeare would say, what is past is prologue, and Frank's plonked a prologue at the back of the book in the form of an appendix that kind of seems to be an epilogue, and it's not. So it is a prologue, and we're going to get a lot of some interesting ideas and name dropping in terms of the science. But you're going to get real insight into what it is the Kynes family have done to the Fremen, and it's an example of. You kind of wonder, would the Kynes family have been able to do this to the Fremen if the Fremen hadn't already been prepared by the Bene Gesserit with the mission area Protectiva, because it's about it is the manipulation. And Kynes the way Kynes is presented, but the wee skull that I've got for the next one there is a big skull there. And it says, rest in peace, all the tools of Pardo Kynes, the Fremen men, the Fremen women, and the Fremen kids. They're just Fremen tribes. Of course, the quote is entire Fremen tribes went. Men died, women died, children died, but they went. And he doesn't give a monkey's. And I suppose that's the thing. We've done all these funny little skulls throughout all these little pages of notes that anytime people die in this book, we give them a little skull with an RIP, but it's the little people that die unnoticed, and we've also given them quite a lot of skulls, I suppose. A fair amount of people die for Paul Atreides, and yeah, we're not finished with it yet, folks. We are going to hit the appendices. We're going to take next week to look at Appendix 1, which is this mini adventure set probably about 40 or 50 years before Dune. And I'd say we'll take we're going to have another chapter on Appendix 2, the religion of Dune. Hang on. And then I think that's Appendix 4. I've missed one. Appendix 3, report on the Bene Gesserit motives and purposes. And 4, the Almanac on Sharif. I think we'll maybe see. There's not too much of them. And I suppose we can maybe even run. I don't think there's much point in doing an episode on the terminology, but maybe I don't think. But we'll group the last appendices and we will finish the whole book together, and then we'll get started on Dune Messiah at some point. But hopefully, I'm going to try and get a wee bit better organized this year. I'm kind of almost, with having been off for so long. I'm kind of rebooting the station at this point, and I think I've noticed that YouTube is not providing. It's not that the science fiction videos and stuff. Any of my Dune material is not being found by anybody looking for Dune. Other stuff's being found on searches, but it's kind of a bit weird. So I guess we'll just have to start back at it a bit fresh and try and make some stuff to get the old silly YouTube algorithm to pay attention. Let me just catch up on your comments here, folks. Suppose I can relax a bit, can't I? And we'll get ready to wrap up shortly, but let's just see. Anybody got any questions or comments? Fire away. Now, let's see. Kralazek is what Leto dies for to avoid. Yeah, I still think Kralazek is unavoidable. I can't remember right. Oh, just catching up, because Paul's love for Chani, I think it has an impact, yeah. Because I think it's one of the saving graces of Paul is his love for Chani, I think. I think her death broke him, says Connors. Dee says it has some baggage, but essentially it was an effective altruist doing whatever for the long-term good of humanity. It all depends on You see, the golden path. This is the trick. I'd like to think of. It depends on what you think, Paul. Frank Herbert's trying to tell us, but I think the golden path is the vision of this individual, if you like, and it amounts to maybe it's empire building. To me, it's something similar to Hitler's idea of the was it the Reich of 1,000 years, this kind of thing. Um, it's a vision, and the thing is that the golden path that Paul has ends with Paul. Whenever he dies and Leto takes over, I think somebody points this out here. It's is it Carlos there? It's a different golden path, and that makes you ask real questions of, well, then what is really going to happen in the future? Do any of these people really know what's going to happen? Can they actually predict it? I think what D's saying there, D Villar's saying, the real problem we're going to have with these characters, and I think I've said it out loud often enough, is why do we like them so much? No matter what they do, we do have a level of justification for Paul's actions. If we could put ourselves into his shoes, same with the God Emperor, to save mankind, would we do this? And it's the cruelty thing that we're talking about earlier in this chapter. Would you know the difference? To be kind is to be cruel. To be cruel is to be kind. This kind of thing. What Leto II will call the cruelty of the husbandman basically results in the extermination of most of mankind. I think most of humanity. In order to breed, it's the survival of the fittest. This kind of thing is in there. Ryan the Scar saying, "Wait a minute, Ali is possessed by Vladimir. How can she act? Oh, we're not. Oh, I'm too tired for that one tonight, Ryan. Is Alia possessed by the Baron or not? Is a really big problematic argument. How can she access the male lineage? That would make her a female Kwisatz Haderach. Yeah, a question we can't really answer because we don't know enough about the preborn." Ryan says, "Bless you." Oh, listen, I think whenever we get to the book, if we hit it in detail, it's possible we might find a clue. I've always gone that Ali is mad. That whatever Ali is, the abomination. It could be that just like Leto II, she's brought one personality to the fore to help her manage all the others. How is he there? Crazy, again, if she'd access to all the same personalities as Paul and Leto do, the question I would ask is that it's the same with Paul. If Leto II would bring, out of all the billions of people that have ever existed, who's the one person I need to help keep me and all the others in check inside my head and help me do what I need to do and rule with an iron fist? Then Leto II's answer to that is Khufu. It's Harem is what he calls him. It's the Pharaoh Khufu, also known as Cheops. He said they played Cheops chess in this universe. But she knows that the Baron is her grandfather. She does indeed. It could be guilt. She's, again, the thing about Ali is, regardless of what you think, she's at some part of her is also a child here, but she's a child who was never a child. This kind of thing. And I don't know. I think when I was reading it, I kind of generally got that it was an increasing level of madness. And she ends up being quite I think, Alia and Dune is fantastic, and Dune Messiah and the Children of Dune. I think she's quite an interesting character in Dune Messiah. She's a character that deserves pity. She's a tragic character, I think. But yes, the whole Vladimir Harkonnen thing being inside her head, it's tricky, isn't it? The whole all of it, all of the other memory, and the racial consciousness kind of thing. Racial unconscious. It is interesting, and I said, for those of you who are not too aware, and I'll kind of wrap up in a wee second here, but all of that comes from the book that probably influenced Dune more than any other book, is Samuel Butler's Erewhon. There's major ideas lifted from that Herbert runs with, and almost you could say that the timeline of the Dune universe matches up very nicely to what Erewhon predicts. But there we go, folks. Listen, I think she's the most tragic in Dune. Yeah, Carlos, I would agree. More so than her brother, more so than Paul. Um, you know, and I suppose we've got the Atreides myth overlay with Paul very heavily in the first book. Whenever we move on, I think it's always there, but the myth of Oedipus is heavily overlaid on Paul, and of course they're both Artemis and Paul. There's so many things on top of them, these two characters. But it is always interesting and worthy, I think, to look at a lot of these characters as Janus facing, male female pairings, and even within the Jungian ideas, etc., etc. But there we go, folks. We're at the end of chapter 48. There is going to be a chapter 49, so we're not done with the book club. We've got an epilogue, prologue, whatever you want to call it, to get through, and hopefully we'll be doing that this Thursday coming. Excuse me, at 9 p.m. as usual. So I'm pooped. I'm exhausted. I do have to say something. I've had my wee Ferrero Rocher to celebrate there tonight. And I've got a real sense of achievement about getting there with this chapter and somehow making it through all this stuff this last year. So I just wanted to take this time to thank all of you. In particular, we've got to the end of the story, but we're not at the end of the book. But just to take this time to thank you all. Some of you aren't here tonight, but there have been so many contributors to this wee book club. It's been great. I've enjoyed it so much. I had no idea what to do with it. The comments, suggestions, questions, curiosities, things that you have taught me have been brilliant. And there's someone like myself who's been through these books with a fine tooth comb. Possibly, I think we find something new, or something not new, but something just hadn't. There's always something, isn't there, with these books that you. And as much as I said, I think I've read this book for the last time. I think I'll have to stick with that. But part of me thinks, if I went through this again, I bet you there's something I'm going to find that I not noticed before. It's just the nature of these books that they do, as I like to say, reward the reader who comes back to them. And don't just stop reading. Read the funny bits at the back of the book, or you'll miss something. But there you go. I'll just read off your last character comments and questions here, folks, and then I'll wrap her up and say good night. Does she know that the man is her grandfather? At that point, yeah. Ryan says she's really fascinating. Most tragic, and June says Carlos. And Dee says there were also never really any preborn besides Alia and the twins. There's something about it. Yeah, we don't know of. Cynthia saying thanks as always. Thank you, Cynthia. And Ryan Scout tonight was really great. Thanks a lot. Thank you, guys. No, seriously, I mean that. And thank you very much for your time and for joining me. And for all your kind comments and everything. It's been great fun. We're not finished by any means. A little bit more to go, but I'm going to say good night because we've been at this for 5 hours and 40 minutes. I'm pooped. I think that's the longest one yet. I'm surprised we got through it that quickly. Oh, there you go. Carlos says, I think I speak for everyone. I say thanks for all the work you do for us, Doc. We truly appreciate it. No worries, Carlos. I appreciate all the feedback and the help. Here says the Valerie. I'm going to say good night, folks. I talk all night, but I am exhausted. I have a wee bit of work to do tomorrow. We've got builders coming early, so have a good one, Doc. Sleep well. I will. All the best to you, folks. Look after yourselves, no matter where you are. Take care, and we'll see you real soon. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.